Perfect. Perfect. What's going on, everybody? How are we doing tonight? I hope you're doing well. I certainly am. And I'm excited here to talk you through another Bears game, right? In this case, obviously, if you watch the game from last week, week 15, the Bears at the Cleveland Browns, gosh, it was the perfect game. It was the perfect game until it wasn't. And for the third time this season, the Chicago Bears managed to blow a lead with 10 plus points in the fourth quarter. This time, ESPN gave them a 91.3% chance at winning the game, which doesn't really matter, but it just goes to show that this keeps happening. Now we've got two losses of over 95%, one loss of over 90%, and somebody who did the triple probability came up to the suggestion that if ESPN is to be believed with their probabilities, Flus had a 0.003% chance at losing all three of these games. And he did. Wags, thank you so much. I saw you become a member earlier. I'm going to add you to my members column over here pretty soon. Really can't say enough about what the membership thing really does for a channel like this. You have no idea how exciting it is that so many of you guys are throwing in. And I got to tell you, if you can support a channel like mine, it really will do a ton to help me justify putting in the extra effort, especially as we come up into the off season where I don't have a mandatory tape crunch where I'm trying to evaluate 22 players all at the same time, closer to 30, right? I'm really hoping that I should be able to pound out some major hashtag content. So jump in and we can keep going. But it's funny talking about this one because here, let me address some common things to say up here up at the top of the stream, right? Obviously, everybody only wants to talk about Justin Fields. And I mean, don't get me wrong. This is a weird game to talk about him with, but let's get to that later because Luke Getsy had a pretty terrible game. And yep, I got you, Jason. But let's see. We've got Luke Getsy had a pretty terrible game. The offensive line did not play well. Braxton Jones had a tough day at the office. Thank you so much again, Wags. Really appreciate you. But continuing going through the people in this game. I did not think Darnell Mooney played outstandingly well. DJ Moore seemed like he got hurt on one of the first reps of the game, and he was still pretty much our only receiving threat. Got to give some kudos to my guy Cole Kmet. I really do. I mean, Cole Kmet has taken, I think, some major steps forward that I did not know he had in him. And I'm excited to show you guys because I said something to this effect on Twitter, right before the season. But Cole Kmet has gotten better at being a physical force in his route running, and it is making a lot of his routes look much more Mark Andrews than they used to. And I see that as a massive positive. Tevin Jenkins getting hurt obviously sucks. The Bears defense was so fun. Tyler, excited that you get the chance to whip up a cocktail. Probably going to need it on a stream like this one. But fam, we've got a fun evening of Chicago Bears football to go through. Let's have as much fun with it as we can, knowing obviously that, we'll see. Right? It's just funny to talk through this game because there's so much of it that's good. Truly. We're going to watch a defensive game tape that for the overwhelming majority of the game is awesome. You're going to see some fun schematic stuff. You're going to see a lot of players making plays, for crying out loud. This is great until it's not. And then an offensive game tape that's worse than you remember it. And that's okay. But it points to an offense that needs a lot of work. I mean, you got to remember that this is an offense that went up against a defense that's given up over 24 points, I think, in 4 of the last 5 weeks. And now our offense scored less than the Steelers did. So Kenny Pickett's Steelers outscore Justin Fields the Bears. Yeah, it's a rainy day. It is. But there's a point where you just get bummed out. I am, certainly. Just because I really expected Fields to be able to pull a game like this out. It's not all on Fields. The offense has to be culpable, right? But can we agree that football quarterbacks can be kind of like hockey goalies, right? You get the credit that maybe you don't deserve when your team rules and you just you rode the bus along with them. Josh Allen waves hello to what he did against the Cowboys, which is to say not much, as his Bills smashed them just this last weekend. And when you could have made a couple extra plays and your team loses by 3 points and frankly inches, it's just a bummer. But anyways, it's all to say that there's a lot of tape to go through. And I'm with you, Joe, by the way, like not to sneak too far into this, but part of me really does believe that if Justin Fields had entered the game with the plan to just run the ball a little more, I mean, the Browns run a ton of man coverage. If you saw a hole, leak out of it. And I think Justin Fields could have done some damage on the ground, but for all I know, maybe the wet field meant he didn't feel inclined to do it. It could have been any sort of, I don't know, factor that went into that kind of decision, but he didn't. He went ahead and played the game predominantly with his arm, and we'll go through that tape later, right? But so, anyways, I'm with you, Jay Sanders, by the way. Cut Bob Tanyan. I think there's a lot of interesting draft talk that we can go through in terms of how to structure this team. But if you guys don't mind, I didn't list it on the schedule on purpose. And that's because I do think that we can focus as much as possible on the tape for this one. And then we'll get into roster construction, et cetera, later. We got 3 more games left in the season. Let's save the offseason for the offseason as much as we can, right? And Drex, while I agree with you, just so that we're on this topic, Drex Lightsworn says saying the quarterback would have had a better game if he ran more is a problem to begin with. You could definitely take that position. I'm not going to come after you for it. I definitely prefer quarterbacks that'll launch the ball, right? I don't think I've made any bones about that. But you got to hand it to Justin Fields. He is so unbelievably athletic that when you're going up against a man defense, if he can break a couple long runs, push the defense into zone, you can control the game. And with where Justin Fields is at right now as a pure thrower, I think that that's too much of an advantage to not lean into. The moment that you, as your offensive game plan, this is on Fields as much as it's on Getsy. I would say that backwards. This is on Getsy as much as it's on Fields. Maybe it's even more on Getsy in terms of placing the emphasis in your offense. If the other stuff isn't working, Drex, we got to run. We got to run. And we got to find ways to run. We got to find ways to run successfully with a quarterback that we know can run successfully. But that's just how it goes. I'm with you, Joe. Exactly, Joe. I want to win the game. It doesn't really matter how pretty it is sometimes. I want to win the game. And with where Justin Fields is at right now, sustainability is dramatically less important than winning the next game. At least it should be in the eyes of the coaches, right? And so at this point, you've got to find creative ways to run the ball. It's where he excels. And we'll get to the rest of the stuff as we get there, right? Build a bread and butter. Use that to butter your bread. And that's all just top to bottom, initial tape thoughts, which speaking of the tape, let's dive into it. But yeah, like you guys are kind of getting at, some tough football to watch across the board. Let me see. Demo, you say fire Getsy now, but no position group seems adequately detailed. I agree with you, Demo. The offense in general looks ugly. But so let's see. And Scott, if you've watched this channel much, hey, maybe you haven't, and that's okay. If you haven't, we love and appreciate you all the same. But so that's kind of what we say a lot around here. But hey, if athleticism is what you do, then you can be an athletic quarterback in the league and succeed. Plenty of quarterbacks have, and in many cases, they've actually extended the ability for that quarterback to develop. Lamar Jackson wasn't the pocket passer out of school that he was right now, and a lot of that is because his athleticism created time to grow and learn. But that's all conversation for another time, especially because the first topic for us to talk about, let's see which one of these is. Yeah, we're going to go now discussing Chicago defense. Let's go through the fun stuff first, right? And it'll get progressively less fun. But we start with the fun stuff, which is good. But so, Antonio, we'll get there. And Ghost of Tribe or Judah Tribe, great seeing you. I know we've interacted a couple times in the past. Happy to see you around. But so let's get to this. All right. Whoa. Positioning myself a little bit better. Yeah, actually, what AJ Brown tweet do you mean? I'm with Armed with Monkeys asking about this. But so, and by the way, let me get the donation goal updated. I have to update it for super chats for some reason. I don't understand why it doesn't let me have this. Uh, but it doesn't. As I do, everybody cool with a Christmas Eve Bears game? Because I'll tell you what, yikes. Thank you, thank you, Judah Tribe. So, anyways, let's move on. First play of the game. Obviously, not every play is going to be a banger, right? I always feel like I have to emphasize because you start with a fun defensive tape, and it's like, no, it takes everybody a little while to get heated up. You see the Bears approach this game in a pretty standard cover 3 alignment, right? They're going to sit in that for a whole lot of this game, and because they started in such a jumbo set, we get a Sanborn play right off the bat. Bears are in base. We motion somebody out. Still got a condensed formation with strong stuff on the right hand side. That's actually where I think the Browns are going to, open up with this one. But yeah, let's see. No, they just go on the ground. And this is about as successful a run as you'll see against the Bears, not just this season, but like certainly this game, right? And it's so funny watching that because this is a Bears team that is protecting the run really, really well. I mean, all you get is a little bit of daylight up the middle, and that's kudos to I guess yes Andrew Billings because in this case in this play it's just not his best, right? Plenty of times he stacked double teams, but in this case if Tremaine Edmonds gets downhill a little sooner, maybe we're able to cut that thing off. But I have no problem with a 5-yard run off the bat. Billings and Tremaine Edmonds get a hand on the tackle. Brisker curls around underneath. We're overanalyzing the first rushing play of the game, and it's 2nd and 5. Let's see. Does Flus revert when things get hectic? We'll show you. Andrew Billings isn't just a bowling ball, but he's a massive, massive ball of hustle. And I just fall in love with him more every time I watch his tape, to be honest with you. This is a good tape for him, by the way. Can't wait. But so then this was something that I thought the Bears did pretty well, where throughout the game, they're going to line up an extra guy, try to get into these same 5-wide formats that a whole bunch, or 5-wide fronts that a whole bunch of different defenses are doing to the Bears. A lot of teams like these wide run games that hit either, or that attempt to get outside of the box that I'm going to draw, where they want to hit here, they want to come up, they want to hit here, everything in between, right? And so the further you can get these guys to the wide sides, ideally, the harder you're going to set the edge and force people back up the edge, right? Or force people back up the middle. Antonio Peterkin, we'll get there as we go. Just because here we get a really nice play from Brisker that I think starts as an accident, either that or it's a film read, because Brisker jumps straight up the field as if he's blitzing to cut off what I think they may have anticipated was one of these swing screen options that we've started to see to overtake the NFL, where this guy right here standing pretty much still after the motion, he's just going to arc block out in front of the swinging back so that you've got like a screen, take the first guy you see kind of thing. And the moment that Brisker jumps up, Flacco's not going to throw it, or at least he's not thinking about it. Brisker almost overruns the play, and then he has to recharge. Flacco knocks it away. Sure, we catch a good break there. Like, it would surprise me if Brisker was truly blitzing and didn't anticipate the play, because the fact that he curls back this way is not usual. But all the same, good look. I don't know whether to credit the defensive call or Brisker, so we'll just give him a little bit of both, right? But good play all the same. Immediate 3rd and 5 for the Chicago defense. No real pass rush to speak of, and you don't need it when you get a rejection at the line like that. And then on 3rd and 5, you may remember it, but it's a pickup by the Browns offense. And I got to tell you, it is a little funny on this motion seeing Kyler Gordon pressed up, Jalen Johnson pressed up. And I'm sure it's partially because they motioned into a bunch, but even when you look a little further back, wow, why do we got Tyreek Stevenson all the way off the ball when physicality is kind of his thing? I couldn't tell you. Maybe the Bears don't trust him with a slightly more physical play, but he gets caught standing in what I imagine was a cover 3 zone, but Jalen's able to just ride his guy out to the other side of to the sidelines. It works out much better for him. And way too much space creates a relatively easy third down conversion. A little bit of a bummer. Stevenson's still finding his feet. Comes up with a huge play later, as I'm sure you're going to remember. Like, it's awesome. There are so many fun things that Stevenson can do for you. And I think he's going to figure it out. But there are a couple too many of these that as we get to the end of the season, my patience is not wearing thin, but you're hoping to see if fewer and fewer plays where he's not even close to somebody. But it's a wet and rainy day, so I understand that the film's going to look a little wonky for all kinds of different people. But man, Drex, if that's really the case, yeesh. But so let's see. I'm glad this game gives me some opportunity to watch the Bears play, even if it is after the actual game. You cannot find the time or money to watch these games live. I get you, Quinn. I got you. No worries. And Bradley, he really was like. Not to mention, we get some kind of bizarrely fun Flacco plays. By the way, here, so Andrew Billings is going to commit a false start, but because Andrew Billings makes no real mistakes, I gotta ask you, because obviously they get fooled by the hard count. Do you guys think that Andrew Billings came from the future, and in the future, or Flacco had snapped this on one, this time he snaps it on two to some kind of butterfly effect? You tell me in the comments. But it was hilarious seeing our guy here immediately just rip through the line, offsides, right? 1st and 5. Looks like we're in a very similar alignment. This time we're not going to make the same mistake. Tyreek Stevenson's up on the line. I bet you Brisker's going to creep down. He's been creeping down a lot, right? And so the Bears are probably running some form of cover 1, cover 3. No? Okay, they're going to drop into cover 2. We love it. And I think, yeah, it's just Tyreek Stevenson coming downhill, touching up a tackle on what should have been a catch and run, 2-yard gain. Really nothing to speak of here. It's just cover 2. It's not like Tyreek midpoints it like crazy, right? He just drops back. What influences the throw underneath? Flacco leaves it too far inside. Everybody shrugs their shoulders. Do I think having Jones, a DT dropping into coverage is a good idea? So sure, it's a bad call, but like, all right, so let me jump ahead to that while we've got people coming in, because it makes a little more sense when you watch it on the All-22. Only a little, though. I mean, it's easy. It really is easy when you watch a bunch of broadcast footage to say, how on earth does this happen? And kind of clutch your pearls and say, whoa, I could never imagine something like this happening. Let me see, is it? Okay, it's a little further up. No, this play was just depressing. Let's see here. I have to find it because I don't have the time code marked down in my notes yet. I was getting hasty by the time I was watching the end. It's got to be this. Yeah, 3rd and 15. The big key here is that it's just a massive blitz, right? They drop TJ and Justin Jones back out of what looks like a 7-man front, right? What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 is what I thought, right? So they're going to drop Justin Jones in part because they want to see if they can't get a free runner or at least create some one-on-ones downhill. And let's see if they do. They really don't. And so the blitz doesn't work, so to speak. And because it doesn't, also it sure doesn't help anything. Yeah, we just don't get home fast enough. It is what Eberflus would tell you, right? Because then when 85 drifts like that, it's honestly a pretty nice throw by Flacco too. Like Brisker bearing down on him, flicking it with anticipation into space, letting Njoku go get it. Don't get me wrong. You definitely want not Justin Jones covering Njoku in this situation. But if it was me, I probably would have I would have loved to see a man kind of play in this situation. Hey, now we're talking with hindsight, right? But the fact that you're going to drop Justin Jones into one of your core zones in what basically becomes like three in the back, 2 in the front, like zone blitz, that's sort of your question mark, right? Because now you're playing with 4 zones and some open space right there. And so the blitz has to get home. It doesn't get home. They max protect. Flacco makes a play, and the rest, as we know, Does not work out for Chicago. Doesn't help anything that Tyreek Stevenson misses his tackle, right? Because if Tyreek Stevenson cuts him down, and I love me some Tyreek, but if Tyreek Stevenson cuts him down to the 40, it's not an automatic field goal scenario. You would hope not, anyways. But like you're talking about, Joe, they're trying to create a blitz, and their blitzes, especially in this game, actually did a lot of damage because generally speaking, these blitzes opened up somebody to go create a play on a one-on-one, but it doesn't work. And you have to own when your stuff doesn't work, Rex, which I think is kind of what you're getting at. And Eberflus did, because Njoku squeezing out into the sideline, or Njoku squeezing out into relatively easy space like that at a time like this, it just can't work. Or like it just can't happen. At least I would probably guess that that's just not how Eberflus wants to go down, right? But anyways, let's get back to where we were in the defensive tape. We got a ways to go, by the way. This game was long. Let's see. Donald says, at what point does a coach take ownership of the results where if you call something like that, it better work? Donald, that's exactly why Eberflus in the presser said, yeah, it's a bad call. That's on me. Because that's exactly what the situation is, right? When the 7-man pressure works on 4th down last week against the Detroit Lions, he can stand there and say, I called that. I'm the guy. When you call a 7-man blitz that drops into that turns into a 5-man rush with 2 guys dropping back in coverage, I guess it's a 6-man rush with 2 guys dropping back in coverage, then at that point, you got to own when one of the best tight ends in football, thank you so much, Prabat, really appreciate you. You got to own when one of the better tight ends in football leaks out into wide open space and punishes you for it. But so I will say that I do think the defense ended up in a tough spot just because they were on the field so much. Oh, here we go. Get ready. Strap in, Bears fans. This is where things get pretty fun. Okay? So, first 4 plays of the game. Honestly, pretty ho-hum. And then DeMarcus Walker gets matched up one-on-one against a tight end in a standard running call, and DeMarcus Walker just owns his man. I would like to point out how ridiculous a TFL this thing is. The ball gets spotted, or the ball starts right here. We catch we catch him 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Like, bang. Just torches him. It's awesome. Right, Ravi. It's a team sport, and eventually the fact that I think the offense went 3 and out. I'll need to look this up, but I think the offense went 3 and out either 3 or 4 times in a row, leading up to that final drive, which Rex doesn't help anything, right? Like it, I believe, going entirely off of memory, that the Bears allowed some yards, and then the long touchdown drive to make it 7, or yeah, they allowed some yards and then stalled them at 17-10. And then they allowed the long touchdown drive, which is more like a long touchdown play, to for 51 yards. And then the drive after that, they grind out 4 or 5 more plays before hitting the 3rd and 15 shot. A lot of those guys might have just been out of gas, especially because in that setting, you're not pulling Montez Sweat. So he's going to play his 6th play in a row and just doesn't have the freshness that, I mean, look at DeMarcus Walker right here, right? You look and you say, man, like, where was this? Well, this is when he's fresh, right? Boom. Huge play. Turns 2nd and 2 into 3rd and 8, which we gotta love. And so then what do we get on 3rd and 8? Let me see. What do we get? I think we get Tremaine Edmonds mugged up. We do. I loved this. They pretty much blitzed their linebackers the entire day. Like, I appreciate it. I really do. I mean, the days of the stagnant Eberflus cover 2, cover 3 defense are gone. Like, you get this, where I actually think Tremaine Edmonds does a really good job. Watch him pre-snap, right? Does this guy look like he's blitzing? TJ Edwards looks like he sure is, and that's okay. We're all right declaring that DeMarcus Walker is probably getting a one-on-one, right? Because the whole point of putting TJ Edwards this far outside, I really like this, is that you're telling the running back, hey, bro, I am out here so that you can isolate the tackle on the inside, right? But this leaves 2 gaping maws that Tremaine Edmonds can rush through. And he basically waits. You know he might be coming. The center has to mic him up. You know he could becoming. But which direction is he running through? There. And then once that happens, it looks like they stunt because they want to catch the running back. It doesn't, or some of this stuff doesn't work. And that's all right. But DeMarcus Walker and Montez Sweat take advantage, create very quick pressure. Very quick pressure. And Jaquan Brisker takes care of the rest. Like, I think we overused it in this game, Prabhat, because it does feel as if Matt Eberflus, so Prabhat Reddy says, as much as I love Edmonds blitzing, I think we overused it. Matt Eberflus kind of has a bad habit of being a little predictable. Once we saw his defense change, it's fun, but he won't. He seems like he only has his fastball and his changeup. Right on third down, we blitz. That's what we do now, and so it kind of got punished later in the game. But man, you time up a really good blitz. There's not a lot you can do about it when eventually you get pressured and you lock everybody up. Right? It's kind of a guessing game. It's a matter of anticipation to some degree. Right? But let's see. 21 does a great job, or 27, Kareem Hunt does a great job pass protecting here. All right, I do want to focus on this. It's going to come up later, right? Not that I'm having fun with this, but watch the pass protection we get from Kareem Hunt. Note that it is possible for an NFL running back to stop a linebacker from blitzing effectively. This will come up later, right? But man, the Bears running backs make it look impossible later in or as we go through that side of the tape, which is just a bummer. Rip. It's just muddy pressure. And look at Sweat too. This is not one of Sweat's best reps of the day by far, but like you get that arm extension, you get the bench press, you get Flacco feeling like two guys are bearing down on him. Over on the other side, DeMarcus Walker is whooping on that side. 66 has a predictably terrible game. OT5 is not going to do much, right? Nobody enters a game thinking an OT5 is going to bail you out, and he sure doesn't in this game. Like, I'll tell you what, Ravi, Judah, everybody in here, Montez Sweat is about to have a showcase game. You should be paying attention every time you see number 98 on your screen in this game, especially when he's lined up over 66, because 66 cannot play. And you get some reps where Montez Sweat is about to look like a god. He's probably not going to look like this against Paris Johnson. It would be weird if he did, but it does give us some fun tape today. And couldn't we all use some fun tape on the evening of a Bears loss? But anyways, Zach Pickens overpenetrates a little bit, steps to his left, and ends up behind the play. And so once he does, there's a massive, massive rushing lane, and the Browns take advantage. Whoop. I don't know what hotkey I just popped here. The good news is, Judah, it should change. I really think it should change, but it may not change this season. So they just run up the middle. Once you lose the defensive line piece of this. Also, funny little thing. Tremaine Edmonds here, he's fully aware of the fake, like maybe too aware, because they're going to pull 18 across in motion. Who is 18? I've got their had their our lads pulled up. That's David Bell. Tyreek, Tremaine, are we worried about David Bell on us? But so Edmonds doesn't move at all. And suddenly there's a gap free, right? Rusher rushes straight through the gap. Brisker's got to come up and make a tackle. 2nd and 3. Why not just put an extra lineman as the RB for pass blocking? I mean, Joe, God, you'd swear. You'd swear. But yeah, Tremaine is very aware of that run fake. 2nd and 2. Honestly, If there's anything you should be impressed with this Bears defense, is that there were quite a few times where the Browns offense was good enough or made a play that put them in a second and short situation. And I think, if I'm remembering correctly, the Bears battled straight out of this one. And you'll note the Browns here started with exceptional field position. I mean, they started with the ball in the 45 because the Bears have a punter that can't seem to punt. Love you, Trenton Gill, but woohoo, we need some competition here. Like Trent Gill, so I hate hyperbole. I don't like it insofar as I can avoid it. I'm going to try, right? Trenton Gill is probably one of the worst punters in the league right now, which is too bad, right? Rainy day, and I understand that, but we are not booming the ball. And especially given that this is a position that you can so commonly compete with using an UDFA, might be worth looking into that. But we'll see. We'll get there. But so play action, big shot downfield. Bears covered up really nicely. Like, you got to love it. The Bears basically are just going to drop. I think it's cover 3. What is this? Cover 3 cloud? Cover 3 sky? I think it's cloud. Cloud's the one where the safety drops back, so they just kick 2 safeties back this way. And Kyler Gordon's handling the vertical. This is where I think football is more complex than some people see it. Right now, when you're looking at this man right here, if he goes this way, Eddie Jackson's got him. If he breaks this way, Kyler Gordon's got him. You're bracketing this vertical just based on where it is on the football field. And the Bears handle it really beautifully. Kyler Gordon attacks or breaks with the receiver, and there's just nowhere for this ball to land, which I think we can all appreciate. Up front, not a ton happens, if memory serves. It's one of your many reps by both rookies, and Montez Sweat is on the field, which we're okay with, but here he gets chipped, and it's always hard. Let's see here. Yeah, he just gets double teamed. Neither rookie really does much. Thank you, Flacco, for letting the ball go anyways. It'll do. Hope everybody's having a happy holiday season, by the way. As happy as you can. I know the holidays can be tough for some and happy for others, but losses like this always make me think of community, because this has been what it's been to be a Bears fan, where we get something really fun and then something horrible happens at the very end of the game, and suddenly we're all bummed out, right? But so, man, was this fun or what? So we got a 3rd and 2, right? Browns tell you what they're going to do, doesn't this? Like, sure, play action may be coming, but boy howdy, look at this formation. Look at this thing, right? Like, pop, 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 pop. 8 guys at the line. I formation. We are running it. And the Browns come through. You know who else comes through? Just keep an eye on number 97. Just keep an eye on number 97. The Bears think they see a false start. Andrew Billings. You see the whole Browns D-line move this way, and one literal bear, one massive man, just screams straight through the other way. Awesome stuff. Rips through, stops the runner. Bears collect the kill. You're done here. Punt us the ball back. I love Andrew Billings. I cannot believe he has been extended for as little as he has, because he makes some critical run stuffs. I mean, handles the backup center here. Like, this, it really feels that way for Bot. Like, just knifes into the backfield, and everybody else handles the rest. I mean, I would be howling if I was the Browns, because, man, this guy clears out Billings at all. You're looking at a very, very healthy run, but whoop, nope. Man, Joe, it feels that way, doesn't it? It's brutal. It's been a tough time to be a Bears fan. I do think this is a team on the come up. I see too many players that are playing too well, and they're young enough to where they should either get better or maintain the level that they're at going forward. But obviously, we're talking about it on an ugly day on the offensive side of the ball. If we're talking about last week's performance, hey, little more to look forward to. Not to mention this next weekend, Joe, I'm telling you, like, the Arizona defense is real bad. It will be real weird if the Bears offense can't move the ball. Thank you so much, Mango. Appreciate you. Man, if you got Johnny Newton and Andrew Billings, now I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. There's another option. I know everybody's thought about this, right? But I'm just going to pull up his picture, okay? He could get franchise tagged. It's always possible. It's always possible. But just go ahead and imagine, if you can, this man right here ending up in a Bears uniform. Maybe it's just me, but I think that'd be awfully fun. And I would be willing, absolutely willing, to be the Bears fan that says, why do we need to draft Johnny Newton when we could just throw a bag at Chris Jones and land Andrew Billings, Chris Jones, Montez Sweat, and I don't know, what do you guys want? Like Dallas Turner? Do you want Jared Verse? Do you want Chop Robinson in potentially the high second? Like, you got some options once you sign a player of Chris Jones's caliber in free agency. If not, you go with a Christian Wilkins type. Like, the Bears have enough cap space to make a splash move on defensive line. And I can't help but think that the defensive line class that's coming up in free agency gives them the opportunity to make a really positive move here. But like you're talking about, Zach, he could get tagged, but I also could easily see the Chiefs sacrificing Jones to upgrade the rest of the roster here. And I'm with you, Scott, that Jones can't help the offense, but the hope would be that once you sign Chris Jones, you can draft predominantly offensive players, which is sort of where I'm aiming for. And Joe Calzano, that's an idea, certainly. I don't know how quickly the offense would come along if that's the case, nor do I know how the Bears would manage the cap piece of what Crosby's contract would do. We could look at that another time, but it's more to say, at least in my opinion, that like you're saying, Wags, if you could get a front-loaded deal, honestly, I would take nearly any terms for Chris Jones. I think the guy, quick question for the chat, do you think Chris Jones is a Hall of Famer? If you think Chris Jones is a Hall of Famer, he's only 30. I mean, only doesn't apply for many players, but 30 can be, he's going to be 30 next season, if memory serves. So you're taking a risk, but if you got a guy like number 95, or if you got, say, a Daniil Hunter, or if you got, say, one of the other edges or defensive tackles, there's going to be some solid 3-techs and edges that hit free agency this next season. Unusually solid free agency options. Like, I am, catch you later, Judah. Catch the VOD later. Like, I think that there are some sweet defensive line comps that you could put together at this point that would be really effective next year, and you could do it before the draft. But like you're saying, Joe, exactly like you're saying, if he gets the offense 4 more possessions, that'd be sick. Like, I can't help but think, Joe, sometimes you and I disagree, but I bet you're going to agree with this. We are forgetting that complementary football is a thing. Your defense helps your offense, or it's supposed to. So as much as maybe a lot of people want to throw a bunch of free agency money at guys like T. Higgins, et cetera, I can't help but think that a heavy offense, Bradley, you stole it out of my mouth, a heavy offensive draft that can grow together paired with a defense that's ready to roll, like that's a good thing where you can then try to experience the same offensive revolution that the Green Bay Packers are going through right now, while also having a defense that's playing not Green Bay Packer football at all. And then Tim, to be fair, Chris Jones is not going to cost near enough budget to not get a solid free agency center. I hope I say this loudly enough that the Bears need a free agent center. Need one. Not a drafted center. You need a free agent center that's ready to roll, and then we'll go from there, right? But that's really the only position that I desperately need the Bears to sign like in free agency. I'm sure you'll get some other bottom of the roster deals, and hey, who knows? Maybe you find another Billings, whatever that looks like. But I can't help but wonder what's going to happen. And Metric, I would agree with you. It's just weird to me that Chris Jones didn't sign the franchise tag, but also didn't get a no tag clause. Part of me thinks that there's something going on there, right? Like some sort of handshake promise that he won't get tagged again, because it wouldn't make any sense for Chris Jones to sign a deal pretty much at the tag's value and then not keep in his pocket that if he got tagged again, the tag would go up 25%. Just either he signed a bad deal, It's always possible. Maybe he took a team-friendly deal, also always possible. But I would not be surprised if he gets free. Said the same about Deron Payne last year. It didn't work, so who knows? But that's okay. Like I get you, Joe. I get you, Joe. For what it's worth, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Okay, so there is one thing that you guys were talking about earlier that before we get back to the tape, uh, right before we get back to the tape, I do want to just quickly talk about this. Hey, 86 viewers. Let's go. Let's go. Like this stream if you're enjoying it. We'll keep going from there, right? But so, Joe, one thing that you, I don't know if you were here for the early conversation. I think Ravi, Prabhat, a couple others were in here at this point. But I do want to mention that, like, I saw somebody say that Adam Hogue was disappointed watching the All-22. I think the All-22 is it's Fields, right? I mean that very seriously. You're going to see sometimes where Fields makes an outstanding play. The throw to Tanyan was obvious from the broadcast. It's awesome. The throw to DJ Moore, sick throw. Maybe the wrong decision. I really mean that. Not to DJ Moore, but like you might have scored a touchdown. And I think he predetermined it. There's a lot to the tape that I'm just trying to give you like a quick dose. The 3rd and 6 play, it's awesome, right? A couple other plays throughout the game, we don't really get them right. And there's a piece to this that's so tough because I think that there are a lot of Bears fans, especially on Twitter in particular, that they really don't want to evaluate Fields. I don't think they want Fields to be good, and I don't blame them. This is how I felt with Mitch. This is how I felt with Fields coming into this year. I was like, yeah. I know there's a bunch of bad stuff on tape, but what about what happens when none of that happens anymore? And that didn't really happen, right? It didn't come together. I wish it did, but I more want to say that for what it's worth, I'm always going to take the risk of saying something stupid if I think I see it on tape. I'll talk you guys through it. I'll talk you through what I see. You're always welcome to disagree with me. Always welcome to disagree with me. But if I do see a problem, right, or I see something that bothers me, I'm going to let you know. And then if it continues to manifest in its game, right, then like, or if it continues to manifest in his game, then we can all be bummed together. My goal is to have fun with all this. I think being a Bears fan is fun. I want the team to win. So I know I shouldn't need to clarify this, right? But especially with 3 games left to go in the season, I am never cheering against the Bears. I hope I never come across as some kind of hater of anybody who ever suits up in a Bears uniform. But I do hope we win a Super Bowl. And I'm going to talk about what I think gets the Bears closer to a Super Bowl. And the opportunity that presents itself with the number 1 overall pick is pretty unbelievable and offers them a unique opportunity to do something that teams do in Madden. But even then, you have to trade a ton of stuff to pull off that extra pick in Madden and reset your franchise, right? Like, this isn't real life. It doesn't feel that way. Like, it's pretty unbelievable that the Bears may actually get the number 1 overall pick. I mean, they won this last week, so I guess anything's possible. But right now, they're certainly slated to get a top 2 pick from the Carolina Panthers, and that's unbelievable, if you ask me. I think in our wildest dreams, any of us, of the 81, 88 people that I see in this chat right now, you tell me, I would have thought that a top 5 pick was possible. But a top 2 pick, I would have thought that was crazy. I would have thought Arizona. I would have thought, Denver certainly looked like they were headed there early. Like there would have been a bunch of other teams. Washington, they rallied early, and now they're looking like the Washington I expected. But I would have thought that they would have had a better shot at the number 1 overall pick than we've seen this year, right? But so all this to say that I don't know what's going to happen, but we will talk through the ups and the downs of pretty much every player on the Bears. And well, that's good, but it does mean that this stream is going to involve some criticism. I'm probably not going to tell you that every single Bears player is just the best. And that's okay. Like, no sense for doom, Donald. No sense for doom. Okay, so Donald, I do want to spin this. Call me the spin master, but let me see if I can't get you excited, right? Let me see if I can't get you excited. Look, aren't you glad Matt Eberflus showed you without a shadow of a doubt who he is? It's one thing to blow one historic lead. It's another thing to blow 2 historic leads. It's another thing to think back to 2022 to say that you blew 4 historic leads in 1.5 games. But then, Donald, just as the entire city was rallying around your team, just when everybody was on your side, like just when everybody agreed you were probably coming back, you take a 10-point lead into the back half of the fourth quarter and you blow it again, right? Like, it's not the fact that the Bears lost 17-20 to the Browns, is it? That actually sounds pretty expectable. It's the fact that the Bears were up 17-7 with 4 minutes and 33 seconds to play against the Browns. And then the defense that had given up nearly no explosives. Scott, we'll get there. But so then a team with no explosives given up over the last 3 weeks suddenly gives up a 51-yard passing touchdown and then runs out of gas on defense, right? Like you're saying. I mean, Donald, as I know that this is I know this is a sorry, I keep laughing. I know this is a very dark way to look at this, right? But I can't help but think that if you're George McCaskey, if you're Ryan Poles, and if you're Kevin Warren, what is the word? Let me see if you guys can pick it out of my mouth. What is the word that Kevin Warren has not stopped saying? I'll give you a hint. He says, we've got to be comfortable talking about blank. And you tell me, if you know what that blank is, you tell me that game this last week doesn't give Kevin Warren pause and say, how on earth are we going to win a championship with this guy running the show? Like, that's how you lose playoff games, isn't it? That's how you don't make the playoffs at all in the first place. Like, let's be blunt here. If the Bears just close out 3 games that ESPN gave them a 90+% chance to win, the Bears are in firm control of a wild card spot right now. Like, I mean, I know it's aggressive to say, but like that's the other piece of this, Matthew. I mean, for crying out loud, it's always I can't help but think that George has to just be so disappointed, right? And Bradley, my opinion of Poles would be a little affected if he keeps Eberflus, but I got to tell you, maybe I'm riding off the fury of the wrong win, riding off the fury of the wrong loss. I can't help but feel like it feels pretty unlikely that Matt Eberflus would come back right now. Like, the semantics of this team feel all wrong, don't you think? Like, they're 5-9, but I can't help but feel like the whole football, I mean, maybe not the whole football world, but certainly the city of Chicago feels like this team should be 8-5. Like, or at least 8-6 for crying out loud. And so that feeling of disappointment, what do we do with it? I feel like you have to channel it to coaching. How do you not channel it to coaching, right? You could channel it to the quarterback too. And I'm with you, Jibby, that Eberflus has a bunch of built-in excuses. He totally does. But with the number 1 overall pick hanging over your head, so, okay, I should say this, everybody. I should say this. In a normal season, Matt Eberflus is staying, right? In a normal season, you don't have the number 1 overall pick gifted to you. That changes the math. And I can't help but think that an organization that seems like they're making some of the most forward-thinking moves that I've seen the Chicago Bears make in an awfully long time. You guys have heard me talk about it on this channel. I just went on a rant about how critical I can be. I love the Montez Sweat move. I love this recent draft class. Like, there are so many things about where the Bears are going right now. I love the DJ Moore move. How do you not love the DJ Moore move, right? Like, the trade down and specifically making sure you brought DJ Moore back with you, being willing to let go of the Claypool dream. Everybody in here, I mean, I bet you out of the 99 viewers that I've seen logged right here, 50 of you forgot Claypool was a Bear this season. Like, there's a ton of people that have just completely blanked on Chase Claypool being there, and that's partially because the Ryan Poles was absolutely willing to turn his back on him, right? He was absolutely willing to say this isn't working. And that works for me. But so let's see. As stupid as it sounds, I feel like if they beat the Packers, the coaches are back. Joe, I don't think that's crazy, but I think it'll depend on the game. If they roll out and smash Like if they roll out and smoke the Packers, that may make a statement. But they'd have to put together 3 incredibly strong weeks, and I can't help but think that if this Bears team is who they have shown us they are this season, doesn't winning 3 games in a row feel a lot less likely now than it did then? I mean, the Packers defense is awful. This Packers defense held the Bears to 14 points in this season. The Falcons defense is not bad. The Arizona defense is bad, but Kyler Murray could play. Jordan Love and that Packers offense could play. They certainly played enough early in the year. We'll see what happens, right? But it's more to say that I can't help but look at it. And Scott, I'm with you. Like, so here's the problem, right? And that's the things. Star review. So Scott Wilson asked earlier, what are your thoughts on the Bears trading Fields and then also trading the number 1 overall pick? I think that that's an aggressive, data-driven move that would be interesting. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you that I would rock with it, right? Because I hear you, Scott. I just think that the data like the math that you're talking about for number 1 overall picks, I think we're looking at the wrong math. I understand the goal is to win a Super Bowl, but 90% of teams, if not more, right? The overwhelming majority of teams that end up with the number 1 overall pick do so because the team is absolutely awful, not because they traded with the team that is absolutely awful, right? And that to me means that the Bears situation is an orange to most number 1 overall picks is apples. The Bears, had they drafted a number 1 overall pick in, I don't know, let's pick Stroud, right? How many more wins do you think Stroud gives the Bears than DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, and also Gervon Dexter? I tend to think that the Bears would be in the race for number 1 again, right? Even with what they have. I mean, especially if Chase Claypool was awful, right? But so I don't think it would have been good. But the Bears situation now is more akin to one of these teams that takes a quarterback between 8 and 11. They're just going to take him at 1, right? If we're talking situation, the Bears' situation is much more like a normal team that can succeed in developing a quarterback because they actually have some decent talent around those quarterbacks. And that's the thing, Rex Smith. Like, you're right. Where rookie quarterbacks don't often make the playoffs, and I don't know if the Bears would, but they at least would be playing a 4th-place schedule based on the way that the season's currently going. So you may end up lining the stars up for the Bears to basically draft a rookie and have him exceed expectations, but those expectations were misset in the first place, right? We'll see, though. I mean, it does 3Z. Sometimes it kind of feels that way. But so let's see. By the way, Donald, Wags, trading Fields, and also number 1. It's not my style, right? It's not my preferred option, but I'm more just talking out loud that if you got a number 1 for Fields, you got another number 1 in a trade down. You have 3 number 1s this year, a number 1 next year, a number 1 next year, and a player, and you take, say, I'm not going to say Jaden Daniels. I'm not a big Jaden Daniels guy, but let's say JJ McCarthy declares, you think about him. Let's say Shadir Sanders declares, you think about him, blah, blah, blah. I don't really care, to be honest. I'm not trying to hang my hat on one of those 2 quarterbacks because I think this situation's really unrealistic. But you know what? If that was your choice, sure. Like, that would be your hope that you could build the ultra super duper mega talent team, right? To be honest with you guys, like, I tend to think that a lot of this team is going to come down to this team and its growth going forward. I'm going to hit you with the buzzword that everybody but me normally talks about, right? Normally I hate saying this. Normally I try to like elevate the discussion beyond just saying the word coaching, right? But truly, if the Bears can get quality coaching on the offensive side of the ball, that's going to change all kinds of things for what this team looks like. I mean, when we get into the Bears offensive tape, this is my advertisement for you sticking around for the rest of the stream or tuning back into it if you run out of time. Like the Bears offensive coaching staff just has no ideas. Like, if plan number 1 doesn't work and plan number 2 doesn't work, we're done. That's it. And also, if plan number 3 works, we aren't going back to it. My favorite little anecdote from this game is that they basically threw a Hail Mary, not the literal ones. They threw a metaphorical Hail Mary and they just stuck Velus Jones back at tailback. They had him run crack toss. What happened? 13 yards. 2 plays later, he takes a jet sweep for another 10 yards, finishes with 23 yards on the day because he never touched the ball again. Like, I'm not trying to tell you that Velus Jones is amazing, right? And Tyler, I know we're getting back there, but because I understand that Velus has given us all kinds of like trouble as we've given him the ball. But you're telling me for realsies that Deontay Foreman and Khalil Herbert pick up, I think it was a combined 2 yards between the two of them, and Velus Jones cracks out 2 first downs, and we're not going to give him the ball again. Like, this was the day to do that, right? Like, just keep giving the guy the ball, for crying out loud. And that's the thing, Matthew. I'm right there with you. Like, that, I think Velus Jones in a Cordero Patterson role makes all kinds of sense. Starview, to use your example, you mentioned, why does everybody think that $40 million rookie quarterback is so cheap? I don't get it. Starview, technically you're right. Technically you're there, but you got to remember that the standard quarterback contract is the Daniel Jones deal. Justin Fields isn't going to ask for any less, right? So the moment that you pass on a number one quarterback and stick with Justin Fields, just to use an example, like, you're going to have to probably extend Fields. Probably. Either that or you're going to ride this thing out year to year. But the moment you ride it out year to year, Fields is going to just keep upping his asking price like any sane person would, right? And so you end up in a situation where your choice is $40 million or $10 million. $10 million is not cheap, but it's cheap for a quarterback, right? Just because of relativism. Now, if you do, just to use another example, we're going to, let's see, just to use another example though, if the Bears, let's say, drafted Marvin Harrison Jr. with the number 1 overall pick, now he's a $10 million player. That's actually pretty expensive. Now, if he's a superstar, stud, wide receiver 1, record setter, there is no price that could possibly account to that, right? But especially as wide receiver 1s start getting paid $20, $25, $26 million. If Marvin's that dude, absolutely, right? But if Marvin is a good player, like if Marvin ends up Jalen Waddle level, then $10 million is not as cheap as it looked like it was. Probably still cheap. Jalen Waddle is going to cost a pretty penny, right? But more to say that Donald, don't get prospect fatigue. Like, it's easy to do, but you don't need to in this case. Ben, I'm more using this as it's all relative, Starview. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, to be honest with you, the number 1 overall pick is not an inexpensive contract under any case. And you're right, Prabhat. As I backed into that, I was like, I don't know, Jalen Waddle at $10 million is stealing, right? But so, Starview, it's more to say that, I mean, the perfect scenario is the Purdy scenario, right? You get one of the cheapest contracts in ball for 4 years, right, or the right guy. The cheapest contract on the Bears is Braxton Jones. Do we have any disagreement? There are a lot of people that are going to end up pretty disappointed with the way that Braxton Jones plays. Dude gets deleted by Myles Garrett a lot. Like, that's sort of what you sign up for when you've got a Braxton Jones type and you're going to put him against the best defensive player in football. I mean, just to be so clear, Joe Alt might get sawn in half, certainly as a rookie or a sophomore, by Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett saws a lot of people in half, right? But that is the trade-off with Braxton Jones. You get one of the most valuable, cheap contracts in ball, and you don't get the tier 1 player. Best case scenario, you're hoping for a tier 2. That's what I'm saying, Jibby. Jibby, Ben, Wags, Arm with Monkeys, like everybody in here. You guys are preaching to my choir here. I agree with you. I mean, Myles Garrett annihilates a lot of people. I'm more saying, just so we're all on the same page, that with Braxton, you're hoping he punches. You're hoping he punches a little because you're probably going to get rocked. But a high pick is not necessarily going to rock Myles Garrett any better. That's why he's Myles Garrett. But so let's see. And that's the other thing, Chris. Another piece to all of this that I think all kinds of people personally forget, in my opinion, we're going to get back to the tape, I promise. But so when I do think a lot of people keep forgetting that we do have another offseason next year. I promise I'm not trying to make everybody think forward too far, but we do not have to bite off the whole apple immediately, right? Um, like there are pieces to this that you can put together, and then whatever doesn't work, you can address it again next year, right? So say that you rock with Braxton for another year, right? Um, but so yeah, better than Charles Leno, better Charles Leno. Emphasis on the word better is a great way to put this, right? But so if something doesn't work, if you roll with I don't know Jared Verse, Malik Neighbor, I don't know, pick your poison, right? And then somebody falls apart, you can roll like you've got another pick next year to deal with it. Tito, you super chatted, you know that I talk about super chats. So how is Caleb Williams better than JF1? He holds the ball too long, fumbles, tries to play hero ball. JF can at least make magic, build around JF1, give him some talent. So Tito, in my opinion, I think Caleb Williams can make every bit the magic that Justin can. He just does it differently, right? Caleb Williams does make magic with his arm through the air. The other piece to Caleb's game that I think is completely different than or completely different than what Fields does. Fields has a bad habit of hanging on reads, so Fields will drop back in the pocket. This is I answer as I dance. But so Fields will drop back in the pocket. He'll look at his first read for a second and a half. He'll look at his second read for another second and a half. Then he'll get to his third read. Plenty of times in this game, there's pressure in his face. Then he gets out of the pocket. Then the play is basically over. In that same 3 second span, Caleb tends to look at his first read, then get to his second, then get to his third, pop to the fourth. Oh, shuffle is muted. Then let me get that unmuted. But so like he gets through a lot more reads now, and that's the thing, Donald. In my opinion, I think he is. I think there are times when he plays too fast. To your point, I mean, that's certainly in there, right? But I see too many opportunities and too many moments when I feel like Caleb is, or at least in my estimation, he's diagnosing the defense really well. A lot of defenses tried to throw a lot of things at him, and he fought through and got created some really awesome completions. I am if all I got was Caleb Williams, the pocket passer, I am very excited about that player, and that's kind of what I'm aiming for here. Like my big overcorrection with Fields is that I want to see a stellar pocket passer that shows awareness with what's going on downfield. And me personally, Donald, I think Lincoln Riley's system had a lot of problems this last year. I think the team really let the quarterback down. I think the offensive line play and receiver play was pretty abysmal up and down the roster. And that's fine. I mean, it's all evaluating a quarterback, right? I mean, if anything, now you know what Caleb looks like when he doesn't have a ton of easy buttons within the offense. But he also, another piece of this, Donald, that I find exciting is that you get to see Caleb Williams be the offense in college. The hope in the NFL is that he does not have to be the offense, that you'll have a running game that can get you a little bit for him. Or if you want to go with Drake May, you can. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm excited about Drake May too. I think Drake May is the prototype. Drake May is your pocket passer that looks down the field. Sometimes I'm not sure he's really cognizant of what he's looking for. There are times when Drake May will make a throw where you go, oh, why do we do that? Right? And you wonder if he's playing so on time that he's playing on time with blinders on and not seeing key things. But man, his arm does not lie. Like I would say he definitely has a better arm than Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams has a much better release, and I love Caleb's pocket footwork. I mean, what Caleb does to make rushers miss in the pocket and create plays off of it, I think is something really special. I mean, he keeps his eyes down. Look, you could give all the cliches like he keeps his eyes downfield and blah 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 blah, but he makes rushing him hell on especially interior rushers, which is unbelievable. I've never seen a quarterback dodge interior rushers quite like he does with the consistency he does. And I tend to think that we saw some of his best play in terms of what you're looking for the NFL over the last 4 weeks of the season, where he lost most of the games. But you saw him start to adapt to this idea of, all right, so I can't play stupid hero ball all the time, right? And we saw a quarterback that basically allowed his offense to fail in his stead, and that's kind of what you're looking for, right? Like in the absence of hero ball, you want to see a quarterback that gives his teammates the opportunity to screw up. I know they did a lot of really awful fumbles, a lot of really awful pass pro. But I thought Caleb was poised throughout. But that's a whole separate conversation. It really is. But so let me see. Looking through the rest of this because I literally couldn't watch what was going on in there because I have to I just had to at least see it because Joe, you say Caleb holds the ball longer than Fields. Caleb's time to throw is lower than Fields is right now in the NFL, which is pretty unbelievable. But so let's see. with a pure passer. This is a play or a pure pocket passer. This is a playoff team. Caleb is a super smart football guy. Caleb has said he has called some 2-minute drives. If that's true, Matthew, I like that. Ken P, you ask if I draft Caleb, do I try to get Lincoln? I personally don't. I actually will tell you, Ken, I want Caleb Williams away from Lincoln Riley. I think that there's an element of unfamiliarity that I really think Caleb Williams needs. I mean, hey, I'm always going to take the chance that the guy is the next Cade McNown, which would break my heart, but that's what it is, right? Like within this, because like Chris says, he's concerned that mentally weak is Caleb Williams is mentally weak and not a good leader. And there's always going to be the concern that Caleb Williams is more. I'm trying to think of somebody that he's more Zach Wilson than he is Aaron Rodgers, right? I don't get the impression that Caleb Williams is a normal dude, but Tom Brady wasn't normal. Aaron Rodgers isn't normal. You guys could probably think of others that are just not normal guys, right? But that doesn't always make it a bad thing. It just means, okay, what kind of psycho are you, right? But so, and Jibby, I'm with you that he's probably not dodging guys like that in the NFL. But Jibby, I've also, to be honest with you, I've also fallen to the trap of saying, oh yeah, that Pac-12 rusher, like I've said that Pac-12 rusher, like the running back, he's not going to be fast enough, and the NFL guys are going to catch him. And then guess what? He's fine. Right? Like, as much as we do talk about translation and speed and athleticism, when you can dodge Latu Latu in the pocket, you're probably going to be able to dodge a fair amount of NFL edge rushers. I mean, the protection you'd hope would be a little better in the NFL, which just isolates the angles the rusher can get you at. And as long as you're aware enough, you could step up and move away from him. It's not a direct foot race, right? But it's different. It's easy to say it won't happen. No, hang on. Jibby's not doing that, Carson. Don't worry about him. Jibby's a good dude. It's more to say, Jibby, in my opinion, that Chris, I think your concern is better founded, to be honest with you. Like, I think the question of how is Caleb going to handle the franchise piece of this is a better question. But I got to ask you, Chris, oh, what makes us think Drake May's going to do better, right? Like, I don't know. I almost want to worry about getting I do want to worry. Austin, missed you too. Been wondering where you were. But so I do wonder, Chris, like, okay, what comes first? Like good play on the field or the media stuff, right? Like if the Bears got a Baker Mayfield, which if you remember, Baker ended up pretty hostile with the Cleveland media, would we get over it because our standards are so low? We might, it's possible, or we don't. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you. I can't because that would involve or that would imply that I could somehow predict the future, Chris, or like Chris. But so I will tell you that I think his film is really pure. There are a lot of pieces to what Caleb does within the pocket that I think are enthralling. I mean, I think watching him move and work to read three and let that thing go, sometimes with no base, like the creativity that he shows with how he's going to get the ball out and when he's going to do it, the way he stares blitzes in the face, takes a step back and flicks the ball just over the top of the rushers and and down into the hands of the tight end on every game except Notre Dame. Right? Like it's fun stuff. It's fun stuff to watch. He's a guy, to use an example, Christopher. No, not Christopher. It's Chris that I'm talking to in this case. Like one good thing to look at with Williams. This is real. I don't know why we didn't think about it earlier, but like Justin Fields rarely got 30 attempts in college, and Caleb Williams rarely doesn't get 40 attempts in a college football game. The offense is Caleb. They live and die by what Caleb does, and they score an awful lot of points. Now, it's an offense with plenty of problems. I can't help but think that if you put Caleb in a more complimentary scenario, then a lot of good things you would hope should happen. But there's an element of this that's like you would hope. And Chris, as well as any other Bears fan in the chat thinking this, if Caleb sounds risky to you, yeah, he is. Sticking with Justin Fields is also risky. The unfortunate truth is that the moment that you accept, if you do accept this, that the Bears don't have their quarterback position settled, we are in risk territory. If you want to go get Kirk Cousins, I'm not going to blame you. If you want to go get Gardner Minshew, handcuff him to a rookie, I'm not going to blame you. Like, I won't blame you for being unsettled and feeling insecure about the state of the franchise, given that the quarterback isn't settled and it's not going to be settled, right? We all felt really good about Joe Burrow. He was a 1-year wonder. We all felt good about Trevor Lawrence. It's going fine. It's going fine. Flashes of brilliance, but it's going fine, right? Like it's I'm I don't blame anybody for shifting around in their seat a little bit. Like I really don't because it's we'll see. But so let's see. Well, Jibby, we'll see. We'll get there. Oh, I got you. Oh, that T Law is overrated. Jibby, I think his tape is great. Like the problem, or at least it was. Then he got hurt. The recent games have been rough, but like you're talking about, I'm with you. Let's see. The answer is a coach with it factor. That's the other thing, Butthead, that I want to talk about here. I do think that quality offensive coaching is going to take whatever quarterback the Bears do end up with and smooth this thing out. Like if the Bears find the next Shane Steichen, I think that there's a lot of these quarterbacks that could work out pretty well for Chicago. And we'll go, wow, I'm so excited that that quarterback didn't end up busting, right? But it'll honestly potentially be much more credit to the coach and what the quarterback is able to handle. But we'll see. Like, uh, we'll get there. Let's talk about this. So Burrow is. Do we have a favorite offensive mind? Armed. Uh, Armed with Monkeys asks, "Do I have a favorite offensive mind for next year?" And we're gonna get to the tape right after this one. I am done after this one. I promise. But so the right now, Armed with Monkeys, at 4 or 5 years into doing this, I have stopped trying to pretend that I know a good offensive coach when I see one. Right? We don't know because we get some of the what their players do. We get some of their tape on the football field. In many cases, these offensive coordinators have a lot of influence from what's going on with their head coach above them, whether that's a defensive head coach like Sean McDermott telling Brian Dable to run the ball more than he usually does, whether that's Ben Johnson. How much of that offense is Dan Campbell? It's hard to pin down, right? So what I generally do is I try to just stick with what the media keeps leaning towards because the media does know these people, right? For better or for worse, the media keeps talking about Ben Johnson, which has me really excited about Ben Johnson. We don't hear near as many positive things about Kellen Moore right now. I mean, maybe I'm just not reading like the right news articles, right? But the people that should know seem to lean Ben Johnson. They seem to lean Bobby Slowick. They seem to lean Brian Johnson. They seem to lean in a lot of directions that I'm just sort of I always assume that at the end of the day, this is going to come down to an interview, right? I think that there are wrong ways to go with this. But if Jim Harbaugh ends up being the answer, okay. I mean, I don't have any doubt that he can build a monster staff. I really don't. I mean, we'll see what happens. But part of me also kind of looks at this and says, it can't be worse, right? Tim Z, you mentioned, is it possible the next head coach prefers JF1 and the extra draft picks to a risky rookie quarterback? So, Tim, for what it's worth, I'll give you two answers, right? You asked, is it possible? It's always possible. Always possible. To acknowledge the part of you that says, couldn't it be possible? It could be possible. Maybe the new head coach that the Bears hire just loves Justin Fields. It's possible, right? But I don't think it's likely. I mean, right now, if you took a look, let me use this. All right, so this is not going to be fun, right? BSDM. So right now, if you take a look at the overwhelming majority of most offensive metrics, let's exclude quarterbacks that don't have 90 plays yet. 90 sound about good, right? So let's get this updated for quarterbacks, and then let's roll down the line. Let's see, we got a list of 48 quarterbacks that have at least 90 plays, right? Here's Tyson Bagent. Let's see here. Quarterback stats. We've got Justin Fields over here at 27th. This is from, let's see, yeah, it's from weeks 1 to 18. We're looking at EPA plus CPOE composite, and Justin Fields at 27th is closer. He's underneath Will Levis. He's closer to Desmond Ridder, Jimmy Garoppolo than he is to, I mean, Joe Burrow being up here is rough for him, but much closer to them than he is to Justin Herbert, for instance. If we switch it to specifically EPA per play, right, which is a whole separate metric that you can go into. If you have questions about the origin of these metrics, just let me know. I can absolutely talk you through what they are, or at least what they're trying to achieve. But so Let's see. When we look at these, I mean, that's the thing, Robbie. I sit here like I want the truth. I think if Fields is not good, we should want to know, right? And Jack, I got you. No worries. Uh, why is this? Why is this thing not filtering? It's driving me crazy. But so let's hit update and maybe this will help. Because I needed to show the order. Everybody cares about the order, right? Otherwise, I have to. There we go. Perfect. This works. All right. So if we filter by EPA per play, then Justin Fields falls to 30th on the season. And here is, let's see, we've got Bryce Young way down here at 42nd. But scrolling up a little bit, like obviously you see Tyson Bagent at 32nd, but if we actually highlight the number that's being sorted, they're pretty different. Like a half significant or like a half EPA per play is pretty significant in the wide world of things. But what I'm really trying to get at here, like Will Levis is playing better. I don't think any of us are sitting here thinking Will Levis is amazing, right? And I'm trying to basically make the argument because I got one more. Success rate is the other one I wanted to look at, where Justin Fields is down here at 39th in success rate. He is just away 40.9% and 38.4% from Bryce Young in this case. The success rate, by the way, for in case you don't know, is the percentage of plays that are deemed successful by a certain set of criteria. We can go through that if you want to. But if you wanted a Bagent number that tells you that the whole Bagent runs the offense, all right, so this is about to make me sound like I'm on crack to some people. Success rate loved Tyson Bagent. Tyson Bagent's success rate is 11th in the league over this span. It's all you got. You don't have quality EPA per play because he threw too many interceptions, right? You don't have quality EPA per play or like EPA composite because because specifically like he's basically not making enough big plays to net strong performance. But how many or what percentage of his plays are going generally well? That one loves Tyson Bagent, which it also loves Jake Browning. It also loves, like you can see that there are some of these quarterbacks, like obviously Brock Purdy is massive in success rate. Massive kudos to Josh Allen and Dak Prescott. They've been awesome, right? Jimmy, I promise I'm not going after Bagent agenda. And Chris, I promise I'm not trying to talk about Tyson Bagent. I promise. I was trying to address the narrative of when people say the offense looked better with Bagent. Well, the success rate actually tells you kind of, but that then when you look at the big picture number, because that's what EPA plus CPOE composite is supposed to be, that tells you that Tyson Bagent is dramatically worse or quite significantly worse in the than Justin Fields has been. So it nets out, right? But so it more than anything, Tim, because I'm still answering your question, believe it or not. I'm trying to make the argument that I think that we can take CJ Stroud out of the equation if you'd like. But what I think that a coach would try to argue is that, let me see, can I go back to another season? No, I want that one. Okay, so let's go weeks 1 through, let's see. So Fields was 0.041 EPA plus CPOE composite. And what I want to find is, what did we log for Lawrence? No, it wasn't Lawrence. I'm looking for the rookies. So God, I'm suddenly, oh, it's the 2022 class. 2022 class was terrible. Like nobody cares about Kenny Pickett. Sorry, any Pickett stands. Because what I'm trying to get at here is basically, I think somebody would argue, so at least a lot of these coaches, Tim, that a good rookie, like a well-performing rookie, is roughly what you would expect, or you would roughly expect them to play at the same level that Justin Fields is currently playing at, right? That's really all I'm aiming at here, is when you look at, let's see, how far down do we have to go for some of these guys? Sheesh. So 0.041 matches Trey Lance's rookie year. Not that matters, because this was a tough year for a lot of people. I guess Trevor was terrible. I may be undoing my argument. This is why I want to look at the stats, because I don't like just saying things, right? And despite me saying it with my chest, that doesn't matter if the data doesn't bear it out, right? But so it wasn't world beating, Rex. It wasn't. More to say, let's see, that Mike White was going off. But like all this to say, Tim, that I think that there would be some coach that would look at you and would say, I think I could get out of a rookie what we're currently getting out of Fields. That's really it. That's all I'm trying to look at here. Um, just because I think that what Fields has done has not been crazy, but it's less a positive for the rookie, and it's more. Well, that's the other thing, Antonio. You mentioned no quarterback would be functional in this offensive system. You're probably right. That's part of why I'm one of the advocates here to change the offensive system. Probably, I mean, I would hope that they change it in heavy, heavy like ways. I would like to reset the entire offensive infrastructure if I got to choose. But that's a whole separate conversation. Are you guys ready? We can actually go into film. But so let's keep going. What down is it? I think this is a third down. Rex, I think you just said the same thing. The OC is bad. The Getsy is bad too. Well, that's the other problem, Chris, because I'm with you. You mentioned, let me know when a rookie runs for 1,000 yards in a tanking team. Totally. But we need to do more than run for 1,000 yards, right? I mean, I hate to be the guy who says we need to do more. The other thing, Chris, is that rushing has not looked sustainable. I mean, we're not getting back to that level, and the team is better. Now it's not a tanking team, but we're probably not going to run for 1,000 yards, and we weren't on pace to run for 1,000 yards, right? Like, I'm with you, Chris. Fields has done some amazing things. He's done some amazing things. And I don't want to lump Fields into some category where I try to say, I hate the people who break out the B word. I really do. I think Fields has been dramatically better than Trey Lance and Zach Wilson. Those are your bust comparisons, right? If Fields was really awful, not only would this not be a conversation, but we wouldn't be talking about trading Justin Fields. There would be no market for him, right? I'm with you. I'm totally with you, Chris. It's more to say that this 2023 season to me has been a heavy disappointment. Like, thank you, Bradley. But that's partially because the film is always boring. Like, Bradley, as much as I appreciate and agree with you, the Bears film has generally, over the last 2 to 3 years, most Bears fans that have come to know me after the last little while have given me, or like, they have watched me break down such bad tape that I'm not surprised that it feels like the tangents are always better. They're usually more current than whatever we're breaking down on Tuesday night, and it's sad, right? And that's the thing, Chris. I mean, it, if you feel, Chris, like the Bears are throwing the baby out with the bathwater a little bit, I want you to know I think that's okay. And it's, I mean, not that you care about my opinion, but I empathize. I mean, I think that this is a year early compared to a lot of scenarios. The Bears are just offered an insane opportunity, right? And I would tell you, in my opinion, that maybe the way that I could put this, I hope, Jibby, that they scapegoat nobody, that they basically just hold everybody accountable, right? But so let's see. 3Z what? Anyways, let's see. All right, so tape time, defense time. I love this blitz. Here we go. I think it's third down, right? Or is this? No. This is first down, isn't it? Yeah, 1st and 10. We got a fresh drive. Okay, so lovingly, we've got 100 viewers. Like the stream, support the stream if you can. I really appreciate you. Love you guys. I am going to go into film mode here because if I try to track the chat right now, I'm going to get mega super distracted, right? I'll look over now and again, but I may be a little bit less interactive than usual. We're going to try this. But so 1st and 10, Brod's going to kick screen out. Wags, I agree with you. By the way, thank you for the super chat. Totally agree on all fronts. So Bears are going to line up in one of their blitz looks early, right? We get Kyler Gordon threatening. We get Tremaine Edmonds threatening. We get TJ Edwards rolling or looking like he's going to roll downhill. The Browns counter really well. Like they go with this fake handout or like this. I love the action here. I really do. Like it's a screen. Okay. Ultimately, you're looking at a screen. The screen hits. Like boom, bang, nobody home. Rushes straight up the gut, picks up 25 yards. The Bears do catch a bit of a break. because that flag comes in. And guess what? It was earned. Big kudos to TJ Edwards for fighting so hard that he's able to draw a flag from number 53 and take what was a 22-yard hit into a 3-yard loss off the holding call, which works for us. But from a Browns offense perspective, how much do you love this, right? So the Bears have lined up 2 extra rushers on this left-hand side of the field with the inside linebacker, the only real linebacker type on this side of the hash, right? Like, think about it this way. The DBs are doing their thing. Maybe you get the safety rolling down in the flat, but because you start out with like a fake pitch action, like I love this, right? Snap, fake pitch, you're actually going to catch Brisker totally distracted, right? Because once he rolls back into the other side of the field, you catch Brisker taking a quick step back right there, and that's all Flacco needs to get the ball to number 20. And honestly, kudos to Flacco. He puts this thing on a little bit of a line. And then the lineman gets out here, blocks Brisker, and the rest is history. It's well designed given the front that they're looking at. The front certainly helps that the Bears show and run with, but they do a great job of putting the Bears into a position where this screen was going to hit. And as this Browns offense is kind of getting mashed, that's exactly what they needed. It just didn't work out, right? So Brisker doesn't get the flag, Rex, for what it's worth. It's totally 53 who holds right there. Like, it's TJ Edwards that draws the flag once he starts to cross the face of this lineman and then gets yanked back right there, which works for us. Brisker freaks out and gets the flag, but I don't think it's for Brisker. And like you're saying, Matthew, absolutely. And no kidding, Ravi. Like, I think the Chicago fans are awful. Like, whoa, said that backwards. I think that the Chicago fans are awesome. Couldn't have said that more differently. Like, I think that the Bears are going to embrace the first guy that rolls into town and wins a little bit. Like, I mean, just look at the way that they embraced Mitch Trubisky. But so then we get a little completion over the middle. Bears are starting to send some blitzes. They send TJ Edwards. He's awesome. Like, rips straight through the middle of the defense. And then let's see. I love watching Andrew Billings. Look at him. Just rip through the center again. This is backup center. Isn't Andrew showing you? Like, boom. Literal bear ripping up the gut. Nice completion by Flacco. The Bears are always willing to give this up. Like, you go 1st and 13 to 2nd and 5. 2nd and 5 is fine. Feels that way, Cornelius, doesn't it? But so here we get a great play. Let me see. Is this one I think it is? DeMarcus Walker and TJ Edwards do a great job here. Gosh. Good run defense is my jam. I've become that guy on Twitter that just wants to watch guys dominate on the ground. Like, watch DeMarcus Walker, number 95, against the backup tackle, and TJ Edwards, number 53, on David Njoku. Like, bang. It's not even Njoku. We've got a guard pulling to kick out TJ Edwards, and he cannot. Bang. Is that sick or what? Like, lower the shoulder, set that edge. And then Justin Jones flies over the top to get the big run stuff. Now it's 3rd and 5. And on 3rd and 5, let me see. Eventually we got to get to the play that I'm looking for here. But man, look. So I love this front. I really do. Where, let's see. Oh, watching this film every week, how do I feel about Dexter's development? Wags, I would tell you that I think Dexter's coming along. I think Dexter needs more time to just continue working on his body, working on his technique, but we're seeing explosion. And for me, as a rookie, I'm always looking for what is the athletic template going to give me, right? Because if the technique's there, like we see with Jordan Addison, that's great. That's about what we're going to get, you'd think. But if Dexter can get a little better with his technique, his athleticism's popping for us. And we love that. I mean, I love that. I actually think Pickens has a better game than a lot of people realize in this. It's a quiet game. but it's a better game. Look at this front. Hang on. We're going to get to the better picture right here. This, I'm a big fan. But so 3Z, I'm curious as the point you mean for that. or do you mean like anyways, so look at this front. This is awesome. I love it. But so you've got a wide front right here. And then if we switch to a linebacker color, you've got two linebackers, one in the middle, one on the edge. What's this for? Right? So, at least from what I see, you're going to try to generate a one-on-one for Montez Sweat. This whole formation is built to get Montez Sweat one-on-one. Why? Because he's down here, right? With TJ Edwards here, you've got to think the running back is going to take Edwards. And then with DeMarcus Walker on the inside, you've got to think the guard has to take Walker, right? So once you basically match these guys up, and you can't get the center to help you because now you've got a blitzer sitting over the top, right? All you've done is create 5 one-on-ones for the entire offensive line. What does this turn into? It turns into a false start because 77 is wired at this point. Like, it's great. I mean, this is a threatening formation, if you ask me, especially if you're in the situation that the Browns' offensive line is in. And I really like it from a front perspective. You're going to give up some stuff in coverage because of it, but you get into a similar look of it right here. Now you've just got Brisker being one of the threats, but it's basically just 6 down on 6, right? The Vikings would totally put Tremaine Edmonds right here because the Vikings want to be +1. Right. So they've got 6 threats. You would have 1 right here. And then let's say you pulled him in to cover. You would literally put another DB right here. And then you'd play 3-on-3 ball, which is hilarious, I think. But so the Bears are fine just being one-on-ones across the board. And here they get rewarded because Montez Sweat is a huge problem. Like the coverage is the coverage, and it's fine for what it is. The Browns are finally, we get another team that's running longish developing routes because it's 3rd and 10, right? And Terrell Smith is, I mean, he's honestly not even getting looked at because Joe Flacco's having to step out of pressure before he's ever able to even consider throwing this ball. I guess maybe you could argue that he could load to throw right here, but Montez is knocking that ball out the moment you bring that thing back. And at that point, the coverage locked it up. And I mean, seriously, Matthew, I hope you're ready for a showcase. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready because you get some nice reps from Montez. Here's a great one. Watch this guy right on the edge. Bang. Get those hands off of me. Here it is in slow motion. Like, Sweat sets him up. Pull the hands off. Turn the corner. Arm on the quarterback. I love this. Right? Like, his length lets him touch the quarterback so soon. And to be honest with you, like, I know there are a lot of people that want every time you touch the quarterback to bring the quarterback down, but like, this is heavy pressure. It doesn't get much heavier than what you see. I mean, pressure doesn't get much heavier than literally putting a hand on the quarterback, right? And so that forces Flacco to move. And honestly, the moment Flacco moves, this play is dead zone. Like, yeah, of course, everybody loves the sack, right? Sweat certainly gets enough of them in this game, right? But so, Demo, never. Like I talked about on the Bear With Us podcast, if there's one thing that the Bears, if there's one thing that the Bears have allowed all year, they've allowed you, the opposing offense, to line your best guy up on Tyreek Stevenson whenever you've wanted to. Like, they don't have JJ follow. Maybe they could, maybe they should, but they don't. Instead, they'll line up Tyreek Stevenson or Terrell Smith, and then you'll get David Njoku on Terrell, or like you'll get David Njoku on the rookie corner, and you'll get Amari Cooper on whoever you wanted to be on. And most of the time, honestly, the Browns just ran somebody at Cooper that they thought was, or they ran somebody at Johnson that they thought was going to be non-threatening, right? Here you just get slant flat. Terrell drives downhill. There you go. Oh man, 2-stop. You weren't aware Myles Garrett was that good? Oh, he was that good. We love the Andrew Billings mega effort pass rush reps. Here's Gervon Dexter kind of getting stacked. Uh, just just so everybody sees it, right? We got room to grow. We never really want that. But that's okay. It happens. 2nd and 2. I'm telling you, the Browns were not bad on first down. Their big problem was that the Bears would just get them on 2nd down. And I think they're about to here. Yep. This play made no sense. I still can't believe that this wasn't ruled at least a fumble. But moreover, like they called this incomplete. Joe Flacco just let me get the cursor out of the way. Joe Flacco just flings the ball when he feels Montez Sweat on him. That obviously does not clear the line of scrimmage. Nor does it target anybody, for crying out loud. Like, I just want to understand how a referee took a look at this play and called it an incomplete, but they did. I mean, this is no worries, Prabat. Like, that's the thing, Ben. I sit here and I'm like, you have to call this at least intentional grounding. They don't. But it is what it is. And 3Z, if you're talking about Dalvin Tomlinson, oh, he's a big dude. He's a big old dude. But yeah, they don't. If we'll see. Like, let's see, where's the ball at? Ball's at the 25, so maybe we'll see it. But it should be at the 23. Should have been a 2-yard loss. I wish it had been a live ball. I have no idea. I saw it in the books as an incomplete pass. But watch the rep. Oh, man. Quick jump set. Get off of me. Come on. Get out of here. Who do you think I am? Now, for what it's worth, I think Sweat's awesome. You aren't going to see him do this every week. Like, you're not, right? Like, this versus this. This is a matchup massive disadvantage. This is OT5 versus Edge 1. And just so we're all aware, when people say there's not a enough good offensive line play in the league, this is what they're talking about. 66 does not have the faculties to compete with Montez Sweat all day long. Like, they're getting pressure wherever they want to. 64 is not great either, to be honest with you. Like, who is this? Rasheem Green. When you're getting styled on by Rasheem Green, you probably got problems. And in this case, that is exactly what was going on. Like, that's exactly what was going on all day. But must have been, Damo. Here's Dexter playing the run. Doesn't transition into pass rush, and that's fine. But yeah, I think they call this an incompletion. And Flacco's just throwing the ball. He even looks sideways. 3rd and 7. No, they called it a fumble. I'm crazy. Glad they did. Just because looks like the ball was here. Now it's here. They may have even called it grounding. Just based on where it was. I mean, they did, right? $26. Yeah. No, they either called it grounding or they called it incomplete. I am much less upset. But I thought at the time, live, I was like, did they not call that something? Catch you later, Tyler. You bet. But I appreciate you, man. Here, we get a blitz. Montez dominating again. Check this out, man. Like, here he is on the other tackle. Stutter step. Long arm. Get off me. Force the early throw. Now, just throwing this at you. We don't really compete much on the route. Pop. Like, does Terrell Smith really stop anything on this play? You tell me. I wish he did. Rookie cornerbacks. Gosh, sometimes I feel so pinned because, like, Tyreek Stevenson takes chances, got rewarded. Terrell Smith doesn't really take any chances. Doesn't really get a piece of anything. But honestly, like you want to talk about scheme stuff, like this receiver probably needs to be lined up on this side of the numbers or something like that because he just doesn't have enough. He just doesn't have enough room. Like as funny as it is, Ben. I mean, the throw just like maybe you could say the throw's too high because it takes him up the ladder, but there's just not enough space to come down in bounds. And like you're saying, glad that we competed with it, right? But eh, I'm glad with it. And that's the other thing, Jimmy. Like, if I was I'm gonna go after Stevenson plenty. He earned it in this game. Now, there are other pieces, like the play he makes later, that are unbelievable. Or at least very exciting. But it's always funny watching rookie DBs. Just because rookie DBs always have their own way of doing things. Stevenson lives and dies with what he lives and dies with. Like Stevenson doesn't have okay reps. He either has really good reps or he has really bad reps. But Terrell Smith is consistent. Consistent is exactly what he is. There are going to be things that Terrell Smith is going to not contest at all. There are going to be things that Terrell Smith is going to, like, especially coming downhill and tackling. Like, Terrell Smith's going to be rock solid. He's probably not going to miss a whole lot of tackles. Missed some early, but he hasn't missed any late. I can see why the Bears like him, especially as reserve DB for crying out loud. He looks really good. But it is funny just seeing the difference in what they do and don't cover and how they go about covering those things. Here, I haven't seen this all season. So we've seen the Bears play a lot of cover one and cover three this game, haven't we? Like, we've seen them almost entirely in cover three, right? But so here, watch this play. You tell me what you think happens, right? Because the Bears show, I'll just tell you what I think. The Bears show a clear cover two look pre snap, clear. But Brisker has rolled down from this and Eddie has rolled up from this all the time. And so what happens? Well, Flacco feels pressure after Justin Jones. Here's your weekly Justin Jones sighting. Like Justin Jones dances the left guard, screams downhill, and Flacco he must think there's no way they're not in cover three right now because he just laces this ball up the seam. Like he throws it straight at Eddie Jackson. It's so funny because like for once the disguise, the rotation, like the coverage rotation, they didn't even do it. But Flacco absolutely thought they were going to. Must have, because this throw is a suicide ball if you didn't think they were going to. I mean, even if you thought that you had the gun to push this over Eddie Jackson's head, this still isn't working. Like, Eddie Jackson's got to fold back at that point and knock the ball away. It's the wrong guy to just lazily throw the ball at, but Eddie takes it. Obviously, he's the returner that he is. Breaks one tackle, goes down at the one, pretty much scores a touch. Well, I would say that. Like, for any normal offense against any normal defense, I would say pretty much scores a touchdown. But as we know, it took 8 plays to score this one and a heroic effort from Justin Fields. So huge play, but wild. Like, so Ben, absolute bum, duh. But also, Kyler's not in front of him soon enough. and so I can understand him hesitating a little bit because you jump outside, you get tackled, you don't even get to the one, right? It does look that way though, doesn't it? But man, Justin Jones, check out our guy. We went after him early in the season. I mean, we tanked on Justin Jones, but can we just say Justin's been kind of popping? Like, Justin Jones is not somebody that I'm dying to re-sign. I think you can have a better player there, but we can tip our hats and say we weren't getting this early in the season. And here over the last, I'd say 7 weeks, we get 1 to 2 plays a game where he just goes pop and like zips through. And it's fun to see. Matthew, I do too. PFF doesn't, but I do. Donald, in a reserve capacity, I'm cool with it. Like re-signing him. I don't want him to be the starter. I don't need him to be the starter. 3Z, it's 9 over the course of the game. Like Justin Jones coverage. Oh man, Alessandro, you know that's what you got to do. Justin Jones' big secret is all that coverage he plays, right? But so, first play, Bears sniff out a screen. We're going to get a little pacey because we got so distracted early. Let's see. Jackson, is he easily replaceable? Ravi, you're asking the wrong guy. I think Eddie Jackson rules, but the current iteration of Eddie Jackson that we've had it's not the same guy, which bums me out. Man, isn't that awesome, Austin? But so, I think Andrew Billings. Draws a hold here. Pop. I can't remember. We'll see just a minute ago. Or we'll see in just a minute. Don't think he sunk his hips well enough. Hip flexibility is important in a coverage defensive lineman. That's it. No, not here. Billings gets a hold later. Oh, big sweat game. We hope, Bryson. This play is bananas. Watch this play and tell me that TJ Edwards didn't catch this. I mean, I still can't believe it. Watching from this angle, especially. Like, Edwards is all over this. Edwards is on this ball, for crying out loud. I can't believe it gets through him, but it does. I mean, this is one of those plays where I feel like you just be staring at your hands like, do I have holes in my hands? Like, look at this thing. Edwards is on it. His arms aren't even fully extended. This is a pick. And it just goes through his hands. I mean, this is, to me, these plays are wild. And I mean, we got Andrew Billings just throwing a guy around. I can't stop talking about our nose tackle. I feel like a psycho. Like, I talk about Andrew Billings like he's the only player on the defense. But like, how much fun is it watching Andrew Billings put his arm into a guard and lift him off his feet? Like, 77 he ends up on his knees, facing the wrong direction. It's so fun. It's so fun watching Billings play defense. It's so much fun. But like you're saying, Eric, especially because, so Eric, I'll spoil this for you. But like the Bears allow a touchdown on this drive, and then they lose the game. Like, these plays haunt you. I mean, especially since we go through now. It's 2nd and 8. You picked up first down, right? Flick over. Quick throw. Goes nowhere. But if you remember, there's another play coming. Bang. Oh, man. Like, when I talk showcase game, look at Montez here. One arm. You can't block me. Like, I'm telling you, Montez was just better than the guy across from him. You can't let that happen. If Darnell Wright had ever let that happen, we'd be so worried, right? We'd go, oh my gosh, is our guy just awful, right? Like, I mean, here, I'll give you one more angle. Imagine Bears Twitter if Darnell Wright ever allowed even Max Crosby, even what, like if he ever allowed Max Crosby or Rashad Gary to put one hand in him and just throw him on the ground like that. I mean, first of all, Joe Flacco here evidencing the power of stepping up in the pocket. Like, true free rusher on Montez Sweat. We get out of the way, right? But it's ugly tackle play against Sweat. Ugly. No, he didn't, Jimmy. Like, that is losing unacceptably bad. Let me see, Carson. Tripped on the foot. I actually think you might be right. Like, that he just spills right there. Doesn't help anything that he's jump setting. So as soon as he jump sets, the tight end does not help him, and he just eats it. Look out, tackle play. I love that, Nikhil. So 2nd and 7. Ooh. You ready? You ready? Boom. Love it. There's nothing more exciting. Is this because I'm a Bear fan? Like, um, this could be, but I don't know if there's any play I think is more fun than when you see the tackle or when you see the corner break on a ball like this. Like these moments on film get me more amped than anything. I've watched a lot of receivers break open a lot of routes, but like when you get that route jump, oh, it is electric. And then kudos to, I think this is Amari Cooper. Cooper contests the hell out of this. Like you mentioned, Donald, that he has hands of stone. Cooper grabs the ball and throws him down. Like at least we could give Amari some credit for the pass breakup on this one, because this is not the straight up drop that a couple of these other ones have been. But man, we are jumping routes with consistency. Like you just can't throw at Jalen Johnson. You can't do it right now. I mean, Jalen Johnson is on one. I hope he stays on one. I hope the Bears give him whatever he wants right now, because he's not even 26 years old. Like, I think he'll be 25 next year, as a matter of fact. He's younger than I am, for crying out loud. Like, that is a hell of a play. That is an awesome, awesome play. Bring the blitz. Get the ball out. Here's an okay but not amazing look. Catch it. Contested. Oh, no. Wait. Hang on. He does contest it, right? Looks like he tips it just enough. And then Jalen fights for it. That's why he plays DB. That's the other thing, Eric. Like, I would love if these were turnovers. Donald, I bet you would love if these were turnovers. I think all of us would love if these were turnovers. But to me, it's the residual effect of having a corner that is this dangerous that I think really carries the weight. And sure, Jalen's not the most amazing corner in the run game, but he's becoming a lockdown corner on that side. And that's great. Like, I would love the takeaways. I don't think takeaways are a DB stat. Well, that's the problem, Donald. You mentioned Diggs. Diggs wishes he kept the first downs and yards off the field that Jalen Johnson does. They're invert players, right? Where Diggs takes the ball away, but that's it. Like Diggs really struggles in particular with actually giving up a bunch of yardage, because he basically just plays trail coverage and hunts for stuff. Now, on this play, just backbreaker, right? Like, in my opinion, you go pick, blown up play, pick, and then we rush 4. We have to cover to the count of 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, and then you make a sick throw. I mean, it doesn't help anything that. So Tyreek's playing off again. Jalen's pressing, Tyreek's playing off. I'm just going to pin it on Tyreek and say it's either something he can't do or it's something he won't do, right? We're at this point. And in my opinion, Stevenson contests the first route pretty well. Like, through here, we are doing okay. Like, you would need a strong throw that got over Tremaine Edmonds or past Tremaine Edmonds, and then you would have to make it in perfect time for Stevenson to not catch up and break on it. And that's what Stevenson's thinking about, because he drives underneath it. But the moment that Amari flips back the other way, Stevenson's hips are his biggest problem. He does not have fluid hips, hasn't had fluid hips of all the guys. I'm the Stevenson guy, and I'm going to tell you this is not something he's going to be good at. And so he tries to catch up with raw speed, but we get burnt. And like, we've got to create more pressure than this, or at least it keeps him contained. When people say you can't cover for 4 to 6 seconds, kudos to Amari Cooper. There's also a sweet scramble drill play. Like, I mean, this is awesome. Like, quick break up field. I hope DJ does some of this stuff. Like, I would love for there to. The Browns are a playoff team. Like, this is good. Like, this is good offense. but also I'd love to be a little more competitive. But also that's their best guy on our rookie corner. But like you're saying, Donald, like I'm trying to give out credit and blame equally. Obviously, we would love to make a play here, but also feels to me like the Browns earned it. Like snap up field, nice throw outside. Like Flacco doesn't leave much air under this ball. Ultimately, like you get Cooper running straight into this one, cuts in a little bit, but even then, look at Cooper shielding the pass, like right here, where running upfield, sharp break in, basically box the guy out, pull the ball down. It's good receiver play. Like, let's see. Well, that's the thing, Rex. I get what you're saying, but also the big problem here is that you don't get home on the rush. So we've got to call out. Like, biggest problem to me is that Gervon juts inside and leaves a big old scramble lane right here. We lose contain. The moment we lose contain, even Joe Flacco is going to take advantage. And at that point, you're able to extend the play and create some problems. I don't think it was an Eddie issue just because Eddie's the cover one deep safety, but that's just my 2 cents. Pretty play. 1st and 10. Browns check to something. Easy throw. They love that underneath ball to 84 and 85. I wish the Bears coached it differently just because they don't really drive on anybody before they move in their routes, but that's that. Joey Cool. I kept calling him Shane Falco as I was watching the tape because Joe Flacco today was just all heart, wasn't he? Like, Coach, what are you missing in the second half? Heart. Such a great movie. Here's Zach Pickens, I think, stacking somebody. We love this. Look at that long arm. Look at that. '96 gets that hand inside the guard. I guess it's the center. And just long arms him. I just want to see these Bears rookies make the occasional play. And that's a nice play. Like Zach Pickens, the one-on-one defensive lineman, solid, at least from what we've seen so far this season. And then, in case you forgot, Montez Sweat is a problem that cannot be solved today. Here, we throw 68 off of us, get completely free, and rip down the ball carrier to force a 4th down. Spectre, we got a little distracted talking about rookie stuff, but Montez Sweat's a monster. Jalen Johnson's a huge issue for defenses or for opposing offenses. TJ Edwards is really good, but the Browns have just enough crafty up their sleeve that they basically, it's not even that they ground out a ton of yards. Like we get there later, but, and here's the Gervon Dexter, or no, not Gervon Dexter, man. It's somehow I looked at 98, thought, oh, there he is. There's Dexter. No, that's Sweat. But man, look at that. Left hand. See ya. Give me that ball. Brisker comes over, makes a hit. 4th and 2. I hate this defensive call, to be honest with you. Now, I don't watch the Browns tape, so I can't tell you what their tendencies were, but they get us bad. Like, we get a running back flare out, and I'm surprised that Kyler Gordon's rules don't trigger to basically tell him, okay, once the running back moves this way, abort the blitz. Now, maybe that wouldn't work. Like, maybe you want to put the pressure on pretty much no matter what. But the moment Gordon leaves, we are 1, 2, 3. We are hosed like on a screen. 4th and 2 is as easy as it's going to get. Now, is that DPP Jeff Hughes? Now I got to know. Like, and is that safety Eddie Jackson? Because unfortunately I agree with you. But so They got us in a bad way, Jimmy. Like, and let's see. I think you could. Ooh, you might be right there, Ben. You get a piece of that jersey. But on fourth down, good luck getting a call. Like, that's the right time to cheat, unfortunately. But I would be surprised if there aren't defensive rules, personally, that don't allow the DB to basically see, oh, we've got a screen problem. But let's see. Ben, what did they say? Did they say the thing about fourth down? But let's see. It's everything the NFL says is supposed to draw the flag. They would tell you it's not blatant enough, Donald. But so I think Gordon gets a little lost on this one. Like, you're looking for 3 zones. Let's see. Gordon breaks. So this is totally what I think is going through. This is what I think is going through Gordon's head. So we've got this player right here. Boop. We got 8, Elijah Moore, coming on like an orbit, right? And Kyler Gordon is going to follow him until he doesn't and stops and passes him. But then he starts coming back, right? The moment he starts coming back, Kyler Gordon remembers that he's on like either a blitz assignment or here he just sniffs out a run play, right? Charges downhill. The moment that Bearski, thanks so much, you're the best. Catch you later. And I am going to respond to you anyways. We'll get there. We'll get later there. But so Gordon then thinks about the orbit motioner that he just saw. And once he does, he forgets that his zone is kind of critically important. And so when Gordon widens out to chase this flat defender, and in so doing, kind of doesn't trust Jalen Johnson, who that's his flat assignment. Like, he's midpointing these 2 routes, and Eddie Jackson's over the top, right? So once Gordon stretches this way, now you've created a little seam for Joe Flacco to throw into. And Joe, honestly, as many jokes as we can make about big old Joe Flacco, he's not going to miss that. Like, Joe Flacco tossed the ball straight into the seam, 1st and 1. But I think it's because of a young player who basically, I don't want to say freaked out, but he had eye candy. Or like he caught the eye candy, bit the hook, and Flacco makes him pay. It's nice design. I think it's nice design. Like, the Browns did a good job exploiting the space. Greedy is a good way to put it, Alessandro. Demo, I don't think he is. Look it up for me, but I think Graham's out of the league. Also, we've got 100 viewers. You guys are the jam. Then, big run stuff. Jack Sanborn's a monster that I cannot explain. Like, Jack Sanborn is quickly becoming the run game monster that hides under your bed. Is he real? Who knows? But he seems awfully real. And then you're the man. So Pickens does a good job contesting here too. Boom. Yeah, the Bears are becoming a defense that they kind of stop you early, or then they don't. Doesn't help anything, Rex, that the Bears also, a lot of their stats are skewed from starting so badly. But they've been productive over the last couple weeks. And then you get this, which this is going to be your decision, because in game, I mean, rule of cool, I thought Njoku earned this. Now, there's one view you got to see. Here it is. Sick catch. 1 foot. I don't know, guys. I don't see a toe drag. Do you? Like, I understand I'm a Bears fan. I am pretty surprised that stayed. Like, they confirmed it, as I remember. They ruled it a toe drag, but I am surprised. And that's the other thing, Ben. I'm here for the toe down so heel doesn't matter rule, but I've seen it enforced the other way before. And so that is a little strange to me, but I can rock with it if that's the rule, because obviously you get plenty of toe tap touchdowns. But Brisker's doing its best, man. Like, I'll zing Brisker here and there, but like, this is fine. This is just a good throw, a better catch, touchdown. Like, uh, no, Ben, in this case, I was wrong. They called it a sack. I don't know if they called it intentional grounding or not. I think they just called it a sack. Maybe a sack fumble. But that one I complained about. That just didn't happen. But so, let's see. What does everyone say? Drop passes by the offense. It doesn't come down to one play. Oh, sure. Let's see. Starview. I think it's fine. Let's do it, MJ. Absolutely. Like, I think there's something to be said, Starview, for the idea that Brisker could keep his head towards the play, but you're in the end zone. The moment you turn your head towards the play like this, the tight end's just going to cut out from behind you, and you're going to lose him because you don't have eyes at the back of your head. I don't think it's a bad thing to contest physically, but give credit to Njoku. He did not show his hands until he absolutely had to, and then separated physically because he's just a bigger dude. Like, I'm right there with you, but honestly, I'd almost would have rather seen just like a straight up foul. There's something to be said for like playing more physically, maybe hold his arms or something like that. But like you're saying, Ben, he caught the back half of the ball because he was playing it so late. Uh, let's see. I remember the late 80s and the early 90s. You weren't scoring a touchdown versus the Bears in goal to go situations. They would bully offenses in goal to go. We are so soft these days. Leagues change to stop for better or for worse. And that's the thing, Starview. I'm not trying to tell you that you're absolutely wrong. It's more like I just think it's really hard. I think it's a really hard play for a DB against a tight end that I think is that athletic. But I hear you. You'd rather see somebody find a way to find the ball, especially when it just gets thrown over the back of your head. Here, what is this? Elijah Moore running a sweet route on Kyler Gordon? Yeah. Man, he does him too. Andrew Billings gets a little soft pressure up the front. Rasheem Green lets us out the back. Tackle. We'll zip through some of this. Tell you what, this game is fun. Like, because of some of the defensive plays that happen, but it's so sad. There's part of me that it feels that way, Ben, right? Start one way, just turn really hard the other direction. It works. Good scramble drill rules. We all know where this defense is leading, though, which is just such a bummer to watch. Terrell Smith, just basic tackle. The ball comes out of Joe's hands really smooth for a guy his age. Like, talk about slinging the pill from Big Joe. Boom. He's got some sauce on that noodle. Let me see. Just got to throw it away there. Good coverage from everybody. Bears look like they're in cover 4. Just covered up well. Doesn't he look rested, two-stop? Here's Sweat on 64. Solid rep. Not amazing. But enough. Oh, is this where Billings draws the hold? Yes. That's the hold. Huzzah. Second and 14. I know I ham it up sometimes, but Billings was an issue. Here's a really nice route and contested catch by Cedric Tillman. One other thing that the Browns did really well. a theme, something that would be nice. They run actual comebackers, right? Like the Browns aren't curling and just sitting down right here. Terrell Smith breaks on this and creates an issue if said Tillman doesn't break and drive back on the ball. And I mean, Ben, I haven't seen any Bears receivers do it. I haven't seen any Bears receivers do it. Like, it's got to be a coaching thing because they all just curl and sit. Zoom. Does DJ do it, Ben? Or does DJ just sky up for the ball? Like, oh, Alessandro, I'm talking about this iteration of the Bears. But I don't see DJ do it, even on DJ's curls. Like, he just hitches. And mate, have you seen him drive back to the ball? Am I misremembering? Sky Mail. Oh, wait, I love this play. I mean, this is a get out of the league play. So we got the ball on the 45. This is one of the most impressive reps from a DB I've seen this season. Like, we'll leave it at a Bears DB, but I haven't seen a DB rep this good from any of the Bears' opponents either. Like, Jalen Johnson seems like he must have had an awfully big problem with what the Bears have going on. Because, remember, we're clear through the 50 for contact. We get initial jam, get out of bounds. I mean, Jalen Johnson just throws him out of the bar. Like, that is so awesome. Final jam happens well within 5 yards. Flacco just throws it to nobody. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, that'll do. That'll do well. Like, it's not a pick, but I would argue it's almost cooler. Like, especially on a 3rd and short, for crying out loud. Like, this is influencing a turnover. It's so sick. Exactly. I agree, Ben. The official's like, what's your issue? Let me see. Is the pick an easy pick or does it come over his head? But I love Jalen then getting excited about it afterwards. Pay that man. So, believe it or not, Alessandro, yeah. Like, normally receivers just don't get bullied like this. Normally receivers, you can't land that kind of contact or the receiver will just run around you. Like, when people talk all the time about, like, playing in press, right? Let's see. Did you see Jalen on the score said the wide receiver coach told you can't jam, disengage, and jam a second time, even if it's within 5 yards? Interesting, Jason. So you're saying the refs just basically did him a favor? I would believe it, but still cool. Like, if anything, maybe that wide receiver coach is just a chump. Anyways, like you said, let me see. JJ's extension seems like a deal hasn't been done. He's either tagged or let walk. Patrick, here's what I think, okay? I think that in the most unusual, by the way, that's the end of the first half. Yay, go Bears. 7-7. You could say the Bears defense have scored these points and allowed these points. And if you go a half where you net 0 points, that's a great half. And then, Patrick, I'm going to get to you, but then the immediate first play of the second half, throw over the middle, ball pops out, and it's picked. And he's roaring down the field. Tremaine Edmonds will take it all the way. Touchdown. Like, is that true, Donald? Really? So you only get to land one jam. Well, too bad. But so Tremaine Edmonds flashes a little athleticism. Look at that big body. Like, the hit is so pretty. TJ Edwards goes hat to ball. I mean, what a tackle. Bang. Ball pops straight out. Like that is so pretty. We get a little more Andrew Billings pressure. But what a hit. Who's that? David Bell? No, it's Cedric Tillman. He just has no chance. And then bada bang. Oh, look at Stevenson. Stevenson jumps in front of Amari Cooper and gets the shoulder to shoulder block. You might call that a block in the back, but that might be a touchdown saving block too, just while we're talking about it. And then Tremaine does the rest. Let's see. What does Billings do? Oh, yeah. Billings sees it. Billings is our seal right here, which is awesome. Billings turns. Oh, shoot. Bang. Hits his guy. And then just blocks the piss out of 64 anyways. How funny, Donald. Here it is from this angle. Boom. Rips down the sideline. So now it's a net -7-point day. Hard to do better. So Patrick asked earlier, what do I think about the Jalen Johnson extension? I think both sides need the tag, believe it or not. So Jalen Johnson right now should ask for a Jalen Ramsey deal. Like right now, PFF, I'm going to say a bunch of stupid things, but it's all the stuff that the agent or that Jalen Johnson's agent is going to bring up, right? He's going to say, I've jumped 3 routes that should be picks. I get that I haven't picked some of these off, but I have, 3 interceptions in the last 5 games and 3 more that could have been interceptions, could have been pick sixes. I understand that I understand that you're saying that I didn't catch him, but it's the route jump that's the hard part. You have got to pay me like a top corner or maybe even the best corner. And then, what is it? What's his name? Ryan Poles going to say, so Jalen, here's the deal. You're tagged. And then Jalen's going to think about it. And then, Ryan Poles is going to say, or you could play on 4 years, 80 million, 45, 50 million guaranteed, right? And then Jalen's going to think about it. And he's going to take the deal. That may not be the number. That may be huge. That may be too big, as a matter of fact. But you get it's the process that really matters here, right? Where you basically, what are the words I'm thinking of? I'm already losing it. It's only 10:20. What a bummer. But so Jalen Johnson should hold out for the best deal that he can possibly get. Once he gets tagged, the guarantees that come with a longer term extension are going to outweigh the positives of trying to play this thing out one more year. I'm with you, Tumultuous, where I thought Jalen Johnson was worth that 17.5 region. I think he is playing his way up to 20. I think that he's going to ask for 24, 25 for a negotiating standpoint. And then they're going to tag him, and then he's going to come back down to a much more normal number, right? I do think that the Bears defense needs him. I mean, he's playing just outstanding ball. And I don't think Jalen wants to wait another year to get paid, Rex. I don't think Jalen wants to play on the tag, but I don't think he's going to hold out either, if I had to just guess, right? So I tend to think that he's going to take the tag, and then they're going to work out an extension and go from there. But that's just my gut feel. Let's watch the rest of this. Dexter with some nice point of attack force. Once you get Billings moving, he can be less good. But here's just a standard grindy run stop. Exactly, Joe. I think you got to pay him. Restructure Eddie rather than cut him. If Eddie would take a restructure and a pay cut, I mean, I'm always down to keep my guy, Donald. But I would also understand if the Bears just want to get the next guy in and kind of live and die with whatever they're going to do. And that's kind of what I'm thinking, Patrick, where I would imagine Jalen Johnson is sitting here thinking that he's a sprained shoulder away from losing all of this money. So if he can get like a $20 million AAV, I think that he would take it personally. Let's see. Oh, here's Gervin. Nice Dexter rep. Yes. Bears just playing what? 4 down, threaten on the edge, like base package, roll, Brisker up, everything in there. Gervon's just going to win back, get low, knock the rusher down. We like it. Drex, thank you, David. Thank you, David C. Never, ever feel like you can't, never, ever feel like you shouldn't comment. I appreciate you jumping in. I haven't seen your name, though, which I always love it. Anyways, so Drex, you mentioned giving you Antoine Winfield. Me personally, I think that you can scout and draft a safety. I don't know who it would be, right? But I struggle to look at, I personally struggle to look at Antoine Winfield and the price tag that he's going to come with and think that that money needs to be spent there when that money could be spent on a center, Jalen Johnson, Chris Jones, and others, right? But that's just my 2 cents, right? Joe, I think it could be fun. I really do think it could be fun seeing Dexter, seeing Dexter at end, but we'll get there. Look at this pass off for Mesh. All right, this is pretty. This is really nice, if you ask me. So we've drawn Mesh a million times. 1, 2, and then it looks like they sent 1 from here, so 3, right? But look at the way everybody plays it. So you got Tremaine Edmonds just camping out on the deep hook. Then you've got Kyler Gordon following Njoku in, putting on the brakes, and getting back out in front of 88. All while, oh man, TJ just breaks on Njoku and lights him up. These guys are coming together, man. Like, that's so fun. Rocked him. TJ Edwards is bringing thunder in this Bears defense. The guy is hitting. Has been for a few weeks now. And also, we get a nice juice rep, I think, from Dexter. You tell me. But I really like the energy that he's got here, where we're a little flaily. We can be more in control, but that violence of movement is harder to find. Let's see. JJ worth more than Kermit? Kermit? Or do you mean Kmet? Just checking in. And is Jalen Simpson, your classic like day 3, day 4, or day 3, day 4 DB that looks awesome. Can I just say, like, Mario, I remember I talked a lot about Jair Brown, and that guy is balling in San Francisco right now, which is just the least surprising thing that I could have ever expected. I mean, I still can't believe he was a compensatory 3rd rounder. What was the league looking at? I feel like the league loves them a safety that is just massive, right? These massive athlete safeties. Looking at you, Jaquan. And coverage instincts are really hard to find. I mean, you can be small, you can be big, but the coverage instincts that it takes to play safety really well, sheesh, man. So is that last one 3rd down, and this is another 1st down? Yeah, all right. So we've cycled to another drive, and TJ Edwards is just about to take another guy's head off. Who's that? Yeah, Njoku again. Bang. Come on. TJ is just flying around. The guy is, I mean, he's bordering on elite linebacker play. Like, I'm trying not to be hyperbolic, but it's simple in many cases, but this is so nice and instinctive. He sees the check down. He knows that's where Flacco's looking, and he's there to contact the ball and knock it out. Wonder if we get a little trash talk in there as he gets up. Let's see. I bet. Let's see. Day 2 after the Senior Bowl, I could see it. I mean, he's just flying. Bang. Does Njoku juggle this at all? Yes. Oh, we got a Pickens rep. Not much from it. And then here's Sweat getting a chip. That's what I'm saying, Joe. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't even have to necessarily love Tremaine Edmonds, but you can like both of the linebackers and what they've both done in his place. Man, TJ Edwards, the blitzer, is a nightmare. Like, look at this. Look at this thing. Hey, Michael, how you doing? Rip, bang. Dude has been a jackhammer when he's flying downhill, and he disguises it well, too. Like, look at that. Let's see. So we get our only lean forward at the snap. Free rusher. Running back's got to pick us up. And if there's anything I've become pretty disappointed about, it works in this case, right? Stevenson has become an anticipator and a pitch guesser, so to speak. Like, I would love to see Stevenson make contact, but stutter steps like this that Amari Cooper throws at him freeze him pretty often. He waves and misses. Cooper's free. The throw's just not good enough. But maybe at least leverage wise, Stevenson's thinking he's got Eddie Jackson on his inside. He could trust him on anything that deep. That's possible, right? I'll tell you, Donald, I have a theory on why, but it's not a theory that I think anybody's going to love. Because, yeah, Jackson may have made a play on that. It's hard to know. Would have been a thread. TJ Edwards says, get off me. Well, Jimmy, it's not explicitly Fields. It's more like they only run certain route combinations with Fields in the game, which is a shame. Also, for the sake of time and the fact that I need to go settle something here in a little bit, I'm going to, oh yeah, here we go. I'm going to basically roll the tape, and whatever you'll see. We're not going to go back over it. You can tell me what we see later. 3rd and 10. Let's see here. Okay. See, the funny thing about the pitch guessing is that at times it totally works. Like, here, he walks with Cooper, gets competitive at the top of the route. Cooper basically runs into him, right? But that's good coverage. And we're playing cover 4. So really all we got to make sure we do is don't give away that outside file. And here we don't. We stay tight enough that we're able to make contact, get our hips flipped, and stay with the guy. Obviously, the throw never comes out. Why does it never come out? Because Sweat is a monster. Dude just picks the right guard. Feel bad for him almost. Like, Sweat comes through and says, get off him. Picks him so hard that he's free and wraps it up. Man. Oh, yeah, Eric, we got him on a 3-year deal. It also doesn't help anything, Donald, that, like, the wide receivers, in my opinion, kind of just, like, stop running sometimes. But that's a whole separate problem. All right, I'm going to leave you with this for just a little bit. Be right back. All right. How much defense did I skip? Let me know what we're missing. All right, so 1st and 10. Go back one play on it. Another one. Is it this? Oh, yeah. Easy. Tackle coming out? No. Oh, look at 34. Go for it. That is hilarious. Zoom. What is 34 doing? Man, you're going to see a lot of bad Bears pass pro. That's bad. All right. So where are we in the game? 2 minutes, thank God. Okay, so this must be the touchdown drive then. Pull him across the formation. Zone look for the Bears. Toss out run. You ain't getting nowhere. Man, look at Montez navigate this. Let's see. It's Mateau's. Rob, is there a specific term where the edge just takes out the guard to free up the lineman, like an anti-stunt? Do you mean like when the guard does this and then the other guy comes around here, right? Like that's just also called a stunt for what it's worth. Basically, anytime some are ET stunts, others are TE stunts. It just depends on what you use to notate who's going where. Man, this is sweet though. There really is. Like Montez sees the toss out and just spins back. Now he's free. And look at that length coming into play. What a Poles pickup. And kudos to Eberflus. Eberflus is going to love players like these. It just so happens, so do I. Like, big, long, and fast. What a run stuff. What a run stuff. It's Mateau's. When it comes up again, be like, that play. What's the name for it? And I'll do my best. 2nd and 8. Montez is thinking chip. Flacco did a good job of just navigating stuff. Like here, that's pressure, but we lose contain too. I would have just called that a stunt, Eric, if it's the play that I'm thinking of. What are the Bears playing? Man? No. It's a zone. It's Tampa. I'm a little bummed that Kyler gets depth here, but I also am thinking zone match. It's hard to believe, isn't it, Donald? Doesn't it make you feel like you could do this too? Look at that. Look at this little pocket movement. Get out the back. Flick. Well, this is a nice reminder for what it's worth, Donald. Okay, so Donald, I'm about to say something really hard, right? But I do believe it's true. This is a great reminder, Donald, that you don't need to be a super athlete to extend the play. Nick Foles, when you blow contain, and that's what this is, you blow contain, right? Even Joe Flacco can get out of the pocket. Now, it's arrested Joe Flacco. This is September Joe Flacco playing in December, right? But quarterback movement is much more about little movements and burst and precise steps than it is, let's say, extremely athletic steps, which I do think could be interesting to look at because every other position in football is so explicitly athletic. Let's see. Oh, I mean, Rex, that's the thing. Like the Tanyan pass has to be the way it is. Honestly, Rex, I think the hardest part about this game is that there's an argument that the Bears' offensive performance, even with the Tanyan pass, and let's see, like I'm not gonna let you credit the I'm not gonna let you credit the Hail Mary personally, but if you credit the Tanya pass, that's fine. Uh, we have to add the 2 interceptions just because those get dropped too, but maybe you don't. So you get the Tanya pass. Let's give it the Mooney slant, right? And then the offense scores 13 points, which is not great, right? The defense scored us 14 points, which is sick. And so you would have won 27-17, but that's assuming that everything goes well. I don't know. The ball bounces certain ways, man. It's tough because it's just not like all of this is Fields' fault. But also, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to really like watching the 4th-and-1 again because I think Fields can beat that. Like, I can't help but think that Fields is athletic enough to beat that guy in the open field. It's tough, but it is what it is. And like you're saying, you do need guys to catch perfect passes. Man, Donald, Tremaine with a blocker in his way, SpongeBob meme. Tremaine with or without a blocker in his way, SpongeBob meme. You get what I'm saying? Like when you let Tremaine Edmonds go fit the run by himself, he looks like a violent force. And you completely forget that you can't take on blockers. I don't know why they're running at Montez Sweat, but I'll let him. It really could have been Falco. And that's the thing. You just got to keep throwing the pill. Like, kudos to Flacco. He just kept slinging it. There they pick up 3rd-and-1. Seriously, though, Starview, the field position game was brutal. This doesn't work at all. Oh, does it kind of work? Oh, how do we let this work? Oh, that sucks. We let him get a wildcat pass off on us. Oh, what did we think was gonna happen? Especially when you line up him like this far back. Oh, who's that? Is that Brisker getting depth for nothing? Oh well. Let's see. Polls has a trend to slightly reach compared to the consensus board, but it's worked. It's true though. Who's the Iowa kid? Like, oh man, is Troy Taylor? Is it Tory? But I thought it was Troy Taylor. You mean the punter? Like, I'm down, so down to upgrade at punter. It's sad, but it's what you got to do. It feels like the Bears D line is running out of gas a little bit. I mean, don't tell Andrew Billings that. But here's a stunt. We don't get much on this one. Solid on Kyler for getting him out. Not a 3rd-round pick, Donald. You know the moment you spend a 3rd-round pick on a punter, he's going to fail for some reason. Like, I can't explain it, but man, you give these kicking positions like a draft pick, and for some reason, they've just got this horrible, horrible rate of using it. And you say that, Eric, I'm about to come for you on Velus. Like, I think Velus earned his way up to 5 or 6 touches in this game, and I was shocked he didn't get the ball. I'm also shocked this happened. Did this come out of nowhere to anybody else? Here the Browns are, barely getting any yardage at all, right? Suddenly, not only do they rip off a massive chunk on us because Terrell Smith doesn't get deep enough. Like, you want me to get pissed about the rotation thing? Jibby is still in here. Like, we've got to get depth better. I would even say we could contest his ball. Like, we're eating a throw in between this zone, and we have to be able to get here. Like, maybe you're not going to pick the pass off. But then we missed the tackle. And like, I mean, I'm definitely not stoked Brisker also fans on a tackle, for crying out loud. Like, here Brisker, because Brisker's getting carried, right? Like this vertical is taking Brisker up the field, and Brisker does his best, but he loses his footing and stumbles. And the moment he does, boy is toast. But at least to me, because it looks like we're playing what basically just amounts to cover 2. It's like cover 2, but TJ dives into the flat. Honestly, they probably have some special name for it, right? I mean, so it's one thing to say it's a known hole in cover 2. It's another thing to point out that they aren't explicitly playing cover 2. But Terrell Smith is getting, if Terrell Smith is getting depth right here, but he just pulls himself a little too far out of position. Donald, I couldn't tell you exactly why he's running straight towards the sidelines, but I'll let somebody else I'll let a DB coach tell me what's happening here. But Cooper wraps around the linebacker, and this throw, geez, look at this. Wind it up before we've even close to cleared the linebacker. We are throwing this ball, or we are going to die trying. Fits it. Best player down the sidelines. Brutal. That's what I'm saying, Starview. That's what I'm saying. I think Valus could have gone off in this game. See, Sir Lord, I figured you might know. Or somebody would. My hope would be, so look, maybe I'm, all right, I can't say for sure. I can't say for sure that I know 29 is going to make this play, right? But the whole reason you drafted Stevenson is because of insane athleticism, like burst and the ability to close. I mean, it sounds like we missed it earlier, but let me see if I can find it. Dig it up very quickly. It's this play, right? Like, you're wanting a guy that's going to break on this kind of thing. Where Stevenson is breaking on this. Mark Sanchez is yelling, "Got him!" And Stevenson's able to get in front of it clean without any issues. So maybe somebody can explain it to me then. Let me get back to where we were. Maybe somebody can explain why the hell we would pull the second round pick, put in a 5th round pick that we like, just because we like him, when we're trying to close out a game here. Like, maybe I'm crazy. Somebody explain this to me. But DBs, generally speaking, play the whole game. Like, normally your corner plays the whole game. This isn't a foreign concept. It's one thing to want to keep guys fresh, but here in the late 4th quarter, we're really rotating. Like, I get that they probably do think that there's not much of a drop off, but don't you want one guy to be ready to roll in this kind of situation? Like, I just don't get the rotation. Because, Jibby, if they were rotating offensive linemen, which they've done in the past, I ask the same question where I'm like, you don't really do this. Like, this is not a position that traditionally just gets rotated around, because this is a unit position. Like, I mean, DBs all have feel for each other, like, and where they need to be. I mean, especially once you get TJ Edwards striking down for the flat, you've got to know that there's going to be a hole right here. And somebody's got to make the tackle. Absolutely, Sir Lord. But it's, oh man, I can't believe both miss it. And then Tremaine's just hosed. But Terrell does overrun the pass. Like, he doesn't get a good angle. because it looks like if Terrell Smith bends backwards a little bit, at least he's going to make the tackle, but he also might tip the ball away. Might. Rough. Mistakes happen. It's a hell of a throw. Like, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and this is dirty. Look at that. Look at this. Oh, man. Right in the soft spot. Oh, that's a kick in the nads, isn't it? I wish Fields could make a couple of these. I wish it didn't feel like everything had to be so tight window. And by tight window, I guess I mean open. But like, sheesh, man. So pretty. And Falco, I think you're right. Fields at this point has no benefit of the doubt, and we can't make these throws because the moment we do make these throws, like, people get pissed if we miss them. But man, Flus might call that a dangerous pass. It's an NFL throw. That's the hard part about all this. That's an NFL throw. Rim on, I kind of think so. So then 17-17. Gotta protect that ball, Jimmy. Gotta protect that ball. What would we do if we didn't protect the ball? What? We might lose if we don't protect the ball. Ben, he did. Okay, so let's see. The Bears fan savior complex seems to affect the entire organization. Sometimes it feels that way, Falco. In Star View, I definitely want Brisker to get down on that. You can't let him buy you. Let's see. Been hating recent of praise of not throwing picks. Patrick, I like that. Ben, what I think is just so frustrating, Fields nailed Dagger. It's awesome in this game. I can't believe we're celebrating him doing that once, right? I guess twice if you count the Minnesota game. But we hit it. That's one of the best throws he's made all season. I'm not even kidding. One of the best throws he's made all season. It's not an exaggeration. That is an exact throw that we've been asking him to make. But man, we really made one of them, right? Like, the best thing we're going to be able to say at the end of the season is, well, we didn't never do it, right? Even when it being inconsistent is still an issue. And that's just so frustrating to me. I can't believe, whether it's coached out of him, whether it's a him thing, I can't believe that that's where we stand. Holy Lord. Look at this. So it's cover 4. At least it looks that way. It's the right call against cover 4. Do they check this? It looks to me like it's cover 4, Ben. And if it is cover 4 and not 2, right, then there is just going to be nobody in that zone. You send a vertical that looks like it's a vertical post, and you're going to have 2 guys chasing it. And both guys are trying not to give this thing up, right? So you've got a rookie and a sophomore in a real bind. And in theory, you might want TJ Edwards to get depth, but the dude doesn't have eyes in the back of his head, right? Especially since he's rotating over and looking for the running back to flare out. But then Flacco just throws straight into space. And I mean, I don't know how you guys felt. This was just a heartbreaker. Like, this was one of those throws where I was like, okay, all the Bears at defense has to do is to go get a stop for us. Oh. Like, oh man. No, Rex, you can blame Mooney for it. It's more like, in the world of quarterbacking process, it's a sick throw that totally almost worked. It's just, you're not going to get that bounce very often, right? But, I mean, you got to hope your guy catches that. Everybody's trying to be nice, but I think we're really just frustrated. Like, the Hail Mary was an effort throw and a dart, only 6 guys make. I don't know, Rex. I think that, like, 20 quarterbacks probably can make that Hail Mary throw. That's the thing. Like, I promise I'm not trying to just go after Fields. It's a Hail Mary. It's a 40-yard Hail Mary. Like, I think Tyson Bagent can make that throw. He'd just step into it. Like, he'd have to step into it. It's not to say it'd be better, right? Dudes can miss it. but a lot of times they miss it from further out, at least from what I've seen. But he put it on a dime. It's just a Hail Mary. Man, do we catch a break here or what? These quick crossers are rough. No, Rex, he might be. Well, so you got to remember that Tyson could be, or it's a 40-yard throw if we're talking about the same one. Just because when he gets his feet set, he can drive the ball on a moon like it goes way up and down. He may not be able to. I'm not gonna live and die on the Tyson Bagent Hill, but I'm pretty sure the ball that he throws to Darnell Mooney is longer than that. I just hate seeing them line up like this. That's it, more than likely. Like, watch the way Jalen plays this. The way he gets inside on him and basically tracks the inside route. Stevenson basically allows him to cross his face. I think we could be more competitive. Now we drop it anyways because the throw's not good. But just from the DB perspective, I think we could do better. Take him competing. Tanyan throw was pretty. If we kept Fields and got rid of Luke, who would be the new OC? Could we hire an OC assistant coach or something like that? Let's see. All OCs are assistant coaches for what it's worth. It's just part of the title. Man, what happened here? Competitive. We get danced by Amari Cooper again, but at least we hang in there. This is such a funny one. I don't know who'd be the OC. To be honest, Cade, there's part of me that just doesn't want to accept the reality where Flus is coming back right now. If Flus isn't coming back, then we're getting a whole new offensive setting. We're nearly assuredly getting an offensive head coach at that point. I think there's just so much turmoil right now that me, as your friendly neighborhood analyst, like he's saving Tyson stats on that Hail Mary. What do you mean? Let's see. Too much, eh? Hits him in the face. A Flus firing and hiring an offensive head coach because you can get a proven play caller. Oh, he's saving Tyson's stats. Oh, that's so sad. Not the DC position. It's Matos. If he gets fired from the Bears, he's gonna probably take a year off. If I had to guess, I don't think he's gonna jump in being an assistant somewhere else, especially not or while he's got his guaranteed contract. But so here, in case you were wondering, oh, all right. So Justin Jones, second down. 6-man pressure. Drops out. Justin Jones sniffs out the screen, blows up the play. Like, this is so funny. If only because the exact same play call, or a very similar, not the exact same, a very similar play call actually works the down before. But Ben, that's the real core I'm trying to get at here. This is dropping Justin Jones in coverage. This is what it's for. What's the purpose? It's for screens. It's for flare outs. It's not for covering David Njoku running across formation. Obviously. I mean, Justin Jones is going to sound upset about it in an interview because it's obvious that that's not what this is, right? But it's funny seeing this work here, knowing it doesn't work the next down. I don't think Bo Nix is very good, Starview, for what it's worth. I mean, it's not even just necessarily like a talent thing. It's more like he's old. He I don't think he has a proven arm talent. He's in a very good system at Oregon, which is great. It's not like that's somehow to his discredit. But I don't think that Bo Nix is a solution. I think he's a win with guy in college, and maybe he'll be a solid backup. Maybe he'll be a Mac Jones level starter in the NFL. It's just the NFL's really tough. I think we have a skewed perception of what Bo Nix is because he wins games. I mean, I actually think the winning games thing is part of it, y'all. Like, you think about some of the best quarterbacks in the NFL right now, and Joe Burrow is one of the winningest ones, right? Trevor Lawrence is considered a disappointment by a lot of people. I don't think he's been that disappointing, but Trevor Lawrence has been considered a disappointment. He won a playoff game, he won a national championship. Deshaun Watson can't play anymore. He won a national championship. Like, Mac Jones, I can't remember if he won a national championship or just competed, but he is like on his way to being a QB2 somewhere. Josh Allen played for a Wyoming team that wasn't very good. And Patrick Mahomes played for a Texas Tech team that really wasn't that great. Like, there are so many of these quarterbacks that we could look through. Like, Justin Herbert also did not win very many games in Oregon. Like, I can't help but look at so many of these quarterbacks because I see this popping up a lot, right? Where people keep talking about, oh, well, Caleb and Drake didn't win enough. And I'm like, when did we start caring about which quarterbacks did the winning? Like, if anything, point to me a Caleb game where they lost and the offense didn't produce. Closest you're going to get is UCLA. And in the UCLA game, they have two receivers that just up and fumble out of nowhere. Like, and that's fine. I mean, it's really not the quarterback's fault. Not to mention, on Caleb's interception in that UCLA game, we'll watch it at some point. Like, his receiver, Brendan Rice, gets bodied. And the throw's not bad. The DB just bullies him off the spot and picks it off. It's embarrassing. Like, I mean, but that's not really the college quarterback's problem. Like, when Drake May's offense gets stacked up, like their run game doesn't work, and it's got to be all Drake, and receivers don't catch passes, routes aren't crisp, whatever. Like, that's not a Drake May problem. And same for JJ McCarthy, but in reverse. Like, if anything, maybe there's something to be said about like Michigan being a constant run offense when they don't have the horses to be a pass first offense. Like, whatever. Like, I can't help but wonder, is it because JJ can't do it? Are we really going to know? But just because they run the snot out of the ball doesn't mean that they necessarily hate JJ McCarthy. The run game thing is working. What coach is going to turn away from a really good running back? Like, or a really good running game? But like you're saying, Sir Lord, I can't help but see tons of people out there right now that are turning this. I'm looking at some of the characters that we all know, the Kings on Twitter, for instance, keep talking about how, oh, well, Fields won a playoff game. What did these guys ever win? And I'm like, who cares? I mean, if anything, sometimes it seems like the quarterback or the quarterbacks that make the playoffs. I mean, no, I can't say that with a straight face because like Baker made the playoffs and then got smoked. I can't remember if Kyler did or didn't. Like, we could go through a list of a lot of the quarterbacks that were in college, and some of them won, some of them didn't, but it has nearly no correlation, at least from what I've seen. I thought that was wild, Donald. Like, but so let's see. That would be my hope, Patrick, but we got to get there first. So, floater to David Njoku, missed the tackle. Woof. Thank you, Bryson. Pat Mahomes didn't get close. Not even close. Oh, Peyton rules for what it's worth. We're talking about in college. Like, in the NFL, all he's done is make playoffs. Like, Donald, I would argue that if anything, okay, so this is totally just my opinion, Donald, but to be honest with you, I am very upbeat about the fact that we've got tape of both Caleb and Drake in offenses that are outgunned. I think that there is a very direct correlation, for the most part, between really good quarterback play, like at the NFL level, and a quarterback with experience playing on a team that is worse than the team across from them. And Caleb and Drake have both had plenty of experience given their backgrounds in playing on teams where they knew the opponent that they were going to play was better than them. Like, that's the NFL. Eventually, you are going to not be on the best team, or your matchups aren't going to win. Like, you have to accept what life looks like. When, let me see, Peyton, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it doesn't all I'm trying to say isn't playoff success makes you great, right? Or I'm not trying to say Peyton rules playoff success makes you bad. I'm trying to say playoff success is relevant. Does that make sense? Like, that's a team benchmark. And as nice as that is to have on your record with the quarterback, that I don't think it carries the weight that we keep trying to want it to. Like, it's good that somebody won in college, but what does it really tell us about what they're going to be at the next level? I mean, I thought, let me see, did Stroud make the playoffs? Was that a playoff game against Georgia? It was, wasn't it? And that was awesome. Like, that was awesome. Stroud looks awesome. It's just not that simple, right? I'm more pointing out that the old guard of quarterbacks, like, you listen to the schools that a lot of these guys came from. I mean, Drew Brees played at Purdue, for crying out loud. Like, there's a much longer history of quarterbacks at the NFL level that came from programs where they did not have to be like, as much as we all made fun of Ryan Pace for it, it his whole comment about like wanting to find a program builder is like with Trubisky was kind of how things used to be. That's what these guys were looking for. And a lot of times those guys were pretty good. But it's never that easy. There's no one way. We've been trying to scout quarterbacks like we've been trying to scout quarterbacks for straight up years, and we're no better at it now than we used to be. A lot of people will claim that they are, but it's not that simple, right? It's not. Rex, I really think that the Bears' offensive coaching is not good, but I think they're trying to play to field strengths. I think that sometimes field strengths don't work the way that coaches think they will. It seems as if the Bears have tried to theme the entire offense around we're going to protect like a maniac, and then we're going to let Fields rip deep balls down the field. In this specific game, it doesn't really work for like a lot of reasons. One of them being that the protection doesn't hold. One of them being that when you can only run two routes downfield, the Browns are on you. Like, Donald, we talked about how the Bears receivers have some of the worst separation in football. Well, they were on the same 5 to 6 route combinations all the time. Like, I'm not surprised. But on the first play of the game, we do get separation. Like, we get Mooney here if we wanted it. But moreover, DJ Moore stacks his dude really well. Like, bang. What ankle? Yes, please. What happens? Oh. It's Darnell Wright's worst rep of the game. That's what happens. We get way too wide on a wet field, and we just slip. And there's no time. Now, could we make this throw a little sooner? I will let you decide. But for Fields, this isn't going to happen. Like, you would need to have a lightning release to get this ball out. Tough play. I'm not putting it on him. I am promising you guys that I'm going to grade anything on a rolling field scale. If you don't like that, like, I get it, but I'm just going to hold Fields against himself, to be honest with you, because anything else is too much argument. Fields needs a very clean pocket to throw. Downfield, he needs a very clean pocket to throw. Like, especially if he's launching something, we know he needs to see we know he needs to see his receiver fully separate. Like, he needs a cleaner pocket than this. He's not going to throw this ball well. And Ravi, for what it's worth, when you get the alert, like when you get your number one, you aren't moving to number two. Same thing we talked about last time, but I think he makes the right read here. You got to throw this. For what it's worth, Rex, everything you're saying is exactly what the Bears hope somebody else is saying in the league. Like, the funny piece to this is it's not that I disagree with you. It's that me personally, I can't help feeling like if Fields was something worth really rallying around, I think we would have seen a little more by now. But you better believe the Bears are hoping that there are at least 1 to 2 GMs in the league that are sitting there saying, it's these dadgum Bears. Like, they paired the wrong coach with him. They paired a crap offensive coordinator with him. They got nobody around him. Like, once we get him here, he's going to be great. Because, daggum, if the Bears can get a 2 plus or a 1 for Justin Fields, like with 2 years left, I mean, that's gonna work out. At least I tend to think that Chicago is going to really appreciate that. But you need that kind of hype to do it. I mean, Sam Darnold got a 2, and I understand that. But let's see. There are plenty, Rex, of QBs that take a little longer to show it. Like, so I don't actually think I like that comparison, Rex. I mean, because everybody keeps saying, or I've actually heard that before. A friend of mine, what is it, Kyrie Thompson, like wrote something similar on Windy City Gridiron. But Josh Allen, like Josh Allen's 2019 supporting cast before his 2020 pop was actually very similar to Justin Fields' 2022 supporting cast, if you can believe me. And then they added Stephon Diggs. The Bears added DJ Moore. And the rest of the pop just didn't happen yet. And maybe that Josh Allen pop is coming, but it feels unlikely to me. I feel like we're talking ourselves into it because we like the kid, basically. I feel like we're seeing too many of the same issues. With Josh Allen, you knew he could throw it. He just didn't throw it with accuracy. With Fields, we have this other hurdle where we've now spent 3 years watching him turn throws down. Well, at least 2 years in this offense turn throws down. And to unlock that Josh Allen leap that I think a lot of people are talking about, Rex, I'm assuming you're still wanting Fields to learn his third offense, right? So now he needs to go through an unlearning process. Now he needs to throw more picks in practice. And then on top of that, he needs to master this other offense sooner to hit a Josh Allen leap in year 4. It's not that it can't happen. It's that doesn't that feel awfully unlikely? I mean, even if you had other pieces, would you really be looking at a better quarterback, or would you be looking at a quarterback that was better surrounded with talent, right? I mean, I don't think Mooney is this bad, but at the same time, he's certainly not producing well. And I think there's got to be blame that goes both ways. Don't make me draw the 40-40 pie chart again. But it is totally just I don't know. I mean, I'm going with my gut as much as anything else. It's not that I think Fields is going to get explicitly worse. It's not that simple, right? But I also don't think that Fields is going to take this massive step forward, especially because it doesn't help, Rex, that I may not be super old, but I remember when everybody was worried about what Buffalo was going to do with Mitch. Like, do we remember this? Like, Mitch was going to go to Buffalo. He was going to learn under Josh Allen. He was going to hit the open market. He was going to ball out, and we were all going to regret that we'd ever let go of Mitch Trubisky, right? And Justin Fields is, I think, better than Mitch Trubisky. But at the same time, you hit the point where it's year 3, year 4 doesn't look any different. And you start to see this pattern among modern quarterbacks where they get better. Dak Prescott is better this year than he was last year, but incrementally so. The big steps happen when you get an influx of talent because it looks better when you're throwing it to DJ Moore, right? Um, and then let me see. Hang on. For some reason, I thought he nearly did, but let me see. I don't think Mitch ever had field ceiling. It is about ceiling, and I'm completely there. But I also think that you have to, at some point, start asking: are we going to get to a C, or like, what is our real shot at hitting that ceiling? The player that you think Fields is that Fields? That's the simple question. I love the player we think Fields is. I think the player that Fields is a very different player than the player we think Fields is. The player we think Fields is the guy that makes something out of nothing. The guy that we get is the guy that makes nothing out of something just as often as he makes something out of nothing. And it's frustrating film because, in my opinion, it takes guys like Darnell Mooney and it gets fans saying, oh, he just sucks. And then it gets like, it gets guys like DJ Moore all the attention that they absolutely deserve, but that is kind of it. Like, now we need Marvin Harrison Jr. instead of Darnell Mooney. Oh, and we also need like another wide receiver of some kind who's going to stand right here. And we need DJ Moore. Oh, we can't have Braxton Jones. Like, we need an all-star left tackle. And also, Nate Davis hasn't been good enough. We need we need a much better right guard. Also, Lucas Patrick hasn't been good enough. So we definitely need a sweet center. And frankly, the running backs haven't been good enough either. They've got to be able to pass protect because we're going to sit in the pocket for a very long time. So we need a new running back. We need all these things, right? And it's I can't. That's the thing. That's the thing. Like, Ben, you do need a better center for sure. Like, I'm not saying all of these needs are wrong. Uh, I'm more saying that you start to go through the laundry list of what we're asking so that we can finally see Fields take that step. And it's like, well, yeah, you assemble a super team and a 7th-round pick can go off. Like, it can go off. Absolutely. Or, and like somebody said, Caleb Williams may suck. Let's use Drake May as our example here. Like, let's get another center. Let's add depth at offensive line. Maybe we can make the right guard position a little better. Mooney's going to go. Let's replace the wide receiver too. Maybe we look at adding another back. Maybe we hope that something happens. But like, that's not all we need, but it's a good start. And if you do that, now you got a rookie that can help you continue to build on that roster so that by the rookie's second year, his sophomore year, you've got a really solid foundation. And hopefully you've got a decent, hopefully you've also, on top of that, gotten better. Let's see. What's the order of needs? Because we saw things get exposed badly. It's kind of all over the place. I mean, for what it's worth, a good defense is going to expose a meh offense every time. Like, it's something that happens nearly every year. I mean, as much as we Bears fans are melting down about it, just remember the exact same way that Detroit has been talking about their offense for the last couple weeks because they ran into the Bears. Like, you run into a good defense, you're gonna get destroyed at some times. And in particular, it is a little bizarre to me that we kept running at Myles Garrett. I don't know what we thought was going to happen here. Like, Myles Garrett, number 95, is just going to piece up. He's going to piece up Mercedes Lewis, and there's just nothing weird about that. Like, I'm with you, Ben. I also think the details of this offense are gross. Like, here we're going to pitch to Deontay Foreman. Get up the field. Like, why is our running back track taking us outside the formation? Mercedes Lewis isn't trying to kick him out. Like, he's just trying to wall him off. So why can't we go there, right? We don't. We kind of get lost. We aren't going to get much anyways. Why? Because Nate Davis is getting walked by Dalvin Tomlinson. Dalvin Tomlinson is awesome. Like, Dalvin Tomlinson, number 94, is going to take over this game on the interior. He just messed us up all day long. Like, BG, for what it's worth, they were this bad. Like, I remember when we watched these streams with Matt Nagy, like they weren't detailed, and in particular they had 1 to 2 guys that screwed up on every snap. It always gets ugly when your offense is ugly. Let's see. And that's the thing, running at a pass rusher is supposed to slow them down when they do pass rush. I do get that, Sir Lord, because you're making them work in the run game. But man, Myles Garrett just pieced him up all day long. Like, let's see. Offense does have shades of Nagy lately. Like, this stuff doesn't make sense. And David, I'm with you. I wish that this stuff, I personally think that I wish everybody could just say it's all bad, because it is. Here we're going to run Dagger. I don't know why Dagger is the only play that we seem to be able to run. Like, but it is. And Albert, I mean, in a perfect world, yeah, you'd love all that, but you can't just flagrantly spend. I mean, you don't have the money to be able to do that. You don't have the money or the draft picks to replace 2 wide receivers, a right guard for fun that you just re-signed, get a new center, also add to the running back room, and then hope that Fields gets better. Like, maybe you could do that. I guess maybe you could. If you trade it down or something. But to be honest with you, I think Fields would absolutely let you down if that was the case. Okay, here's my question. Gonna go to the Rob camp for this one, because I really want to ask. Okay, let's say the Bears don't get a shot at Marvin Harrison, right? Donald, like, let's say they get a shot at let's say they get a shot at Marvin Harrison. Let's get a shot at Marvin Harrison. So they draft Marvin Harrison. They get a new center. They do add to the guard room. Like, they add a third receiver too. Okay. Let's say you could pick whoever they add. It doesn't really matter to me. Maybe they go 1 year Mike Evans, right? And then Fields still struggles. Just asking. Would we blame Fields in year 4? Or would we say maybe Marvin Harrison wasn't actually that good? Like, I can't help but think that I've been around this enough that when Allen Robinson fades, it's because Allen's washed, which he was, to be fair. We find that out later. Like, when the line fails, or when the line can't block, because Fields' time to throw went up in this game. Against the Browns, his time to throw was 3.48 seconds. That's 3.48 seconds. Thank you so much, Mike G. I really appreciate that. Like, this against the Browns, Fields held the ball for longer than his season average of 3.17 seconds, which is longer than he held the ball last year at 3.12 seconds. Why is this going up? Like, why is this timer up? Why do heavy blitzing teams, why is it up? Like, I mean, I am almost beside myself. Like, and so, and I get that it is deep shots, Donald, but can't we have a quick game? Some kind of a quick game. Like, it frustrates me because it feels like the offense isn't even remotely cohesive. Like, this time to throw thing, Donald, isn't explicitly me trying to say Justin is the problem, whatever. It's more saying, why isn't this working? Like, why is our quarterback so outside the bounds of normal, right? But so let's see. Broad question. I've commented Nagy was basically throwing his hands up with Mitch calling so many curls. How much of that do you think is happening with Fields and Getsy? Rainey, you will actually see some of that. As a matter of fact, they called a couple curls. Fields didn't throw some of them, but and so I think that the throwing his hands up in the air looks a little different, because the throwing, when Getsy throws his hands up in the air, he's generally calling an 8-man pass protection with 2 routes. And I can tell you what the routes are. As a matter of fact, it's DJ running that and Mooney running that, but at like 20 yards depth, right? But no, Reinhardt, he's been in the stream all day. He's fine. But so, and then like, it's not bubble screens anymore, Donald. They got banned. But so it feels as if Rainey, their big reaction is, oh, let's just add more blockers. And it's not helping, right? Because pass protecting is hard in the NFL. But so we'll keep going. Jonathan, it does feel like Getsy's a novice, but I've got much bigger complaints with Getsy than most of the stuff with Fields. Like, the other problem is, I could tell you my opinion, nobody on this Bears team played well. The only one who did was DJ Moore, and he played fine because he got hurt immediately. I'm gonna give Cole Kmet some credit, except for this play. I think it's this one. They get some kind of an audible in right here. Is it this one? No, it's coming up then. Bears get an okay run to start this drive. I don't know what the look they liked was. Darnell Wright does a pretty good job of peeling 44. Darnell Wright run blocked pretty well in this game, honestly. Starview will get there. But Fields definitely seemed as if today he wanted to be a pocket passer. And I can't help wondering if he had a quicker trigger on running, what he could have done. It's getting that way, Ben, isn't it? That when Trent Taylor's in the game, we're running the ball. And yeah, Herbert's got none of the Bears running backs have juice. It sucks that Juice Herbert's in this spot. But look at Darnell Wright, seriously. Like, Darnell Wright comes off this chip bluff and then goes and gets a big piece out of 44. 44 can easily blow this play up. Reinhardt, I don't know. Now, Rojo is a rookie. These things can speed up, right? But let me see. Fullback missed a block. What track is the fullback on? Oh yeah. Look who he missed it on. Jay Sanders. Look who he missed it on. Myles Garrett. Darnell Wright can't do much. He can't do much. Garrett makes the play. Dude is an alien. Like, if we watch this whole tape, and I intend to show it for what it's worth, Garrett is one of the more unbelievable defensive players that you'll see. Like, I loved Khalil Mack. Garrett is absolutely out of this world. I mean, the Bears make him look, whether he is or not, because I haven't watched any other Bears or Browns defensive tape, but in this game, he moves so gracefully, so fast, so strong. Like, Myles Garrett plays an absolutely unbelievable football game. Just in terms of what he is. It's not even necessarily what he does. Now, here, we get this beautiful play where Cole Kmet slices across the field, and he's going to go piece up Garrett, or at least he's going to try to, right? He's going to say, I'm going to go get you. And instead, Cole Kmet just blows up DJ Moore. And Joke makes the tackle. Man, I don't remember that off the top of my head, but that would be sweet. That would be sweet, Donald. Number 6 is also a massive problem. Jeremiah, what is it? Owusu something or other? Like Koromora. Owusu Koromora. Joke is one of the better will linebackers I've watched in a long time. Like, he comes in. Cole Kmet probably. So, first of all, this play isn't going to work. Like, how is this supposed to work? DJ Moore is supposed to dig out Joke. How's he supposed to get past Myles Garrett? Like, right now you've got Cole Kmet coming across this formation to set up an inside zone run, right? And you want DJ Moore to reach the will linebacker. How does this what? Like maybe the goal is that you're going to try to zone read Myles Garrett. If that's the case, then Cole Kmet's got to take joke, and he doesn't. Like, why? I don't know what Getsy thought was going to work, but it's not there. So, therefore, 3rd and long. I'm sure one of these guys is supposed to be what JT would draw as a triangle, the conflict defender. Like, probably Garrett, right? But if that's the case, we can't leave the will unblocked. And it looks like Justin's staring at Garrett, so he's definitely got a block joke. But he doesn't. He goes for Garrett, misses, hits his own guy, and Joke makes a tackle. Third and 6. Clear man look, right? Disrespectful man look, which you gotta love. Like, if you like defense, anyways, the Browns' attitude on defense is awesome. We run a slot fade. We get smoked in pass pro. We're toast. Nobody could make a block in pass protection. Nobody. Is this the play that Jenkins gets hurt on? No, I think that comes later. Here, Lucas Patrick just gets popped by number 91. This is throwing pretty early for Fields. The throw's not accurate. It doesn't really matter. I'm not going after Fields on this one. Like, it would be awfully neat, wouldn't it, if Tyler Scott, our motion man, didn't get boxed out by his own left tackle. Like, look at the timing on this, for crying out loud. Why is he stuck here? Like, especially if Tyler Scott's running an angle, that rules. I would love this. Like, if Tyler Scott's supposed to get outside the formation and run an angle route, then that's great. But instead, he looks like he's surprised the ball gets snapped with him on this side of the formation, and then he just starts freaking out. And, like, that's just unacceptable. I mean, I like to think I'm the nice, fun Bears guy, or one of them. But, like, that's awful. Because now it's just 2 men. Now it's just 2-man route, right? Now we've got Cole Kmet in pass pro. We've got Roshan in pass pro. We've got him stuck. And so now we have a slot fade and a stop. We have smash. We have this option. That's it, right? It's timing. Because Scott's not supposed to get stuck. Almost assuredly. Like, there is a route he is supposed to run. But instead, he is completely unhelpful. On this one, Starview, I don't know if there's any room to take off because he gets very quick contain. And you've got another rusher bearing down. And you've got another rusher bearing down. You throw this one away, you live to fight another day. That's fine by me from Fields. It's not fine from Lucas Patrick. He just can't get anything on 91. Nothing at all. Some kind of water drinking signal there. I think asking the Bears to draft the best left tackle in the draft is just not the it might be the upgrade that people think it is, but I just don't think it's a guarantee. And that one really freaks me out. I know there's a lot of people that feel exactly the opposite that I do about the quarterback and the left tackle. There are some people that are like, oh, how could you be worse than Braxton at left tackle? The people, anybody, for what it's worth, anybody who says the phrase, well, you can just kick Braxton inside, does not watch these games. Like, Braxton is way too big, long, and gangly, in my opinion. You cannot kick Braxton inside. So if you like Braxton, if you think he's valuable, if you think that he is a good starter on a great contract, or even an okay starter on a great contract, you are wasting him the moment that you hand Joe Alt roughly $35 million. Like, um, and I think Braxton's good, personally. Like, I don't even need to love him. And that's the thing, Jay Sanders. It's totally fine if you want to have a better left tackle. I understand the thought. It's just hard to do while still getting a decent receiving core together, upgrading at running back, or like if you want to upgrade at running back, and also adding at center and guard. Like, left tackle is one of the most expensive positions of football. And so with them spending here, with them having spent a first round pick here, with them probably needing to spend a first round pick here, once we need to spend big money here, and also on the defensive line, and also, let's see, probably another one at edge, and we have to pay a CB, like, you just start adding positions where I don't know if the left tackle makes the shopping list given the situation that they're in right now at left tackle. Because that's the other thing, Brano. Like, you mentioned we have so many needs. I don't think we have so many needs. I think if we were covering a lot of other football teams, we would talk about all kinds of needs across the roster. Like, the Bears are in a pretty normal position. That's why they held a 17-7 lead over a playoff team and then lost, right? Like, their offense was pretty non-competitive. So were most offenses in the early part of the season. Like, I definitely think that the Bears could play better. The offensive line did a terrible job, but I don't think that they have to have 3 to 4 first round picks to succeed. I think that 2 first round picks and a healthy free agency class can easily push this team over the edge with the coaching improvement. I really do. But we'll see. Let's keep going because we're only like 5 minutes into the film. Let's see. Yeah. Ooh, it's about to be midnight. We'll keep going anyways. You guys are good to me. Here we get an anticipatory throw. It's a little dangerous. But we get it there. We get the completion. Throwing this against an underneath defender. Woo! Takes guts. But we fit it over. I'll take the throw. I'll take the completion. Just gonna have to wear it if it goes wrong. And this was all game. Like, Jay Sanders, if you want another left tackle, yeah, I mean, this is your game to do it. Just because Braxton got walked for most of the game. Let's see, Rob, if you could trade the first pick for any coach in the NFL, how many coaches would you pull the trigger for? Do I get anything back, Mike G? Or do I only trade the first overall pick for a coach? Because if I could trade down with the Rams and get Sean McVay, I'm considering it. If I could, that's the thing, Rex. I'll just leave it at I take it. Generally, when you see the underneath zone guy, I've seen a lot of guys look this off, but meh. There's a difference, though, between dangerous darts. I think, personally, Rex, I think we have to be cognizant that there's a difference between let's throw a ball into tight-ish coverage, like this. This is good. This is great, right? Like, rip, bang. Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better. This is an awesome throw into coverage, more or less. Boom. Unbelievable. Starview, I don't know if it's ever been done, but I'm also not looking at the Sean Payton trade as some massive Broncos dub. Are y'all? That seems kind of scary. Look at this. He doesn't even get his feet all the way set. Like, pop, pop, and throw it. Gorgeous. If Caleb made the same throw, we'd freak out. You got to freak out when Fields makes it. That's awesome. Drops it right in his hands. I don't know if he's going to score. Just because I think 44 may catch him, especially by the time Tanyan leans over for it. But this is beautiful. Albert, I respect you. I do. But to act like it's not a debate is unacceptable. Fields doesn't have 10 wins in almost 40 games. I could name you a million reasons. They could be based in film. They could be based in advanced analytics. They could be based in simple analytics. We don't have a guy who's thrown for 3,000 yards in his career. Not in one season. We've got constant injury issues. We've got all kinds of problems. To act like it's not even a debate, in my opinion, is kind of silly, don't you think? I mean, it has to be a debate. Saying that you're going to trade down and stick with Fields is, in my opinion, a massive display of faith that I think is completely unearned. Completely unearned. At this point, Tommy DeVito has more game-winning drives in his season than Justin Fields does. And this is with the team that we thought he was going to potentially challenge for the MVP with. And it's been better than we thought it would be. Can we agree? I know this is the wrong game for me to make this argument to some people. DJ Moore, better than we expected. And Darnell Wright, better year one than I expected. Tevin Jenkins steps up in a massive way. Braxton Jones has come through. A lot of these things didn't happen this game, but you're not expecting this to be every single week, right? Quarterbacks have to navigate trouble. It happens. Getsy's been a letdown. Who doesn't think that? Absolutely. But I don't know how anybody could not be frustrated. Does this automatically make it all Fields' fault? No way. Against the Browns, Fields was fine. I would even say good enough to win, given that the defense spotted him 14 points. That's not even fair. Fields had to score 7 of them, but he spotted you the ball on the 1-yard line. But to say Fields played good enough to win this is such a hat tip to the defense. The fact that the offense can't do anything in this game, by the way, kudos to you, Cole Kmet. We've been talking about how dominant is Ed Garrett here on the end. That's 95. Cole Kmet just washed him down. Kudos to you, Cole, man. That's a big block. And it sets up what should be a touchdown. Or at least you're hoping is a 55-yard throw. Boom. Beautiful, beautiful play. Absolute shame. Fields did more than... that's not even fair. You can't say Fields did enough or more than enough. Right? That was gorgeous. But we get 10 plays a game where Fields makes you go, damn. And then you get 15 to 20 plays a game where it just doesn't work. And that just frustrates me personally, because as cool as I think the 10 sick plays are, we did this same thing in 2022 a little, where in 2022, this is my opinion. In 2022, we basically said, when Fields gets better receivers, he's not going to not throw these things, and they're going to catch the ball from him. And now he has better receivers, and we still don't throw it sometimes. And that really drives me crazy. Really drives me crazy. And then you get a throw like this. This is sweet. Bang. Bang. Perfect throw. Right? Throw-wise. Perfect throw. Couldn't be better. We rip it in time. Bang. Bang. Perfect catch by Moore, too. You want a wide receiver one so that he can make that play. This is sick. Now, what I am about to say, I am plagiarizing not literally. I'm watching H Bomberman's plagiarism video, so it's on my mind. I am going to borrow JT O'Sullivan's words when I tell you what I'm saying, because I am not a quarterback coach. But whenever you're running a must outside release go against man, generally speaking, if you beat him, you throw over the top. If you don't beat him, if the corner stacks you, so you start running down the field and the corner's on top of you, then you throw the back shoulder. Fields throws the back shoulder. So did Moore lose? No. If we throw the rainbow, and God forbid we connect, we might score. And while I respect that he's reading the safety is too shallow. The safety, if you throw this ball over the top, isn't going to get there. Like, Fields has way too much natural arm strength. He's going to put this thing on a line and just heat-seeking missile it, basically hand it to him. Because that's what Fields can do. And we throw the back shoulder, which is a great play. We get 20 yards. And then the drive ends. Why does nitpicking on every play matter? Because if you do get a touchdown opportunity and you take a 3rd and 3 sick conversion on a perfect back shoulder pass, it's a perfect back shoulder pass. Like, the ball is perfect. Such a pretty play. But if we did take the touchdown and we hit it, then we're going to get points on a drive that we don't end up with points on. Because now we got to make more plays. Now we got to stack other plays. And for some reason, this is the only play that we have in our playbook, and I won't understand it. Like, we run a deep corner. We run a dig. You just see it all the time. And is that open? Not really, because they just drop into cover 3. And so you've got 2 guys bracketing this. Maybe in theory, the deep corner could be open, but not really. Like, I don't know, Donald. They've been running this play. They've been running this play like the entire season, and I've never seen it work. I don't know why they think that this is going to happen. Jay Sanders, I'm also absolutely with you. Like, I think that if they could just run the sideline, like if they ran up the sideline and Fields hit that back shoulder ball and they did that more often, oh my gosh, I would complain so much less. But like, why do we just do it once? Like, is it a play call thing? Is it a trust issue? Joke just annihilates this, by the way. We can't run this at all. Like, if we did it more often and Fields was hitting that over and over and over, whatever, do it. Go for it. Yes. 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 Like, instead we get 1. And then we're going to take the biggest, deepest drop possible to run something that I don't know what coverage this is supposed to work against. I can't tell you how many times they've tried this. Like, here, you know what? Let me prove a point. Let me see. Here's the Kansas City game. Won't take me long to find this, everybody. Because they really run this thing all the time. They have all season long. Like, deep play action drop. And there it is, also getting nobody open, and the spacing's worse. Like, here, Claypool does that. It's the same route concept, though, right? Tell me I'm crazy. It also gets nobody open. I don't know what this concept has been supposed to do. Just because they keep calling it. They must think it's going to work. So what's it supposed to work against? Doesn't help anything that our running back can't pass protect at all. Against, no, that's not joke. That's Greg Newsome. Man, and we get like is this a block or a hold? Look at Patrick. Like I I guess it's not going to get called, but we're just living on his back. Second and 10. Absolutely, Ben. Valus fake sweep, dive up the back, tackled. Let me see. Haplo says Mooney wide open. I mean, the only time Mooney's wide open, for what it's worth, it's not no one. It's that it's after the play. Like, if you were gonna throw this, I mean, by the time he's pressured, like we've already thrown the ball. We're barely breaking. If you throw this with anticipation, you get picked off. I'm not afraid to talk about where I think Fields could do better, but I don't think that's one of them. Here, it feels to me like Foreman takes the wrong track here. I don't know. Like I have no idea why he just veers this way. Or let me run it that way. Like, this is inside zone. You go there. And there's a backer in the hole. Maybe he just doesn't trust Patrick at all. But we're about to actually have this thing blocked up all right. Like, you go there. Am I nuts? I mean, this looks to me like he must read Joke coming that way and think, I can get outside. But I don't know why we think Tyler Scott is about to make the block of his life. He doesn't. And there's a corner sitting out here. So the play fails. He probably sees Joke flash. But man, we got to trust our blocks. The run game's just not going to work. But like, so that's not great. 3rd and 8. We're going to motion Kmet in to protect. Mooney short motion. This is one of the rare plays. Oh man, and it's zone too, isn't it? Gosh. There's just nothing here. Doesn't help anything that Tyler Scott runs the wrong route. Like, so we're running out, post. We got a crosser, right? You're not dumping Scott, Starview. You just drafted him. I get being disappointed, but like we can't just dump every rookie that's like modestly disappointing to us. You're gonna develop these guys. At least that's the aim. And Albert, we don't need help everywhere. If you're saying you need a whole new team, like pick one. Just be you're gonna be disappointed with nearly any football team except maybe the Niners. Like, and even then, there are Niners fans that are disappointed, like because they gave up 22 points to the Cardinals last weekend, and they're like, "How'd we give up that many points to the Cardinals?" Like, it. I'm not trying to say. I think you're over exaggerating. To be honest with you, if the Bears were as bad as you thought they were, I don't think they beat the Lions twice. I get that they're not as good as some of the people that wanted you to believe that this was a 12-win team. Like, they were wrong. No argument. But the people that told you that this was going to be a 7-win team, and even now they should be an 8-win team, they should be a 9-win team, but they've been incredibly disappointing. Those people are trying to say this roster looks like they're in better position than I think we expected them to be at this point. They need help everywhere. That's why they have so many resources to get help everywhere. And I'm with you, Jay Sanders. They need more weapons on offense. They need a free agent signing, probably, and a sweet draft pick. Like, and that's just the receiving room. Let alone if they can add some more juice across the rest of the offense too, and depth. Like, yes, yes, and yes. Please, for the love of God, make the offense better. But I also can't help but think that, like, we we're pretty much there, yeah, Mario. Like, when let's see, where you're not seeing anything, I'm thinking Josh Allen, Mahomes, Hurts, or Lawrence would all be throwing receptions, right? But so I also tend to think that offensive coaching really is going to make a massive difference here. Like, check this out. Check this out. This plays a perfect example. So we were running out post. We think we're going to get cover 2. We don't, right? We get cover 6. So this is dead because he's going to get underneath it. And then this is dead because he's just going to stay up for it. So what do we have, right? We have Tyler Scott right here. Except he just keeps running, right? Against zone coverage, and this is zone coverage, you got to sit this down. It's like basic rule number 1. Universal football, as JT O'Sullivan would call it. But he just keeps going, takes himself well out of the play. Now, this isn't some instant first down, right? If Tyler Scott does sit it down right here, Fields has to hit him in perfect timing, and then he has to turn upfield, and then he probably gets hit right here, and none of it matters, more than likely. But Fields is looking at him for a reason. It's the right read. He just has to stop. And the moment he doesn't, now you put him into jump range. And now there's just no throw there. Could Fields have taken off here? I don't know, maybe. But I feel like I'm nitpicking. And I'm really not trying to overly nitpick. Like, right now, the best play that I think Fields could have made is go no to DJ Moore. Frame. No to Darnell Mooney. Frame. No to Tyler Scott. Get the ball to the back. But we don't get the ball to the back. It wouldn't have mattered. This isn't getting picked. But, like, it wouldn't have mattered. But we wouldn't have gotten sacked. And moreover, here's the big part. We wouldn't have fumbled. Now, Tevin Jenkins puts life and limb on the line and goes and gets us the ball back, which we love. But this could have been a disaster. We got to get the ball out. Let me see. We're going to go full speed. Snap, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. We've got to throw the ball. And to Starview's point, if we're a running superstar, we can run the ball. We cannot stand dead center of our drop. But Fields isn't the problem. Tyler Scott runs the wrong route. Fields just doesn't make it better, which has been part of the story. I think Rex, he could have operated faster, to be very direct. Like, I think there are tons of these quarterbacks that go bang, 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 and then they're already throwing to Roshan right now. Haplo, we know he ran the wrong route because it's an adjustment. He's supposed to run the crosser. He's got that. But against zone, no good offense. Let me put it this way, Haplo. No good offense. No good offense is going to have their crossing route just continue straight across the field. They're going to have them sit down against zone coverage. But so I got you. I got you, Haplo. No worries, Albert. I'm there. I do think that if you wanted to say that you could maybe throw this, I think some guys would try it. Trying that against Denzel Ward could be a disaster, especially if he breaks on it, which he's absolutely ready to do. So if Fields saw that and said, "Whoo, hell no," like I wouldn't blame Mahomes either, basically. Like you could push that if you wanted to try, but that is a long, long throw, and that is a very good corner. Very good corner. So the up the middle, do you mean like Scott stopping? Because if Scott had stopped, absolutely. Do you mean Cole Kmet coming across the middle? He's just not there fast enough. If he had, I think he's waiting for Scott to stop, and when he doesn't stop, he gets confused. Basically, like envision. Okay, so weird example, but envision that person that puts their blinker on, and so you start acting like they're going to turn, and then they just don't, or they turn the other way. Right? Your brain goes, "What?" The same way that Justin's would in the middle of the moment. Like the play says to do blank. Um, and he doesn't. And the moment he doesn't, your brain's gonna go, "What?" and he moves off. But a lot of over analysis. The fumble's the big part because it's a turnover where they play. Next drive, motion into a trip set, pitch the ball out. Lol. I think so, Rex. That's ultimately where I am, where it's like it's a slow thing. I think that there are a lot of times where we want to, let's see. I'm there, Haplo. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, Ben, the idea is that we, like, once you see Scott not stopping, you get off him and you get the ball to Roshan. That's all. Late or slow would be the idea. Just that you got to get the ball out. But like you're saying, he doesn't have the fast release. So if you want to say that's Jordan or Ben, if you also want to say if we're grading off the Justin Fields curve, did you really think he could make it to Roshan? I'm gonna bow my head and I'm gonna go, damn, you got me. But that's part of my issue, right? All right, so nobody's gonna like this one, but this is also straight from JT's mouth because I'm really not gonna critique Justin as much as I can without having at least a decent understanding of what we're doing. But so we false start here, I think. Yeah, we do. It's Jenkins. There he goes. Man, Haplo, he would have gotten clocked at that point. So we set. This is open. We don't throw it. Now we have to throw this on time because this backer is charging us. But we've thrown it outside before. We've thrown it outside a lot. DJ Moore's actually turned a throw outside into a touchdown before. But it happens. Then we look at the wheel. Well, it's kind of like a stick and nod and a wheel right here. And in my opinion, once you see this safety, we're going to go a couple more frames. Once you see this safety with his hips inside like this, that's open. You just got to throw a strike. And I know he can. But we hold on to it for just a little bit. And now it's not open. Now it isn't. So we scramble outside the pocket. Okay. Now, could we run the ball? You know what? I actually think we could. Would this guy come get us? Probably. But would we at least move the ball up the field? Probably. Right? But we don't. Instead, we think, come on. I can fit that thing in there. And we throw it, and it turns out we cannot. We cannot fit that thing in there. And we're just lucky it gets dropped. So, Sean, I think it's so funny. So look, Sean, I'm not a coaching or I'm not a coach. It'd be nice if I was, but right now in life I certainly don't have the time. But I can't help but think that I would want my quarterback to read the defender and rip. Like, I swear, in my opinion, uh, so in my opinion, Sean, I've seen Fields read receivers instead of reading defenders, right? But I think he should be looking at the safety. And the moment he sees the safety, he should load to rip one of these two just on instinct, more or less. But he seems like he does hang on Cole Kmet. Like he goes 1 to 2 to 3 instead of 1 to a strong 2 and then finding Mooney. And more important, like we can miss some of these. Here's the other piece of this, right? We can miss this. It happens. Think about the times when I've highlighted on film opposing like quarterbacks missing plays against Bears receivers. I do it because it happens, right? With Justin, it just seems like it happens a lot. And it feels like at least once or twice a game, you can go, well, there he is, right? And Ben, I appreciate what you're saying because I think you're right. Like, he throws this ball and Mooney doesn't come back for it at all. Like, if Mooney charges back for it, we probably do complete it. So maybe there's a piece of this that's just me being mad to be mad, you know? But also, dang. Oh, and that's the other thing, Sean. If you don't like it, throw it to Tanyan. Like, at least Bob Tanyan here, who, granted, he dropped one earlier, isn't going to just like, he's going to turn up field, he's going to get cut down at the 5-yard line. God forbid he makes a guy miss and goes and picks you up a first down, which does happen. It's the NFL. But it's a throw. I don't know. You can't throw near picks. This is one of those throws that, to me, is to Ben's point, because Ben, I actually appreciate you challenging me on this. Look, I hate the fact that we turned this down. I hate the fact that we turned this down, right? Ripping this, you are convincing me, is actually kind of sick. Because if we come back for it, it's fire. But then Mooney doesn't go back for it. And so, like, does Mooney not? Gosh, Mooney just kind of stands there too. And then waits for it. Let's see the trajectory, if we can. I do think Mooney gets a bunch of undue hate. I think Fields has cost Mooney a lot of money over the last 2 seasons. It looks like Mooney kind of tries, but doesn't get there. Oh, he can't, can he? I wonder if Mooney can't see the ball. It is bad all around. It feels that way to me, Joe. Man. The other piece of this, Ben, is that some of this stuff comes out of nowhere. It's possible he didn't see the throw. It's possible he's still reading the ball in the air. But moreover, Ben, like, if I was going to say something aggressive, like, first of all, like you're saying, Donald, we should have taken one of the earlier throws. But second of all, Ben, do they practice this? Like, in practice, is Fields lacing balls to the sidelines that guys have to come back for? Sure seems like the Browns are, right? Like, there's this other piece where it's like, hey, you can call this, let's go 40-40 on this, right? Let's go 40-40. Like, JF, Getsy, are we practicing coming back to the football? Because him just standing there like this is pretty bizarre. But he almost seems stunned that the ball is coming in his direction. It's sweet. Fields even flashes a little point. Like, There's the point out to the sidelines and whips the ball. I don't know. We can call it a turnover worthy play and leave it at that. I love this play. Like this play, so Getsy gets a bunch of hate because he deserves it. We've given him a bunch of hate, and then he'll pop out some banger play calls like this one. This is awesome. And if we hit a better block on Joke, we might hit it even bigger. Like this is fake zone read. So they are faking the zone read on Joke. Then they're gonna have Khalil Herbert just peel out and lead block for him. And man, if Joke doesn't just stick up Kmet, this could be awesome. This could be really awesome. But he does, of course. But it's great. It really is. You want to run zone read all game? You can. Flash this every once in a while. Just like, we're going the other way. Gotcha. It feels that way to Reinhardt. It feels that way to me too. But okay, so to me, Reinhardt, the designs are great, but I can't help but think that a coach's quality really shows in how they do respond to adversity, in my opinion. And Getsy's weird habit of not sticking with what works drives me nuts. I mean, I understand, Reinhardt, that I'm probably the one partially hanging on some of this stuff because I don't think Luke Getsy's as bad as plenty of people do. Like, I'm making fun of Getsy right here, like Pete Carmichael in New Orleans with what we've seen there, as well as plenty of other offensive coordinators around the league, are net worse than Luke Getsy is, if you can believe me. But it is bizarre to me that the run game Reinhardt has folded like it has. Jay Sanders, you took the words out of my mouth. Like the run game looks so bad, so poorly executed too. The and last year it was even independent of Fields in plenty of cases. The It feels to me, Reinhardt, like there's this bizarre attitude of if it works, it's not going to work again. And if it doesn't work, we need to call it again so it'll work next time. And then it doesn't work again, right? Like it doesn't feel as if the Bears have a bread and butter and their quarterback and their offensive coordinator are fundamentally at each other's throats, like on the field, which is really frustrating. It's a horrible fit. Here we get a big screen. I wish Roshan had a little more juice here. I got to be honest with you. I also wish that Tevin Jenkins made half a block on Zadarius Smith, but he doesn't. So Nate Davis can't get a piece of him. Roshan has to dodge him. And then, like, so Nate Davis doesn't get him. Roshan dodges him. Tevin Jenkins doesn't get anything on Zadarius Smith. And suddenly, a screen where everything is working turns bad. Herbert's been hurt, which isn't some crazy excuse. I think we wanted Roshan to be maybe a little better, but he's a rookie. Like, Rex, I don't think nobody's willing to deal with any shortcomings. That's the other thing, right? They had 15 drives. They scored points on, or they had 12 drives? 12 drives, I think, where they didn't have a turnover, right? They scored on one of them. They scored 3 points on that drive. Here's the 8-play sequence. This is just bad. Do you need a breakdown? Man. One thing I didn't really understand is that the Bears seemed really adamant that this short motion was going to work. Right, Donald? Like, pop. So, the other thing, Rex, all right, so I'm about to give you my unfettered opinion, right? But so Wayne Gretzky. Okay, do we all know who Wayne Gretzky is? The great one. I believe Wayne Gretzky is quickly becoming one of the most underrated athletes in sports. Like just so we are all on the same page of what Wayne Gretzky did as a hockey player. Wayne Gretzky is the leading scorer in NHL history, and if you removed all of his goals, all of Wayne Gretzky's goals, every goal that Wayne Gretzky ever scored, of which he scored the most ever, he is still the NHL's points leader with just his assists because he has that many more than anybody else. Like Wayne Gretzky was unbelievable. So, anyways, um, Wayne Gretzky then tried to coach, and it did not work because a lot of players, Rex, can't understand that other players might not see, hear, and feel the game the same way that other people, or the same way that they do, right? And I can't help but thinking that there are all these players that are talking about how great Fields is, and they see athleticism that they had or even never had, and they say, how how could he not be good? Look at what he can do. And these parts of the game that seem to be getting away from him mentally, they're pinning entirely on coaches, but they aren't working with him. Like they don't know what he can or can't do. I'm not trying to give Getsy, I'm not even trying to make you like Luke Getsy as I say this. It's more just begging the same question we ended up begging with Mitch. And it turns out the Pittsburgh Steelers can't run an offense for him either, right? Like, it's exactly, Donald, right? And so I can't help but when I hear Cam talking about how Fields needs a completely different offensive coordinator, I can't help looking and wondering. I wonder which offensive coordinator. I think there are plenty that would make him better, right? But I don't know how many are going to turn him into a Cam level passer when Cam was actually quite good in the quick game. But that's just my 2 cents. Let's see. That's the truth, Foster. But so let's see. Uh, is Hurts a debate? He stay Hurt wins is not QB stats. Say that one again, T3. Uh, but so no, they really can't, Sean. But so, anyways, if there's a design piece of this that I really can't stand, because Donald, we mentioned this a little bit. Oh my gosh, what is so hard? What is so hard about this? Look, this is me going after Getsy. Why do we need to turn the guy? Do we not remember last year? Does anybody remember one of the Bears' best plays last year just being, what if we just kick the tackle out and run people over into the end zone? Like, it did work 9 out of 10 times, Jeremy. It still would. Like, if I'm Luke Getsy and I'm basically coaching for my job, like, why am I not running? I'm the guy who tries to tell everybody that quarterback run is somewhat overrated because it has costs. But inside the 10, especially inside the 5, no, 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 no. You have the green light, baby. Call those quarterback runs. Like, they this is where you do it, in my opinion, because running into the red zone is extremely difficult. And if you've got a rushing quarterback, that this is the time to do it, in my opinion. Like, the you have to. Because when instead you just try to slam it up the gut, it turns out that their guy is better than our guy. And he is. I mean, Nate Davis just gets bullied by Dalvin Tomlinson. Like, 64 gets smoked. At least zone read it. And if we're zone reading it, gosh, just pull. Like, Starfield, you mentioned, or Starview, you mentioned this earlier. Like, run. Everybody's reading dive, Donald, because that's what you do on 1st and 1. So don't, right? Then we get the too many men call. Thank God. I bet the Rams are perfectly happy with Stafford. Stafford's chucking dimes, Rex. I I think there are a lot of I think there are a lot of these guys. Like, okay, Rex, here's a quick question. If you offered the Packers Justin Fields for Jordan Love straight up, do you think they're taking it? Like, I don't think they are. I think that most of these guys that you're talking about want a quarterback that can work within a timing based offense. I mean, they don't want a freelancer. They don't want somebody who is an outstanding athlete but is not going to hit the open guys that they prescribe for them. And that's kind of part of the problem. Like, I think that a lot of these coaches that we would talk about with and I think the Seahawks maybe Jeremy, but they just extended Geno, didn't they? I think the Steelers, the Falcons, and the Raiders make more sense than the Seahawks. But that's just my take. I mean, maybe they don't like Geno at all. That's possible. But let's see. I think he definitely do better than Getsy for sure. But that's partially because Getsy won't come off of the passing stuff. What offense would Caleb work in? Ravi, I am one of those people that thinks that Caleb could work in a lot of offenses, but I think that one kind of like this, like actually fits him a little, just because Caleb's coming out of a I'm a West Coast god quarterback system, so doing a bunch of West Coast quick throw stuff is totally fine. Well, we get a DPI like you could also run a play action attack with Caleb Williams and get plenty of mileage out of it. Like the good news with Caleb, because to me, Ravi, this is the core, is what do you base your offense in? Well, that's whatever the coach wants to, probably RPOs. Like the Steichen thing that they're doing right now in Indianapolis, I think that fits what Caleb Williams is good at, right? But you can run everything off of what he does. And that's my 2 cents is Caleb, you probably don't have to limit your offense much. I don't think you have to limit your offense much with Drake May either. He can throw some really solid, like Drake May can throw the hell out of some RPOs, and you can run all kinds of play action stuff with him, and you can run all kinds of you could run all kinds of play action stuff with May. You could run West Coast stuff with May. You can run things over the middle. You can run things into tight windows. You can run things outside the numbers, and you're gonna be fine. Like with both quarterbacks, they'll do it differently. They'll have a base that they run differently, but you can do it. Not dissimilar from how I think you could argue Herbert does really well on play action, but also when Herbert just straight drops back, he's really good. And so then we go dive again. This one we would have hoped that we got, but we don't. We crawl ever closer to the goal line that we're not going to find. And man, I'm telling you, Dalvin Tomlinson, monster. Like, it's so funny because everybody talked about how Nate Davis played terribly. Also, Dalvin Tomlinson is a hoss. Like, he's a stud. And he played a great game. Now, Nate Davis needs to be better, but Dalvin Tomlinson played great ball. I like that, Donald. Then here, this is where Kmet sells us because we get the tush push, but we false start. We go back to 2nd and 6. We're going to run the same play from earlier, but it's the shorter version. Yeah, but before he does, Donald, is it open? I mean, I think so. Is it an easy throw? Definitely isn't. But we miss real wild. Now it's a wet day. It's a wet day out there. So maybe that's the rationale. But also, Fields kicks that leg so far out. Where's Fields pointed? That way. I mean, not literally. It's closer to that way, right? Where does the ball go? That way. way out in front of Mooney. So we have a shot at the ball in the pylon, but we just don't get it. Or we don't try. Or not we don't try. That's not fair. But we're not accurate. We don't have a shot at it. I'm not so Rex. The complicated thing with Bajent is Bajent did a bunch of my opinion. Bajent did a bunch of semantic stuff very differently than Fields. Bajent worked the line, or like Bajent worked the offense before the play a lot. Bajent generally found a check down or something to keep the play moving. Bajent pretty much never took a sack, and I think is still one of the league leaders in lowest sack percentage. But Rex, Bajent threw a bunch of picks, especially down the backstretch, and he nearly never connected on a ball push down the field, meaning that there were no big plays. There were very few chunk plays that weren't explicitly created by his teammates. And while you had a bunch of successful plays, you didn't have enough to where you could score without stringing together 10 successful plays in a row, which is a hard way to live, right? And it's part of why the Bajan offense was not good, right? Thank you so much, Ravi. And so I hope that's a decent and comprehensive explanation about what happened, because it's not Bajan good. It's not. It's more like Bajan operated the offense and they gained little bits of yardage and consistently matriculated their way down the field, but they got popped, like especially when they turned the ball over, which they did a lot, especially with Bajan at quarterback. The fumble, obviously, but then all the picks. And then once he threw a bunch of picks, he got scared. And then he didn't want to throw with anticipation anymore. He was only throwing with so much anticipation in the first place. And it was rough to watch. That last game he had against the Panthers was awful. It was awful. We started good. Then we were fine. Then we were bad. Then we were awful. But so anyways. Then Fields does this. Rip. Beautiful. So nice. So good. Fields hits the back of his drop, and where's he supposed to go? Well, the out route's not there, and the curl's not there, and Kmet's not out of his break. So Braxton Jones cannot wash Garrett down. He tries. Like, he needs to be way stronger to push Garrett out of the play, but he cannot. And Garrett just cruises through the edge, gets a two-handed shot at Fields. Somehow Fields stays alive. Pretty unbelievable, if you ask me. Takes a flat line to the outside, and Kmet separates, which is sweet. Nice job on the scramble drill. Fields makes it happen. Boom. Awesome. Every time he does this, it's outstanding. Boom. Love that angle. Just a rocket. Bang. Then they want to do a bunch of quarterback run stuff. We're reading that defender here. We don't like it. So then Nate Davis is going to try to kick out Myles Garrett. He can't do it. It's just a terrible block. Everything gets fouled up. It's awful. And it really is. Like, Nate's coming around, and all he's got to do is hit Myles Garrett. Myles is fundamentally unhittable, though, and just washes it inside. Fields is trying to take the rushing lane right up here, but it doesn't exist because he gets two bears stuck in it. And so nowhere left to go. Takes a free shot to the face because you could just do whatever you want to for to Justin Fields. The late hit thing is unbelievable. But I'm amazed he doesn't even get some pity calls. Like plenty of other quarterbacks, they get hit near the head and people go, "Oh, come on, that's not roughing the passer." With Fields, he gets hit in the head. it's it's not that bad, Reinhardt, but I was expecting, okay, so here's where I'm at, Reinhardt. I remember this 1 week, not 1 week, it was like a 3 week stretch. It's 1 3 week stretch where basically the referees rubber banded and called anything close on Fields. And I was expecting one of those this week. Like after a couple of the late hits that Fields took against the Lions, I was fully expecting the referees to just spin around and call everything. Like that's all it was. And so that obviously did not happen in this one. Sir Lord, I think that's a good way to put it. Not to mention, Fields can, and can is better than he can't, right? Like, let me use this very specific example from back when maybe we were all younger, Sir Lord. But like when Caleb Haney starts you a game, you can't, right? But instead, when Fields starts you a game, you think he might because he can. And that is more fun. But I'm not about to correlate Fields and wins, but I am tired of all the losing. And there's part of me that just can't see a team getting a facelift. Let's see, why did we get away from these play calls right here? Ben, you mean because they're working or because they're not? I love this. Oh, this is so funny. Check this out, guys. Look at Mooney. Haplo. I know you're looking for Mooney stuff. So Mooney's man leaves him. He blitzes. What do we do when when our man blitzes? We turn around because we're the hot route. We have hot routes now. The Chicago Bears complete with hot routes. Nice. Where has this been? I'm gonna go berserk. Just make football easy for yourself. That's all this is. See pressure, throw through pressure. There's the blitz, throw through it. Bang. Receiver, just be ready for it. The one hot route of the season, Haplo. Receivers don't even turn around half the time when they see pressure. Here's this one. Okay, so I heard Fields' explanation, and I got to be honest with you guys. I do not think that makes it better, right? So let's talk through what we're looking at. So Fields starts this play with like a yo-yo motion, basically. Goes in, comes out. What do we see? We see man, right? As we see this guy trailing Cole Kmet. We know it's man. What do we have on, right? We've got a, like this, basically. Let me see. Let me make sure I know yeah, okay. That's what I thought. We're going to release inside, and then we're going to run out. While Mooney runs like a whip right here. I've heard it called a whip. But what Fields said in the post game is, I didn't know what Mooney was going to do against man, which implies that there's a choice element to this. So that he can go out and in. Maybe he can just go in. Maybe he can just go slant. Like maybe he can just go out. I couldn't tell you. I really couldn't. But the fact that for some reason, because Fields also talked about pressure. What pressure? He probably means joke. First of all, I agree with you, Ben. If it's a whip on an option route, that's psychopathic. But joke is green dogging. I would argue he's not close enough. Like, now he's pressuring us. I would consider this a clean throw. Like, he doesn't touch us, right? And so for some reason, Fields throws this ball as if Mooney did all of this to sit down. And Mooney definitely stumbles out of his break. But based on where the throw goes, like the throw is behind the defender. The defender. If we look at the line he threw it on, he threw it to right here. And the defender just ends up in the lane. T3, I thought this is what he was talking about, because then the play later with pressure that he mentions, he says, well, he said he threw it because he was guessing, but this seems like guessing. Alessandro, I can vibe that it's a miscommunication, but what is frustrating is that the route Mooney runs, that's a first down. Like, stumbling and all. If you zoom that in front of his face and we don't catch it because it's too well thrown and he assumes you're not going to stumble, man. He said he could not see it when the pressure came in. Right. And I believe it, that he's out there, or that it looks like he's guessing. But it looks like a whip to me. And the whip looks open. But that's assuming everybody runs the right route. So I guess who knows? But either way, if he catches this, it's a pick six. Because Mooney's stumbling the wrong direction. I don't think it's an all fields thing here either. And I'm not trying to make it one. It's more that, I don't know. Man. I thought it was too, Alessandro, and then somebody told me it was this play. So I guess nobody knows. Does he? Oh, he does. A lot of times, Ultimator, people are going to let that go, for better or for worse. It would make way more sense for it to be the other play. So I'll let it be the other play and assume that that's just a miscommunication. But if it's a miscommunication, it's bad throw on the whip. Because it looks like he's throwing spot. Here the Bears get some yards on duo. It felt like it, Alessandro. Here, 44 just decides, oh, it's a right side run. I'm just going to sprint to my right. And Roshan, kudos to him, says, oh, yeah, sure. All right, fine then. Thank you. And just runs to where nobody is. Thank you, Roshan. Kmet makes a play. Nobody's here. Bang. Perfect. I think, Sir Lord, I've wanted to be much more impressed with Roshan than I have been. I don't think he's been awful, but I really expected him to be a better blocker. It's a reminder of like, what do you know from college? This is literally the best season, or I think this is in the running for best Justin Fields throw of the season, given what we've been whining about for weeks. Jay Sanders, you in here? You remember the run? You remember asking me weeks ago, what do you need to see from Justin Fields? This is a check mark in that direction. Like, this is real progress. He's going to throw this thing with Emerson sitting on him. Like, this is a legit throw. Not to mention, he fully steps into it. And I mean, look at when he releases this thing. We aren't even turned around. Like, this is anticipation. Bang. I don't know, Eric. That's a good question. I'd have to go back and look. I'll save that for the off season. Zoom, bang, perfect. And in coverage too. It's so accurate. And like, it's a tight window, tight-ish. Boom. Alessandro, I don't know. I haven't thought about that. The running backs coaches, the running backs may not be getting coached, but they sure look like it. Oh man, look at that. Uh. Uh. Gets it over 44. Bang. Beautiful. Beautiful. Gosh, it just looks so good coming off Justin's hand. Here, spectacular job getting the ball to Kmet because we take a huge L. Lucas Patrick just gets hosed down by Dalvin Tomlinson. And then Cole Kmet just becomes him. Like, Cole, where's this been, my man? Throw off a defensive lineman? Like, drag 44 to the sidelines? Like, I could make jokes here, but Patrick gets smashed. Fields just gets the ball to Cole Kmet, and he says, bro, I got you. Like, don't even sweat it. Ravi, I would love to see it. I mean, gosh, I would eat all the crow on earth because like these are awesome. It's a big throw. This is nice. In rhythm, pick play. look at look at Cole Kmet with a little bit of the get off me, which I'm a fan of. He's doing a better job of using his hands to separate at the top of these routes. Bang, separation, take the ball. A little bit of Mark Andrews. Little bit. Let's not go there yet. But I talked about this before the season. If Kmet can be just that little bit more physical, I can't help but imagine that he could get really pretty good. Man, this one is just a miracle check down. Zach, ain't it nice? Now Mooney's open, but we took a fat Elski up front. Reinhardt, I'm reminding myself. He does do it again later, Zach. It's awesome. Here it looks like Patrick's actually just trying to beat him. What do you disagree about, Ben? You're welcome to disagree. But so here it looks like Patrick actually just wants to pass this off. That Patrick's thinking about 44. But the pass off does not work. And then 44 green dogs on us. So, honestly, the funny part about this is that Patrick's probably right. Like, I bet you the OL film room guy would say, Davis, what are you doing? Because Patrick's on the money about 44 coming, and he does. And Fields, against all odds, gets the ball to Roshan somehow, and Roshan gets to the edge, which is pretty wild. I think in theory, Ben, CJ Stroud may make this throw, but on the field scale, it's not happening. And Rex, that's the problem. I do think that there's this that might be Oblivion. He kind of does this a lot though. He being Darnell. He lunges. But he lunges and gets him pushed outside. What's trouble, Rex, is that I I want there to be 5 good linemen, but like some of the best offensive lines in football have 3 good linemen. I mean, it's just hard to find really good linemen. Now, you can find better than Patrick, right? Like Lucas Patrick is getting beat on nearly every play. This is nice. Pop, bang. Davis got beat all day by Tomlinson. Absolutely. Davis being inconsistent isn't something that I like, but I can live with it. You need a better center. But if Davis is the worst lineman on your line, you're a little disappointed, but you roll your eyes and you make it work. Now, here, I'm actually in favor of what Fields does. The title D-line formation? What do you mean, Oblivion? So, I think Mooney's running a choice route. Like, he might be Reinhardt. Easily could be. But it looks to me like DJ is running. Okay, so this is hard to tell. This is honest to God hard to tell. Because Moore's running a pick route. And it feels weird to me if Darnell is running a true choice. But maybe he's got a choice between there or there. I could understand that. Just like depending on what the safety does or something. Because Moore picks the snot out of his guy. And they nail it. He's wide open. It also looks like... Oh, tilt front. I got you, Oblivion. It also looks like Mooney settles here. Like, I think Mooney's choice is the spot. And then Fields throws him a slant. And he goes to go get it. Ben, my guess, just looking at this again, is that I think Mooney sees this and wants the ball pretty much on him to just go down with it. Then he goes and chases the ball. And honestly, Mooney might be in the hospital. Not metaphorically. Had he charged this thing on a different line. Reinhardt, it's hard for me to try to split the middle here. It's hard for me to say Fields is wrong because he's throwing it on time, I think, with the choice. But I do think he turns Mooney's stop into a slow slant, and they just don't link up. I think Darnell could have caught the ball. I also think it's a pretty insane play by the DB. Like, the DB shows some range getting to it. Right, Starview. Oh, man. Davis gets kind of toasted by Joke here. Rough. Hate giving the ball up like that. And then, of course, we're not going to try the kick. We're going to run a Hail Mary. The hit is so late. It's comical. Throw. Bang. Come on. Roshan's upset about it. Ridiculous. Honestly, Alessandro, the run hasn't been working for like weeks. The run didn't work against the Lions either. The run didn't work against Minnesota. It's just been bad. So, next play. This is the first play of the second half. I'm going to go as long as I can. By the way. Ooh. Ooh. I am exhausted. But we're going to go as long as we can on this. First things first. It starts with a Lucas Patrick miss. Look at Patrick. What are we doing? Yeesh. Boom. No, Robbie, I got you. 2nd and 14. What is Scott doing? Scott's so scared they're going to snap the ball. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my gosh. I know this is such a simple thing, but like, look at this. Look at this. Scott throws his hands in the air like, don't snap it. What are we doing? And then, who else? This is just unbelievable, in my opinion. Because then they just get snap jumped so hard. What is he looking to the left for? He does, Demo. And then, so we get leg kick, guard tap, down, look back, and Dalvin is on it. I mean, that's got to be one of the best snap jumps of the season. Like, immediately, we eat a hold. So, it's 1st and 20. It's so bad. I mean, it's impossible to make a block like this. Kudos to Davis for just slapping a hold on him. Like, this is unironically, and I used to talk about the same thing with Leno. Yeah, if the choice is hold or my quarterback's going to eat a massive hit, hold. That's a cadence thing, Rex. We don't know whose fault it is. I don't like assigning blame because I don't know nothing about cadence. Miracle check down. Subscribe to JT's Patreon. You need it. They do, Albert. They're all up on it. Oop. Good job, Justin. Starview, you still in here? Because to me, the wildest part is that this whole game plan, Justin Fields hasn't done nearly anything on the move, and you can quickly forget if you let him how fast he is. Boy, fast. Boy, very fast. Like, it's wild just watching him plant his foot and drive upfield because when he wants to, oh man, he's insane. So, Rex, you're absolutely right that most teams have better than Lucas Patrick. No doubt. None. But, so there's a running joke on Twitter that every fan base thinks that they have the worst offensive line in the NFL. And it we can do, if you'd like to, some tape study on other teams. Most people have no interest in that. But if we did, you'd see offensive line that generally isn't what you think it is for other teams. I mean, even San Fran. Like, Purdy just plays really fast. Purdy gets the ball out, right? And so it makes the offensive line look better. Now, does that mean the Bears' offensive line's amazing? No. On this game, they got smoked. Like, on this game, Rex, they were very bad. The Browns pieced them up. Like, but that doesn't mean it's been that way every game. I mean, I actually think that the Bears' offensive line was quite good against Detroit. Quite good against they were quite good against Detroit. Then they were not great against Minnesota. They were quite good against Detroit again. And then stretching back a little further, they weren't great. They basically aren't great against any blitzing team or heavy pressure team. But so like a lot of this may be going off of 2 Detroit games where Detroit just couldn't do anything to him. Like the Chargers, they weren't great, but they weren't amazing. That's for sure. They weren't even amazing. They were pretty bad, I'd say. But the Raiders, obviously, they were nearly untouchable. Going back a little further, I thought they were really good against Tampa. Like, I know we're going straight or way back, but like against Tampa, I thought they were really good. Against Green Bay, I thought they were good in the first, the third, and then the fourth didn't matter. They were bad in the second, which hurt a lot. The Chiefs game, they were fine. But they haven't been healthy. Like I thought the Washington game, they were solid, especially given that Washington front. And the fact they were starting Larry Borum, who's just getting rocked. But it's tough out there. I do want to talk about this. Valus. Look at what this speed does. If the running back gets stuck back here, Joke makes this play. Watch this. Watch this in slow motion. And tell me that Khalil Herbert or Deontay Foreman beat Joke. But Valus is gone, dude. Like, Valus is out and up so fast that Joke can't make a play on this. And if Lucas Patrick doesn't make this weird decision to, like, once Wright picks his guy off to just run in front of Valus Jones, there's no real telling how far Valus would have gone. I appreciate you, Starview. I really do. Like, look at this. Dude might have been, like, in the see you later club. Like, like, Eric, it's so funny because I do think Patrick just gets like, I do think Patrick basically just gets unlucky. He's tailing his guy right here who gets just destroyed, right? But man, Valus was moving. And then Valus fights through contact. Like, I know it's a joke, but like Valus nails Lucas Patrick. But look at the balance. He says, "Get off me." Stumbles forward for like 10 more yards. And that's Sir Lord. Oh man, you're pulling the world or the words right out of my mouth. Like if Valus Jones didn't just if Valus Jones didn't have so many punt fumbles and that horrible drop, those two horrible drops. Like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Just if not for those, I would be so excited. Like, turn the man into Forrest Gump. Just give him the ball. I'm with this Valus to running back thing. Let's do it. I can't tell if he can pass protect, but just motion him in there. Like what you can do with Valus Jones. So people keep saying, Rex, let's be clear. What Valus can't do is drive up and pass protect in this setting. Now, I think that you could do some stuff where you could have Valus be a flare runner. So you could basically fast motion, like and then he could be moderately dangerous on swing passes or stuff like that. Like I basically think that there are ways to make Valus Jones into a gadget running back that don't involve you literally playing him at running back. For instance, think about how much fun it would be where if you had Fields right here, right, and you've got him in empty, right. So now Valus Jones is out here, where you could have you could have Fields motion or step forward into the. That's a terrible drawing. Like you could have Fields go from shotgun depth to like pistol depth, and you could have Valus motion into the backfield, and then you could just hand it off to him, and now he's on a dive. Like you could fundamentally just have Valus be a receiver that motions into and out of the backfield a lot, and we know he's a good blocker, like in my opinion, anyways. So you can do blocking things with him, and especially because like guys, this is Valus Jones. He knows who he is. If you sent him on some lead blocking assignments, I bet he could handle that too. And you know what? For as much as we would dog on him, clearly he can't track the ball in the air. But he's caught balls that are thrown right to him. Like you can get him on the occasional little out pass, and God forbid, because I'm just saying, guys, can't you envision Valus in a perfect world where you get your way? Can't you envision Valus being the guy that you run a play action deep draw thing to, and Valus just sprints out and runs an angle route and scores? Like, silly as it sounds, Valus would absolutely like be the guy who, if you did like a long play action stretch, first of all, part of me thinks that you'd catch it. Part of me feels like you'd catch him in this setting. Uh, you'd catch the defense sleeping, but goodness, angles, angles, man, like he could fly. The Bears don't run any angle routes, which is its own thing. But like exactly, Sir Lord. And then he's just gonna go. But gosh, you watch runs like this, and like also solid job, Roshan. Thank you, Roshan, that we do have a running back on the field. No, we really don't, Jeremy. And worst part is, okay, so crack toss to Valus works, right? 2 plays later, let's get through this next play. Crack toss works. Next play. Play action. Check it down. Live to fight another day. Sure. 6 yards. Play after that. Valus comes across. Take it. Beat the guy clean. Now, thank God this guy doesn't have eyes. Like, he easily could have just blown this play up. but he has no idea that they're going to hand it to Valus. So he clears him. My favorite part, gosh, there are no Bears runners right now with the juice, it feels to me. Like where Valus turns up field, influences contact, and actually creates like a violent collision that carries backwards. But after both of these runs, what does Luke Getzey do? Right? It feels obvious to us. Just turn him into Cordero Patterson. So I'll give you multiple choice. A. What do you guys think happens? Like, I know it's probably a little bit of leading the witness. I'm sure everybody knows. But yeah, so we run Valus, nail him. And we're done. We're not gonna do it anymore. Come on. Exactly, Demo. It's the tank. It's the tank, right? It's like, no, Valus, we weren't supposed to win. We're trying to get the 5th overall pick in the draft. Bang. Check it down to Scott. Scott races upfield. Scott is also really fast. Look at all this speed that the Bears have. The Bears are. Jordan, did I see you're in here? Good to see you. Y'all, the Bears are making me think that speedy players are not good at football because they continue to take these players that I know can run with the ball. They don't let them run with the ball. And suddenly I sit there and think, wow, do they just all suck? But like, Lord Almighty, get some offensive coaching that can do detailed things. Like, for crying out loud, it doesn't have to be Ben Johnson, but he's a great example of somebody that can call simple stuff and get your speedy guys the ball. Like, part of me does too, Aplo, but also they've got I don't know if anybody has enough speed, but now we're just going to run crack toss instead, and we're going to do it. Oh, by the way, this is not good. Mooney just gets blown up. Violent defensive play. Seriously, though, Alessandro, as much as I know you're joking, I swear, I do see Scott blocking more often than he's like running viable routes. Sir Lord, they may have called, so it may be illegal hands to the face against Mooney. That's not impossible, but also, um, okay, so I'm having to think of, I'm I'm having to censor what I'm saying. Like, let me think about it. Look, Sir Lord, I'm trying to basically get at, like, I also tend to think that when a defender just flat dominates you like that, like, the referee is not going to help you out. And so when Joke long arms him and puts that hand somewhere between the face mask and the chest, you ain't getting a, like, you're not getting a call. But that's the other thing, Alessandro. Isn't ESB healthy but inactive? Like, if you need a wide receiver blocker really badly, I mean, you got an option. I really hate the spacing on this. Why is Scott's curl right next to Mooney's flat route, for crying out loud? Okay, he's hurt. It makes me feel better. Good throw, though. That's it, Mario. You're right. They used up all their IR spots. Check, check. 3rd and 7. And what do we get? We get a go. You know what this would have been a great time for? The back shoulder ball. I even think there's a chance we attempt it. We just miss. Yeah, right, Alessandro? Just in case. The back shoulder totally would have worked here. But we skymail it. And like, everybody skymails a throw. Everybody skymails a throw. But I think you guys can understand. Like, I know I'm beating a little bit of a dead horse. But like, that's the thing, Rex. You say you can't miss it. Like, you can miss it. You can't put it in a place where you can't attempt it. Like, it's the old 0% completion percentage. Like, those throws, the ones that are over any viable receiver's head, and then they also land out of bounds. Like, we can do. I would hope we do better than that. Is really all I'm looking for. It's not. I don't want to ask for the world. Like, I really don't. Because it's I to me, Reinhard. What's funny? I can't tell. Trajectory of the ball and all that. I think he's trying for a back shoulder ball, but he lifts it like too high, which I get. You lift the back shoulder ball too low, and it's a pick, and that's bad. But I'm with you, Reinhardt, where it's like it is asking him to hit every shot, but there's also part of me that's just frustrated that we don't. Or there's part of me that is frustrated. Oh God, put your thoughts together, Robert. I don't think that a quarterback has to hit every shot. Not at all. On 3rd and 7, I don't think we have to take a shot every time. But this is fine. I mean, we're getting points. So it could easily be a shot play that they're comfortable with. I just don't like feeling like, okay, so to be honest with you, Reinhardt, I'm just tired of doing these film reviews where I have to compare Justin Fields to a good quarterback's like bad game so that it makes sense, right? Where we go, hey, good quarterbacks have these games too, and it's totally sensible. It's fine, but I'm with you that like situationally, this makes a lot of sense for a true shot play. Less no check down and more like Fields likes his alert. Fields likes it enough to throw it. I've been asking him to throw tighter or to throw into contested windows. This is what I get. But now it's 17-7. We're feeling good. If you're a Bears fan, the lead felt a mile wide. Now, nobody I don't think so, Mario. I like him too. Nobody can seem to figure out why Fields can't get the ball to Roshan here. Somehow, some way. And this defender that's coming at Roshan doesn't help anything, but we got to be able to float the ball over to Roshan. And honestly, if we do, so let's say we just float the ball over this defender. I'm really not trying to create much out of this. But we float it over this defender. Everybody turns around. Everybody starts running, right? And we block the mess out of this guy. Just this guy. I mean, you've got so much daylight right here. This is an outrageous tunnel. And nobody figured it out either. Like, we're going to just throw it away. But we don't have to just throw it away. We can lob this to Roshan. But to be honest with you, Mario, Rex, Reinhardt, I look at a play like this, and what I think is that I think Fields sees a 6 the other way. I think Fields sees floating it too far and it getting picked off and run back and him getting clowned on Twitter for it. I think he sees that Detroit play. Remember? The one that debatably lost a game in 2022? Like, I don't know if Fields will ever throw this ball again because I think he sees that, like, I think he sees the nightmare, basically. And I'm with you, Jordan, that, like, this is when Fields is saying he can't see where all his wide receivers are with defenders closing in on him. But that's part of why you practice, is so you can get landmarks. I mean, the frustrating part about this isn't that it's easy. This is really hard. This is professional athletics. You know what I can do? Or you know the money I make? Like none. You know the money Fields makes? A lot. Millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. I do this for fun. I take donations because YouTube isn't paying me for this. Not enough. I don't ever want to make it sound like I think Fields absolutely sucks or something. Like, especially on the absolute scale. The problem is that there are a lot of quarterbacks. There are a lot of quarterbacks that'll hit this. They'll just float the ball. Like, let's see. I tend to think so, Rex. I think they're saying be more aggressive. I don't think talking about Chase Daniel and Cam is an attempt to discredit those players, to be honest with you, Rex. That's the other piece of this. Like, a lot of them are backing Fields, and that's fine. I also really, truly believe, so first of all, I definitely think that Chase Daniel likes Justin anyways. But I don't know. This play goes nowhere because for some reason, I mean, riddle me this one. Riddle me this one. DJ's gonna block him. All right, let's go like this. DJ's gonna step in and help block 44. I think. Who blocks 0? Who's gonna do it? Nobody. Play over. Somebody's got to block 0. 0 is right there. I would imagine it's Roshan. But maybe it's Darnell Wright. But everybody gets really confused because he looks like he's following Valus. He bluffs it for a little bit. Kyler Gordon does the same thing in this game. Bluffs it for a little and then comes on down. And nobody knows what to do about it. And this play is dead. But no, we can't possibly hand it to Valus again, can we? Seriously, Jordan, he's a great dude. That's the thing, Sir Lord. JT used the phrase consistently. He said it's just not good enough. And it isn't. Like, it's ugly. It's bad. It's gross. There's no fun in it. I wanted to do an entire season worth of breakdowns about complex football things. And instead, this film just looks like this. Look at Braxton hitting him with the wave. And instead, we're going to throw a screen on Miles Garrett's side, but we're not going to block him. On 3rd and 16, what do you think he's going to do? Like, that's the other problem with this. Like, maybe I'm misunderstanding something situationally, but I sit here and I'm like, what do you think? What do you think he's going to do on 3rd and 16? I think he wants a sack, don't you? So I think he's going to get upfield, and the Bears are betting on it. But here's the problem. He's also Myles Garrett, and he can stop whenever he wants to. Like, Myles Garrett is athletic enough. He tried to catch this. Like, he could have caught this. You almost think that he's so unbelievable. Look at that jump. Like, so simple that I'm talking about this, but like the athleticism in a full step forward, leaping in the air like that, and then knocking the ball away casually. Myles Garrett is unbelievable. But this is what I get to break down. I get to break down throwing a bubble screen through Myles Garrett's body, it being tipped, and DJ Moore having nowhere to go. You want to know who's really got to feel embarrassed watching this tape? He's probably never going to watch it, right? But Jack Del Rio, don't you think? Dude got 40 hung on him by these Bears. Like, the Washington Commanders got styled on by these Bears. These Bears ran everything they wanted to on the Commanders. So did the they did it on the, what is it? Like, they did it they did it against Denver too. Here we go. What is this? We're going to switch to empty. Oh, yes. Oh, no. I forgot it's this one. Y'all. He did. He did, Dr. Truth. Absolutely. Watch Cole Kmet grow up in front of our very eyes. Boom, get off of me. I'm separated. Like, you throw this ball. I understand this is a very hard throw. This is very, very difficult throw. Because we've got a left tackle in our lap. But man, Kmet just bench presses his guy for us. I'm so disappointed. for Cole, I am so disappointed. Because we catch this ball. We are up the field, and it's up to this guy to tackle us. He's probably going to. But when? Right? And that's if 44 doesn't beat us, or if we can't beat 44 in a foot race, which we may not be able to. Who knows? But like, look at this. For crying out loud. Kmet's becoming a big dog. Yes. WFM, that was honestly my biggest, I don't want to call it a problem. I'm never going to be upset about the Bears defense dominating, but that's been my biggest issue with parts of the fan base's reaction to this last game. It feels like we want so badly. It feels like some people want so badly for, is it a jump throw? And he gets popped. Feels like some of the fan base wants so badly for Justin Fields to be the guy that the game ending 17-20, we took it as 17-20, right? It's not. Like, the offense scored 3 points. Justin Fields gets an extra little bit. Yeah, he's insane, Dr. Truth. I mean, Miles Garrett's sawing everybody in half. Trent Williams, right? Trent Williams having a 30 PFF grade against him is nasty. Love this. Easy looking run. So smooth when he's good. Beautiful. I can't believe they didn't do more of this. I know they tried. I know they keep missing blocks. But like, go empty +1 in the run game. It's the doing this stuff from empty that I think works. Quarterback run game is sweet. Like, oh, yeah, I can admit it. Oh, being +1 in the run game is awesome. The problem is that being +1 in the run game with the halfback right here doesn't help because to me, my favorite thing. So I get you, Jordan. The problem is that I don't think Justin can do downhill running. I don't think. Um, but when you put a halfback right here, you don't let the defense spread themselves out into a pass defense formation. My favorite part about quarterback run game is that it can be basically a big heat check. Like, you can just sweep, and now you've got the whole defense moving laterally. Oh. I get that, Jordan. Any worry about bringing a defender straight into you? Here's that stupid little short motion for Komet. It doesn't work. Yeah, Eric, we're getting there. We've got about a third of the game left, and I honestly don't know what's left. Here's a hitch. We throw it pretty on time, honestly. Like, this is harsh to say it's late, but Denzel Ward is good. Like, Reinhardt, I would say it's not early, personally. It's on time ish, but this is the day, or it's not a danger, Reinhardt. To me, the most aggressive thing that you would, or that you can say about is this is why, in my opinion, Reinhardt, the answer can't just be, well, just run a bunch of hitches, because really good corners are just going to take him away. That little late with ball placement thing just doesn't work forever. I think it's on time, but it's not early. And against that coverage, it probably needed to be, which is a huge standard. Man, Dalvin is eating. I'm okay with it, Donald, in terms of DPI, but that's mostly because I'm also very pro DB in these settings and would almost rather never call DPI outside of the most extreme circumstances. Well, Zach, I think that it's because ugh. Zach, here's my take. Zach Thomas says it's weird to me he throws this one where the hitch earlier in the game was more open. Yeah, it's because he got told to, right? Somebody looked at the tablet and said, Justin, that's there. Like, you got to take that. And so he does, right? Justin takes criticism. Like, it is not as if Justin Fields is stupid by any stretch of the imagination, nor is he uncoachable. The problem I have is now, Zach, this is me building a little bit of a headcanon, right? I don't think he sees it. And if he does see it, I don't think he feels it, right? I think he thinks it. I think everything that Justin does well with the ball in the air is prescribed, right? That's I'm throwing dagger. If it's not there, or if I throw a pick, I throw a pick, right? Like he does shift well. He looks like he's growing, right? We did this in 2022, we did this in 2021 where we said the goal is to not make the same mistake ever again, right? You can make every mistake once, but the goal is to not make them more than once. The problem has been that we do make them more than once. We feels like sometimes we make them once a game or once every 3 games or maybe it's twice a season. Why for 2 seasons in a row did we have to start so slow? Like um why does it feel like we are or like we have to have this second half surge that makes us all say, well, are we finding it? Like everybody in the back half of the season looks better. So there is a little bit of truth to that in particular. So just because everybody gets tighter and offenses find what they're good at and stuff like that. But it does frustrate me, Zach, that I feel like you hit this stage with Fields where he has a prescribed set of things that he wants to do. And if those things don't happen, then we're gonna have to run the ball. Or like we're gonna have to run it and we're gonna have to do it probably after about 4 seconds because he's not gonna give up on it either. Roshan does a great job running this. Gosh, I'd love to get the first down, but it doesn't happen. Ugh. Thank you, Lucas. Lucas comes off, doesn't get a piece of 44. He smokes Roshan. 4th and 1. Here it is. Now, Hogue. I like Hogue. I think Hogue is great. Hogue's a great dude. Seems like a great guy. He posted the backside view of this. I do not think this is open. This is not open. This throwing lane that everybody wants to tank Fields for. There are so many other throwing lanes to tank Fields for. This isn't open. Like, you float this ball and 0 picks you off and you are benched. The running lane is there. We just have to win it. Like, if you're going to criticize Fields for this, in my opinion, what you need to be criticizing for is Mooney doesn't get a great piece of him. We know that. But here's the thing. And Starview's in this chat, and he'd agree. Your quarterback runs a 4-4. Like, we can beat this guy in the open field. We have the angle. Pump fake probably would have helped here, Jordan, but you can even just tuck the ball, run a little more to the side, and then get upfield. You will beat him. Like, Justin Fields has the vertical acceleration to absolutely beat him if he tracks a little harder to the sidelines. But we don't. We do think about the throw. We think about it a lot. Then we decide we're going to move. We don't beat the tackle. And we go down. Problem for Mooney, based on what he says, is he's watching this guy. Like Rex. He wants to pick this one for DJ. And then his guy blitzes. And then Mooney just tries to react because he recognizes he's out of position and picks up what's going on. But for me, it is this simple. I love the design. 4th and 1, like false or what is this? 4th and 1, play action rollout to Fields is good or to Fields is right. Yes, please. Getting DJ a throwing option. Yes, please. Let's see. I got the guts wrong. Mooney's guy is 0. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's what I'm saying. Oh, they send 20. So, okay. They send him. So DJ goes there. So DJ just doesn't have a man. But either way, he says he's trying to pick. I get you, Starview. I'm going to bed soon here, or two. Look, all I'm saying, I like the design. Less trying to give Mooney an explicit break and more, honestly, Rex, trying to say, this looks like assignment confusion, but I think Justin's going to beat him. Don't you? Like, Justin's that dude. He can beat him. He should beat him. It's 4th and 1. You get this. You get 3 points. Also, Mooney probably can give better effort. I don't know why he can't. This block is bad. He's doing another thing. Feels like Fields is on the wrong end of the better play a lot. I think he can, though. I think Fields reads him and thinks about this instead of just coming out of it and booking it. But that's one of those over scrutinized plays that's going to get torn apart either way. I'm happy for you, Sir Lord. Exactly, Rex. And at the end of the day, it is what it is. Khalil Herbert, nice run. Well, so if he picks up the 4th and 1, I do think, Rex, that this happens a lot where people go, yeah, but if he actually made the play the way that you wanted him to, we'd be on him for not doing this. It does feel that way. Checking out Gypsy Mike anytime. Thanks so much for enjoying it. Tell your friends. But so if he'd picked up the 4th and 1, that's really all I'm looking for. I don't want him to throw over the top to DJ. A lot of Bears fans seem to. It's not there. Like, it's not there at all. And that's what the next down is for. It's one thing if you're throwing to a receiver like earlier that's open for a touchdown and you throw it a different way. But especially that play, you're almost 100% expecting Justin Fields to run it, in my opinion. Next, handoff. I get you, Rex. Everybody wants to make this stuff a dog pile. It gets frustrating. Then on 3rd and 1, boom. Now, I'm of the opinion that I think the Browns just sniff this out. Right? Bears have pulled Braxton Jones over to this side. So they're running tackle over here, right? And once they do, I can't help but think that 91 is just sitting there thinking, okay, why do they have tackle over on this side, right? And then the Browns don't have to know everything, but they've got or the Bears also have a receiver really tight, and then only one, right? So you pull him across, but moreover, what's the other option? You're going to run it up the gut? Like, 91 has no reason not to penetrate fast because he's not scared of the run up the middle. If they run up the middle and they get it, he'll live with it, right? but he just jumps, nails Tyler Scott. Now, from a play design perspective, I would like to understand why Luke Getzey isn't having your tackle over. Thank you so much, Dr. Truth. Appreciate you. But so, I would like to understand why it is that Luke Getzey doesn't wants to leave this guy open. And I understand that on first and second down, a lot of times you would. It's not first and second down, is it? So why can't we just down block him and have our guy try to beat him in a foot race? Like, especially because we think we're going to get our guy a running start. If we do that and DJ Moore gives us a decent block, we're one-on-one to the edge, and I think we can get it. Tyler Scott's really, really fast. So why do we have to go block for the touchdown? Because that's what this is. Like, if Tyler Scott beats him, sure, maybe you score. That's possible. But what's the goal of the play? Is it to pick up a short yardage situation, or is it to score a touchdown? And so, I don't know. I would love to pick Getzey's brain about why nobody could down block him. I mean, for crying out loud, even have Darnell Wright just go hit him, right? Wright might have messed up. Wright messing up makes a lot of sense. But we don't know. It just makes me sad, Bears fans. Honestly, it's 150. That's all you need to see. Because the next bunch of drives don't involve anything happening. Here's everybody's favorite bad play call again. Same one from earlier. This time featuring more protection and less separation. I mean, maybe we just. Like, maybe at this point. No. I don't know why all these routes have to be so deep. But the ball just flutters. This is the play? T3? Like the one where he talks about pressure and throwing a Mooney? I think he was talking about a near interception on that one. No, it wouldn't, Mario. Not to mention, more blockers did nothing to stop Joke Spy from just green dogging all day. Massive kudos to Joke. Dude's a nightmare. But, like, goodness. I want a better game to review next week. Lol. I don't even know what better game means anymore. Here we get fast motion, but we still get like a dagger. What is this, dagger light? Like, do we have Scott clearing out for DJ so that he can settle there? Fields turns it into a sweet run. But, like, what's all this supposed to be? Oh, and don't worry. Cole Kmet and Roshan, they're going to collide for some reason. Just feels like it's every feels like it's every week. T3, I would hope so, but I would have thought that they would have made that change by now. It's gross. What's the time here? Inside zone. Play action. And we take a sack. Yikes. Yeah, everybody likes the fake slide. 2-man routes. Hey, remember when we ran that play call and it didn't work? What if we ran a pretty similar version? It's a crazy deep drop, Reinhard. Like we go, jeepers, it's 12 yards. Turns out, no. Watch Kari Blazing game here. Turns out nobody is going to be able to use this footwork and still get a guy off the edge. No chance. I mean, you got no chance. Especially against Joke. You're done. Now we could probably, if we wanted to be really critical, step up in the pocket here. But I don't know how much it's really going to help. Because Lucas Patrick is already taking an L. Oh my gosh. All right. Third down, nothing happens. And then this last one, I want to go to bed so bad, but I can make it through. Because to me, this was the end of the game. Pitch out, nothing. Myles Garrett blows us up again. Cole Kmet's made this block all day, misses it there. TFL. Remember, there's 3 minutes left. It's a tie game. Reasonably speaking, I think we all knew this, right? This point in the game, it was simple. You have to score or they will. Does anybody disagree? Run the ball. Loss of 5. Slot fade shot. Influenced by the fact that we can't pass protect at all. I mean, I would do more breakdowny stuff, but like, there's nothing to say here. Khalil Herbert just cannot get a piece of Jeremiah Owosu, Koromora. And now it's 3rd and 15. And on 3rd and 15, your best possible 3rd and 15 play call. We just check it down because nothing's there. And for all intents and purposes, yeah, that's the end of the game. Bummer. I'd have more wrap-up thoughts, but I kind of stuffed them in early. So, everybody, you guys the best. Like the stream. Support the channel. Tell your friends. Tons of great stuff coming. Cannot wait. So excited for this weekend's game. Everybody enjoy your Christmas Eve, your holiday season. Great time to spend with folks around you. Or spend with others. Whatever you want to do. Great meeting you, Dr. Truth. Hang out. Have a good time. We do this every Tuesday night, starting at 8 p.m. You guys are awesome. I'll catch you soon. Bear down. And thanks so much